Hello, Twitch chat, YouTube, and Reddit, and welcome to another episode of LEC Match History, where I take you back through the years to watch my favorite League of Legends games. I'm Quickshot, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm feeling a major sense of deja vu today. In a few hours' time, Schalke 04 and Team Vitality will take to the stage for the second match in our round one of the summer playoffs, and the flashbacks are insanely real. The last time that these two teams met in a playoffs run was last year in the LEC Summer semi-finals, where Schalke beat out Vitality 3-1 to advance to the final stage in Madrid. Now today they face off to decide who will go against Rogue in round two of our playoffs. Can Vitality follow in Rogue's footsteps from yesterday, with Attila going for the upset against upset? Let's take a look at this match entry in Europe's match history for an idea at just where Vitality's run today could go wrong.
Selected to go onto the red side, try and recreate some more change.
Yeah, and if you're Schalke, last game you banned the Varus. That was not necessary. You can go for a Kindred ban instead. I still want to see the Ryze ban on their side. So it could just be Kindred all of Ryze as the options. Now there is a world where they leave it open and they're ready to gamble with the Ryze pick, but I feel like that is Shizuka's #1 champion.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me here is that Schalke don't have to worry about a first pick support because they can leave all of them open. They're fine answering with a Shen or a Braum or an All-Star, something along those
Ryze
lines.
is open.
Now with Ryze open, it's the best champion for both Shizuka and Nukeduck. I am blown away to see a Braum first pick given all the supports that are up.
Well, let's see if Schalke then take it, or if they're willing to give it over to Shizuka and have something prepared against it. That's kind of big thing. Schalke banned it all 3 games on blue side. Vitality did not first pick it. They're trading supports again.
We also know that Nukeduck's Cassiopeia is sick. He dominated with that champion back in game 1. That's a great matchup up against the Ryze. So in theory, Schalke could wait and get counterpicked. That was a big point on the desk to get Nukeduck the favorable matchup.
So let's see what ends up happening here. Clear for a lot of teams that Ryze is a top priority pick in the current meta here. Amazing needs to find something for himself. The Skylar is gone. The Poppy was not great. Trundle would be a lot easier for him to play, and it is also a takeaway from Kikis.
Now, I wonder if Kikis wants to go to the Poppy himself, because with a lot of jungle bans thrown around, usually you want to play something that can be a little bit more aggressive into the Trundle. The Sejuani isn't really that pick. Something that can deal damage and trade against it both fits the comp and also fits Kikis stylistically. Yeah,
I really want to see what he wants to play. The Draven is open again against the Alistar. Why not go back to something that worked in the last game? And that's what they do. So far, they've gotten the same bot lane. Still not shown the Ryze pick, and if it's left open for the second phase, it might just get banned away.
And this is the first game of the entire series that the tempo is really slowed down, really trying to contemplate each and every pick. And Vitality, for the last few seconds, if they lock in this Galio, there's a counter option available.
Yeah, and the reason I think they don't go Ryze is, as you highlighted, Ender, it's a Cassiopeia pick. Schalke on their side, if a mid lane has not been locked in on Vitality, could have taken it, banned away 2 counters, and then had a great matchup for Nuke.
Yeah, being blue side as opposed to red really limits your options when it goes to picking for your solo lanes, because unless there is that #1 champion that doesn't have any counters and that you can first pick, if you blind pick something, you run into a lot of issues.
All right, Upset wants the Jhin matchup against the Drave and was not happy with the Kai'Sa from last game. Couldn't do anything in the early game. Jhin does have a lot more trading options on his side, but that's a big risk here.
First time all summer as well.
Yeah, big change up here for Schalke. We knew they needed to change things. We thought switching sides was going to be the option, but the Jhin for Upset is the option. I think it gives him a little bit more range too to try to deal with Vitality jumping onto him in these fights.
Well, let's see. The Cassiopeia is no surprise. It was the pick Nukeduck had against the Galio in the first game. Now Irelia they're probably not too scared of on the side of Vitality after they just beat it with the Galio in the mid lane. Nukeduck on his side. The Ryze again, as we've highlighted 10 times already.
So what other direction can he go? The Camille was a target ban, removing that one both from Kikis and Cabo in many ways. And Vitality, they have to confirm their jungle selection as well as their top laner as they round out their phase 2 bans. In the last few seconds, Ryze is taken off the table.
Yeah, I'm sort of looking now at Kikis, maybe something along the lines of a Gragas that can have that early game impact. Maybe not the best champion on Kikis specifically, because it limits his ability to invade into the enemy jungle, but that would sort of fit the bill for heavy engage and early playmaking.
I just want to see.
Ooh. That's the first time LeBlanc has been left up this series. Because Vitality pivoted and had to ban the Ryze themselves, they could not ban away the LeBlanc that was so good in the quarterfinal match for Schalke.
Does not change the way Vitality can play with the Galio here, but it's still about playing around Kikis and then potentially playing around your Draven lane with the ults. I just want to see if Kikis has something for himself against this Trundle. Trundle is one of the champs. He's playing all the time. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yes. I wanted to say Graves earlier on, too, but I was like, nah, he won't do it. That's a little too crazy, but he's back on another marksman, and I love this.
Yeah, nothing is too crazy for Kikis, and I said this last week when we were like in post-game lobby talking about playing against a jungler like Kikis in a best-of-5 can be super annoying because he's not afraid of pulling out some of the new things. And this Graves here was used as a Trundle counterpick a long time ago. Obviously received some nerfs, but it's still very good.
And I want to see this Jarvan too, because this has been one of the best, if not the best top laner for Cabochard in this split. It is the heavy engage, the instant ult to start off these fights is going to be so good with that Galio AoE initiate combo.
So Schalke on their side get the Poppy for Chachi and Vandus Alistar. Clear comfort, and Nukdog has shown a great LeBlanc before. Question marks around the Jhin specifically. An amazing Trundle has not been something that we've really praised in the past. And he's counterpicked by Kikis with the Graves here.
Yeah, Graves was one of the initial answers once Trundle sort of got back into meta. It was Graves and Kindred. Well, Kikis' Kindred was awesome in the last game. Now he's on the Graves, back on another damage dealer. This is the Kikis that carried Vitality to a second place finish in the regular split.
All right, what do these two team comps want to do? For me, it looks like Schalke are very comfortable looking for picks. They've got a good couple of long-range tools for engage. They've got Nuketax LeBlanc that can play on the side lanes, but you know, what direction do they want to take these two team comps?
Well, for Vitality, it's very similar to the last game where you're going to see Kikis walk around in the early game with Jizuke to get priority and eventually look for the massive plays around the bottom lane. Perhaps even better in this game now that they have the Jarvan to try and lock Jhin in place. Remember, this Jhin can't go anywhere if he doesn't have Flash and he's trapped inside that Cataclysm.
I think on the side of Schalke right here, a lot of focus is on making sure Nukdog is actually doing well on the LeBlanc, because he is a massive late game threat. He is your potential split pusher as well. But if LeBlanc does not get ahead in this game, it's hard for her to assassinate someone with Braum, Galio, and Jarvan. But I will look at a top lane matchup, and I feel like for Cabochard, the Jarvan is there to provide setup for the Galio. I'm happy if I'm Schalke getting the Poppy on the side of Chachi.
Well, let's see whether or not Chachi can have more Poppy ultimates to save his team's life. Now, of course, they are 2-1 up. Schalke still have the advantage in this best-of-5. For Vitality, there is no margin for error. There is no room for potential mistakes, and already there's some shenanigans up here in the top lane.
Now, here's the thing. Kikis can start with E and get behind Vizichachi.
He has already gone over the wall with the quick draw, but look, it may have been too early. Vizichachi was already backing away. What did Vitality do? There's no slows yet. There's the quick draw. Again, amazing. Will he start with anything else? Steadfast Presence comes out, and that means Chachi started W.
You know, I was really surprised not to see Jack Troll go for a flash Q right there to get the slower trade flashes there onto Vizichachi. I think there might have been more room there, but it's still going to be a big win for this team because Chachi won't have the Q for that lane control at level 1.
But now again, with Kikis already invading, getting vision in the enemy jungle, starting enemy red buff, is what we're gonna see all game long. He's not afraid of amazing. He can't really get close with the Trundle, and there's just so much damage coming from Kikis specifically on the Graves. We're gonna see counter jungle, and we're going to see Kikis try and win the early game.
And as far as Vitality trying to play out this early, I don't think they have to gank bot lane immediately, right? Like, this lane will win by itself. It's more about getting protection for Cabochard, because that's maybe the one vulnerability here, is the top lane. Kikis can now split the map and keep Amazing off this top side.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for Schalke in terms of picking lanes to gank. Jarvan, as you said, is one option. They can block the EQ combo. Kikis is around mid, and this is what I like to see. Try and shut down Nukdog early, because he's the one who needs to get ahead on Schalke's side.
Yeah, Nukdog's also only level 1. Passive is going to get proc. Kikis not going to chase him this time around.
Now, here's the thing. It might look like it's a gank in the mid lane, but it's really to get pressure and then go for Scuttle Crab. He might actually just run it right back up into the top lane and go for double Scuttles again. That's what worked so well in the last game, was Kikis getting both Scuttle Crabs and creating a large advantage after triple buffing Amazing, which is looking oddly familiar.
Yeah, and Amazing only got to take his own bot side right there. Cabochard got early level 2, wins the trade, and now Amazing will be able to go top lane and get some camps because Kikis is now doing what looks like a massive clear in his own jungle.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the numbers. In the previous game, Kikis on that Kindred got way ahead of Amazing on that Poppy. You can see KDA 4-11, 52% jungle proximity, the amount of time that Kikis spent around his laners, and 6 kills plus assists. Now, that was the polar opposite of what had happened in the two previous games.
It was such a stark difference because in games 1 and 2, Amazing was the super active jungler. He was finding ganks and, more importantly, countering the attempts every single time Kikis tried to make a move himself. So this is one of those situations where Kikis looks like he jumps out to the early lead with counter jungling the red buff. Now it's Amazing inside his jungle to react.
Yeah, good pivot here from Amazing. He's actually getting the best out of a poor matchup on his side. Bot side clear into then invading and getting the enemy blue buff. Might even secure a gank on top side.
Oh, is there a kill potential? Because Chachi can find the wall pin. He knows how to do the heroic charge, and he lands it. Hammer shot comes down. Chachi's down to 250 hit points. That's a flash from Cabo. He's being chased. 100 HP.
Oh, Chachi! Oh!
Interrupt happens. Here comes Kikis. Smoke screen comes down. Starting to fire out those shots. End of the line is available to him, but he's low on mana. Holds the trigger for now.
And seriously, this is a jungler we just criticized from his impact in the last game. On the side of Schalke here, what a great start from Amazing, invading, getting blue buff, then securing a gank. Let's see what happens top. They stop the recall.
The Demacian standard comes down. Flag and drag is available to Cabo. Amazing's trying to run for his life. Jizuke flashes forward for the taunt, and that's going to be an easy secure. First kill of the game for Vitality.
Great reply here from Vitality. Cabo did get punished, but this is how they like to play. Jizuke will sack minions in the mid lane. He's down almost double in CS to Nuke Duck, but he gets top lane back into a good spot.
Well, instant teleport back from Visit Chachi. I was holding my breath because I saw Kikis lingering on the bottom. Decides not to chase in a little bit more. Cabo shot, manages to get the assist. And here's a replay of that tower dive. Well, first kill and then playing forward.
Yeah, first the gank here. Cabo shot knows he can't EQ out because of the W from Chachi. And Chachi knows, wait for it, and then flash onto him, and you will interrupt it, and you guys will get the kill. Probably actually didn't even need that because Amazing was just going to bite him and take him down. But anyway, that was the entire setup. I just like Amazing's way out of what could be a terrible situation and getting the best out of it.
Yeah, but I also want to highlight, Kikis had the option to completely split the map, go for both Scuttle Crabs, and shut Amazing down. Instead, he went to his bottom side to get both red buffs, which ended up being a big mistake because that top lane, as I said, is vulnerable to early aggression.
And in that previous game, Kikis did get both Scuttles. Kikis did take advantage of the early game. Questions around the pathing and some adjustments from Amazing. He's 1-0. He's already got that Chilling Smite upgrade for now. Schalke with a very, very small gold lead, thanks to some CS advantages in the mid lane and the fact they've got that first blood bonus as well. And the question is, where does Amazing go next? How does he start to unlock this gameplay? Because as Jizuke gets closer to 6 and Kikis wants to start invading, it's going to get more difficult.
I mean, bot lane is also an opening for him. You have Alistar plus Pillar from Amazing. Like, that's a great way to force a flash from Vitality's bottom lane if they're pushing forward. So there is a lot of lanes for him to gank. Problem for him is, if he goes for a gank, he gets counter-ganked by Kikis, he most likely dies.
And also, Jizuke should be hitting level 6 very soon, so going to a side lane would be more difficult. Right now, Vitality are actually bringing multiple members into the mid lane to try and shut down Amazing, who's actually back on the offensive. This is the second time inside the enemy jungle for him this game.
Oh, time to fight. Amazing and Vander are right nearby. Jizuke doesn't have access to his ultimate. Jack Troll steps forward, and here comes Kikis. Smokescreen will block sometime, and Nukeduck's escaping with his life so far. Jizuke's the first to fall. Now Jack Troll's low. Amazing's looking to get another
Here comes Upset.
Here comes Upset. He's going to get the first kill. Actually secured by Nukeduck. Now the Pillar of Ice throws down and slows down Kikis. Vander's looking for the stun. Manages to find it into the root. And Vitality get wrecked by Schalke.
And just like game 2, it's Schalke winning the early fights here. They trade 1-for-1 top side, and then Nukeduck gets level 6 in the mid lane. No match from Jizuke, and it's just actually 2 members from Vitality starting the fight while Kikis is doing his camps. Miscommunication, and it completely goes in favor of Schalke.
It's a big mistake, too, because you'll notice Kick is actually pretty far away at the start of this fight, and Vander has made the rotation down, so Jizuke and Jackal sort of get stuck in the middle of these 3 members of Schalke. Kika still hasn't done anything in this fight, and he loses a member because of it.
And notice just how much control Vitality lost instantly after Caboshot died top lane, and they didn't get that Kikis, you know, XP advantage. Kikis just making sure Amazing is not doing anything. It's actually now Schalke and Amazing with 4, or being part of 4 kills.
And if Kikis is down in levels as Graves into Trundle, it's pretty doomed for him because he needs to be constantly counter-jungling, getting a lead, building up items, because that's really where he comes online. But falling behind is something that absolutely should not happen in this matchup.
And I remember what Amazing looks like when he's got 100% kill participation before 15 minutes with Schalke. It tends to lead to a very strong mid-game. Amazing 1-0-3. He is currently in the top half of his map, while Kikis, with the help of Jack Troll and Attila, are able to shove in and steal away that blue buff. So that is a jungle steal, but Nukeduck stood right on top of the ward, so Kikis moves to, safely through the pits.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Kikis level 6 and then the next play he makes with it. If that goes in favor of Vitality, they can be right back in the game. They can start to snowball. But now you're down 1,000 gold and 1,600 gold already, and your jungle matchup is actually 2 levels down. He will take the camp and get level 6. Cowboy is trying something mid.
All right, here comes Cowboy. I'm waiting for the Cataclysm. No yells yet for Demacia. Jizuke is going to get rooted down by those ethereal chains. And Amazing decides not to go in. Remember, Kikis has not shown yet. Schalke don't want to start a 2v2 and all of a sudden have Kikis show up and interrupt the flow. So instead, they back away, and Amazing's going to get the crab.
And if I'm Vitality now, I almost feel forced to pivot and say, you know what? Bot lane is where we're winning. We have BF Sword on Attila. That's where we need to get a turret. That's where we need to get the advantage, because it's not going to be topside. The more armor Visachachi is going to stack, the harder it is for Graves and Jarvan to kill him.
And let's be honest, you're not killing this LeBlanc in the mid lane with a Jarvan ultimate. She's just going to dash out, so he still has the flash. So camping mid can't be the strategy anymore. They need to use this hero's entrance to now impact the side lanes.
Well, side lane is being impacted, but it's the other direction, and Cabashot's being dove. He's got no flash available to him. Cataclysm goes down, and the Whirling Death, while it gets some damage, simply doesn't matter. Hat-trick secured for Nukeduck.
Schalke are now controlling this top side. Vitality are not getting the early advantage they need. They draft the Graves. They want to just shut down Amazing. He doesn't care.
It is a 3,000 gold lead, just shy of it, by 9 minutes to Fischio. This Trundle pick has worked. It is still 100% kill participation. And Amazing is exactly where he needs to be for Schalke 04.
And Amazing has gotten this team ahead, but we're now at a point where Nukeduck is 3-0-0 on the LeBlanc. He has the completed Luden's Echo as well. So this guy is poised to completely take over the game.
Oh, this is really going to hurt. And Nukeduck has already had Jizuke's number all series long. Now he just needs to extend that to everybody else.
And all that, raw emotion and confidence you build up in the last game as Vitality when you beat them in 25 minutes, it fizzles out pretty quickly when you then end up in a game like this and your first few plays completely go in favor of Schalke. Their mid laner is fed at this point. You haven't really gotten anyone ahead. You need an opening, and you need it now.
Yeah, and that's why they continue to try and group up and start objectives in classic Vitality style. But you'll notice that Kikis is down 2 levels in this matchup against Amazing. So if they ever try to make a play as a grouped up team and Schalke match them, they're just going to get blown out of the water.
I want to see how Upset also plays these next few minutes. He's 1-0-1. He's even on CS with Attila. We've seen that swap already. And he's got the Halo Blades Jhin, something that we've seen a little bit during the course of Summer. And I know you were extremely excited about the build, so you'll get to talk about it after this fight, because at the moment the target is Jack Troll. He's instantly been rooted down. That stand behind me, and the shield is going to block so much damage. He escapes without even using a summoner.
And they know they can do this. They have information topside with the deep wards. There's only one camp alive for Kikis to do, and that's on the other side of the map. That's Rift Hell being started as well, and Kikis is trying to play catch-up with the Graves.
Yeah, now it's Schalke's turn to make that proactive play because they are just that strong. And you mentioned the Hail of Blades Jhin, of course, will be finishing the Stormrazor very soon. And what this gives him is the power to move around in these fights. Big, bursty damage on those impactful auto attacks, and then the mobility to try and dodge away from the engage potential of this Vitality squad.
Well, so much time for Upset to get there. His team is 5-1 up. It's only 11.5 minutes in the game, and you can see Vitality, they're now grouping. It's actually a 5-man stack in the mid lane, and they're trying to push forward. Nukeduck's used the distortions on cooldown, but look, they back away. Nothing presented itself.
Yeah, 5-man grouping mid on your Galio, who has an ulti he wants to use to the side lanes.
Yep.
It's not your way back in the game right now if you are Vitality. Attila is still strong on the Draven. Use him as your carry and try to get him ahead.
I also think Vitality can afford to slow the game down. Usually we talk about go in. But again, when you're on a double marksman composition, you will deal so much damage when you're on 4, 5, 6 items that you can afford to buy time and get to that point. The difficulty is that when they keep grouping up in the mid lane and trying to force fights, is that they lose minions, gold, and experience in these side lanes. So it's really costing them in the end because they're trying to make these proactive moves.
Oh, so much difficulties for Vitality to overcome, and they haven't shown this series that they can play from behind. So can they do it now? Can they find a way back into this game? Defisho, you said when Kikis gets level 6, you want to see his first sort of gank with that collateral damage we haven't had an opportunity yet, so my eyes are still on him. But when does it become too late? When does it become too little?
I mean, the problem already for him is he's spotted every time because of the information Schalke are getting in the side lanes. Nukdog has full control of mid, and Disuke has not been allowed to move just yet. So Kikis at this point almost feels like he's just a burden for his team and not actually right now able to bring any sort of advantage with his counter pick.
Right, what Kikis and the rest of Vitality need to do is put down vision and try to stop Schalke from continuing to kill them. Take down a turret with the Rift Herald right here, which is very likely going to happen. But you notice Cabochard is on the side and maybe wanting to go in.
That's a very good taunt into a flag and drag. Cataclysm comes down, but Nukdog flashes away. He gets away with his life. Cabochard and Jasuke now running for their life. This is turning into a 2v3. Hero's entrance comes down and the tower will survive a couple seconds longer. The tower does survive. In fact, tower first blood still available. Kikis, does he go for the insta-give? Does he go for the kill? Not just yet. Schalke and Nilfir now, they're trying to turn it around. Can they defend their outer tower?
They should be able to right here unless Nukdog gets taken down very close on the Whirling Death from Attila.
Also, the ulti from Kikis was used right there, but I think Vander managed to block quite a lot of it.
Now here's the thing, again, Vitality group up and force fight and it's close, but they don't get a kill, they don't get a turret, and right now top lane, Upset cleared an entire minion wave, denied a full wave to the tower, and gets more damage down.
I mean, Schalke won that fight by just getting so much damage on the turrets. It doesn't even matter with the kills. And we kept saying, going mid lane and trying to kill Nukdog is really difficult and not your way back, and they tried with everything they had. They landed combos with CC, burst damage, but because it's LeBlanc, she can get out of it.
And she still has the flash at the end of it all as well. Yes, they saved the tower, but actually, Nukdog is just showing how strong he is at the given time.
Yeah, trying to burst down Attila. Didn't find the opportunity yet. And now all of a sudden, Kikis is in trouble, but there's no follow-up, there's no Cataclysm. Kikis can easily walk away. He's got flash as well.
He's gotten his armor. He's against double physical damage. He doesn't care.
Yeah, really, really easy for them. Now, of course, 15 minutes in the game. Schalke are on the verge of winning the series 3-1. Just a quick reminder to everybody that tomorrow, Fnatic, the defending champions, take on Misfits. And I have an update for you, gentlemen. It is confirmed with the Fnatic roster and with our League Ops team that Reckless will be starting in Game 1 with Whippo in the top lane. So tune into that tomorrow at 5 p.m. There's a lot of questions about whether or not Whippo would play bots and what that team would look like. You predicted who's going to win yet, Deficio?
I put it on Fnatic.
Okay.
I got it on Misfits, so it's going to be a close one regardless.
I'll tune into that one tomorrow at 5 o'clock. For now, Vitality, do or die. They managed to get the Mountain Drake, so a little bit of scaling, a little bit of late game in their favor. But with Nukdog playing that confident with the distortion, the mimicked distortion, jumping onto Attila, it's so difficult to be Draven in this game.
Especially once this outer turret in the mid lane falls. Once that goes down, if he's ever walking around by himself in the jungle, you better believe that Schalke will be entering, looking for picks with Nukdog, with Vander, going for these engagements, because that's really where they win. They're not going to have an insane team fight, I don't think. They're going to win through picks and pressuring through these side lanes.
I just want to see what ends up happening when we get that first fight in the game, because we know Vitality's way back when they feel pressured as a team is to group fight and try and force something. Can they actually win that fight, or will Schalke, who are at this point just stronger based on carries and even based on frontline, just win it and then say, Vitality, you got nothing?
See, I don't think so, because Vizichachi's signature Poppy is so good. What he can do is just knock away the Vitality frontline and leave Kikis and Attila exposed to the assassination from Nukdog.
Oh, they're trying to side, finally.
Oh, there's a flash away from Vander. Nobody was able to hold him in place long enough, but this just, it really makes things so interesting. Schalke, a little bit defensive. They're amazing forced to use his flash as well, but it looks like Nukdog will be able to take this tower down. One step forward, and here comes Chachi for support. Schalke Nilfir now trying to turn this one around. Flag and drag finds nobody. Cabochard has now got that on cooldown. Needs to find a target. He goes for the Cataclysm onto Nukdog, and Ethereal Chains come down. Now Vizichachi is trying to get the chomps down, and we've got a pause. We've got ourselves a pause, and it is a spicy one. Ooh, 4,000 gold lead for Schalke, and it is a Vitality pause. The moment I hear more, I will let you know.
Just as we have to fight here, Jisuke got out, but he's now ulting back in onto Cabochard.
And I think the big part about this fight, just looking at the minimap, obviously you guys can't see it right now, but it's Vitality's dual lane that's actually rotating to this fight a little bit faster. So I think if this fight does continue in the way it's heading, if Vitality can buy enough time for Attila and Jack Troll to arrive, they should have the advantage.
And they need this fight. You're
So
already down 4,000 gold. You have a composition with the Graves counter pick that in the early game started enemy red buff, and their Trundle started his own blue. You had everything lined up for yourself to just shut him down. But Amazing swapped sides with the Graves, took his blue buff, ganked top lane, secured a kill. Like, he did everything he could have done in that situation. He got the best out of it.
And it's unbelievable to see the turn and the strength that Schalke have demonstrated. I have an update for you, gentlemen. The claim from Cabochon is that LeBlanc's ethereal chains were not visible to him. As we have done many times already in this playoffs here in EULCS, league officials will investigate that footage. They will look at the POV from Cabochon, from his PC, and the moment we get confirmation on whether or not he could or could not see that spell, and we'll provide you an update. But I'm going to go back to this early game Schalke for a team that, you know what, the only thing they had left to do to improve on was their early game. If you look at their run over the last 5 weeks of the split, where they went, what was it, 10-1, 11-1, they had really good gameplay everywhere. They worked on all of the weaknesses that we've seen even all year long, and this weekend they've shown they can play early game too.
Yeah, improving the early game was the most important thing because the other 3 teams left in our top 4 are all really strong early game teams. And that's how they win their games. They have super, you know, clean, not clean, but they're very strong.
Yes.
Like snowballs.
Yes. Good
yeah,
correction.
clean was definitely not
Very
the word
good
to use
correction.
there. They're very good at snowballing specific lanes, and then they can just kind of run over you in 25 minutes like Vitality did last time.
Yeah.
So that's why Schalke getting a better early game as the only slow team was important.
And you look at the Final Four, and exactly it's true, but you look at our EU Super 6, one of the most stacked playoffs we've had. Splice taking Schalke to full 5 games. Now Schalke on the verge of knocking Vitality out 3-1. This will be a pretty sizable upset in the professional scene. The fans at home called it. Just want to say, fans at home and on Twitter, you guys are the superior analyst with the 3-1 prediction. But I mean, it is very exciting, and then it just makes me tingle and say, can Misfits do it tomorrow when you see all of these crazy games?
It raises so many of these questions because we already know we're going to be having another unique finals matchup in Madrid regardless of the results here today. But it's all these new orgs trying to fight their way into the finals. Schalke, Vitality, they haven't been there. So this match means so much just to have, you know, the honor of going up against a team that's been around like Fnatic or Misfits that did so well in Summer Split last year and had that incredible run at Worlds.
And of course, we zero into some of the player stories. We just had a very big close-up there of Attila. Attila versus Upset. In Spring Split, hell, Attila stood standing way above Upset.
Yep.
Made it all the way to 4th place, and Upset, unfortunately, didn't really shine. But this split, this series, it's been the other way around.
And I think for Attila, too, it felt like always, even after the 4th place finish last split, the talk was still about Upset, and oh, he's supposed to be the superstar next split, he'll come back even stronger, but Attila has always been there, consistent performer, doing so well. So this split, this match has been about proving that he is the better of the rookie AD carries, and he's going to have to step up massively again on the Draven to make that a dream reality.
I love he's going for the Draven. He's saying, I can carry this game. Do not give me utility. I want something where I can get fed. But the team hasn't played around him. They didn't do it last game. They didn't do it this game either. So he's still 0-0-0. And he needs, like, he's actually the only one who's done well in terms of his laning phase. He's just never gotten into a fight.
Well, we're going to find out exactly how the rest of this game plays out. I have an update again. League officials have determined that the ethereal chains was visible to Cabochon via his point of view. So we will be resuming the game shortly. And this is something I saw some discussion on last week on Reddit. And I really want to call out that I think pro players should pause and should question in these high-pressure, high-intensity situations. Double check and
Here we go, we're back in the fight.
You know, verify the details, and let's see what difference it makes. Jizuke goes down to Nukta. The Ignite, I believe, was the final tip.
Here we go.
Tiller kills Amazing and gets a whole chunk of change. But now Vizichachi's running for his life. Here comes Upset. Can he do anything? Manages to get a couple shots down, but nobody is locked in place. It ends up 1-for-1.
It's just like I said at the start of the pause. Attila and Jack Troll were on the move first. They come back and end up trading 1-for-1 in the end.
Sadly for them, they did not get more for Draven here. Vizichachi just managed to walk away. in the end, I think the heal from Upset probably kept him alive. And Nukeduck, because he didn't die during the initial engagement we saw before the pause, managed to jump back in and secure another kill. Because look at the setup here. It's once again, they're trying to get onto the LeBlanc, which is really difficult, but there's no flash. And that's why Cabochard knows he can actually jump onto Nukeduck and try and keep him in place. And now with the Draven, they're hoping here, okay, come on, we can turn this around. We get a bunch of kills, but Draven is still late. He's not there yet.
Kikis as well. Both marksmen for Vitality were not there at the start, so it really was Jizuke buying so much time eventually for Attila to come on in and cash in that big passive stack that actually puts him ahead in gold over his opposition Upset.
But we need more now from Vitality. They need another one. And this time they need more kills, especially for Attila, because they're going to lose another turret. They haven't picked up anything on their side. I actually think all the outer turrets from Schalke are pretty healthy as well. Close to like 100% HP. And that's a huge issue for Vitality because they need quick cash right now. They need to go take a quick loan. They don't even care how much money they have to actually pay back in like 10 years' time. They need it now.
Futures market is not going to help the 4,000 gold deficit they
Not at all.
Doesn't matter. Get it now. Do something with it.
Well, I can't retroactively add it, I'm afraid. And for the time being, Vitality are down. 2 kills to 6. Yes, they've got themselves that Mountain Drake, and there's an Ocean available in a moment or two, a couple minutes time. But it is still going to be about just stalling, getting time for Kikis and Attila to get the damage and become relevant in this game.
And potentially finding these fights where they get to mid a little bit faster. The issue is they need Schalke to also buy into these fights because we've seen two different sides of the same coin where one, Schalke and Nukeduck are able to just disengage entirely and not go for the fight, and then Vitality lose a lot of resource in the side lanes. The other one is where they commit, and that's where Vitality could potentially come away with the victory.
Yeah, sadly for them, and we mentioned this in the start of the game, the one member they don't want to see fed on the other side is fed. It's Nukeduck. He's the hardest one for them to lock down with a Jarvan. They don't have super easy point-and-click CC to keep Nukeduck in place. They gotta catch him with these different skill shots, and he just jumps in and out.
And it's gonna get especially tough now that he's actually going into side lanes because there's not really a good champion that can match you. You probably put Jizuke in the 1v1 to just clear away minion waves, but eventually he's going to start wearing down on you in the 1v1, ticking away at turrets. And that's really where Vitality are gonna be put into a position where they likely have to pull the trigger, but have to actually connect with that engagement to make it work.
20 minutes has gone by and the lead continues to grow ever so slightly. 5,000, just shy of it for Schalke. They are on the verge of their first finals. This organization that really came in very hyped in the spring split, did not live up to that hype. Made an adjustment, pried out amazing in. And you know what? There was a lot of doubts at the beginning of that summer split. But the last 4 or 5 weeks of gameplay silenced a lot of critics, and all of a sudden, another big hurdle is just, you know, just tantalizingly close to being overcome. If they can do it, but look at
now here comes Vitality because Amazing does not have flash. Every single member is coming, but the rest of Schalke is pushing the other lane.
Dude, the frozen domain is such a big movement speed buff. Amazing is literally able to run to the top lane tower. Now he will go down. Subjugate buys a little bit of time. Vizichachi gets damage on the bottom in a turret, and Upset is about to get to mid.
Yeah, I think Vitality almost have to go into a Baron right now because Schalke are pushing in the middle lane. It's a 5 versus 4, and there's no jungler on the side of Schalke, but it's still so dangerous.
Curtain Call is available to Upset. He can throw that down. Nukeduck has got so much damage to play with. He's got 2 items completed. Here's Nukeduck waiting on the front. Vanda needs to find a flawless engage. Baron is being...
They got it! Oh, Jizuke!
Fantastic! Vitality are not done! Upset is being dunked on and killed by Cabochard. But Baron has been stopped. Vizichachi shuts down Attila on the back end. And so far to 1 for 2. Schalke are still winning the fight.
They're still winning them, and honestly, on the chase here against Jizuke and Cabochard trying to run Kikis in a tough position, but they're turning it right back around.
All right, that's a defensive flash from Vanda. Keep your eyes on Nukeduck. The ethereal chains. Procs down. Not enough for the kill just yet. Flag and drag to safety. Nukeduck has put Schalke on his back and carried them through the Baron play.
I thought that Baron setup would decide the entire game in favor of Schalke, but they didn't actually fully win the fight here. Vitality picked up a kill at least. They will lose a turret on the way out, but they made a call. Chase down Amazing, kill the jungler, stop the Baron.
And I think in the moment you have to make that call, but Nukeduck almost gets destroyed there by Jizuke and Kikis. The rest of Vitality are still looking for the chase.
Oh, the Whirling Death does so much damage, but now Nukeduck's going to run for his life. Amazing
Double
has made his
TP
way
in.
back up, and the teleport completed. All of a sudden, Amazing is once again in trouble. This is the wrong side of the rift, my friend. Subjugate is on cooldown, and Amazing is at threat of going down again. Could we just see the same player? Is it simply too risky? We'll find out from Vitality in a moment. Amazing is donated to Attila. Additional bonus gold, 3-1-0.
Yeah, they don't actually have to do it again. They're getting gold on the carry they need the gold on. Now they need to make sure they don't lose anything else. And then they can, in the end, be happy with a bunch of kills for the Draven.
Yeah, if you actually look at the gold, Attila's up almost 700-800 over Upset at the moment, and he's going to be dishing out so much damage. He has a Lord Dominic's Regards just cut through the armor on the side of Schalke, and he has 2 Black Cleavers from Kikis and Cabo to make him deal even more insane DPS.
Well, I keep repeating this. The fact that it's Nuktak who's fed on Schalke is just the best thing for them. Because he keeps doing this. He jumps in, gets someone down. That was, by the way, the top laner to 50% HP. And now Vitality can't move forward. And he will not stop because no one can point and click stun him.
And did you see how Jizuke was already prepping the taunt? Already waiting. If Nuktak jumped in for that extra bit of poke. Glacial Fissure comes down, Upset with the Halo Blade speed, as well as Rapid Fire Cannon escapes with his life. Vander gets a couple extra seconds thanks to his ultimate, but it's simply not enough. Attila, his 4th kill of the game. This is what Vitality want. This is what Vitality needs.
Attila just keeps getting kill after kill after kill. Honestly, Schalke getting a little bit sloppy, staying forward when we know Vitality are going to keep forcing fight after fight after fight.
They're getting a lot sloppy, and there's nothing little about this. Vitality take the first tower of the game. Nuktak, unfortunately, not able to find that ethereal chains. And look at Vizichachi. He's coming from the bottom lane. The curtains are called, but the damage is simply not significant enough. Vizichachi's rocked up to defend the inner turret, and just like that, a gigantic breath of hope and life comes to Vitality.
I've said it before, I will say it again. Vitality, even in a deficit, play like they have a lead. They're the ones grouping up, forcing down the mid, and now on to Chachi.
Chachi manages to get stunned down, locked up, knocked up. Cataclysm not used yet. Chachi's going low. Keeper's Verdict has been used, and Vizichachi's down. Jizuke's running for his life. That's a 2-man knocker from Vander. Vitality are routed and running. Cabo looks for the re-engagement, simply doesn't find it. Now we need to follow Attila. He's untouched for now, but can he take on 4? Pillar of Ice slows things down. Jack Troll trying to block. Here comes Nuktak from the side. Body block by Jack Troll. All of a sudden, Schalke, they smell blood in the water, but they're not going to find anybody just yet.
Oh, they got one now.
Oh, that's
Jizuke's
a kill
low.
from Upset, and that's a double kill. Jizuke goes down. Attila will be the last man standing after Kickers. It's blown up, and Vander sets it up for Upset to close it down.
It's Upset's turn to do the damage now. He turns it around. We're going to check this play out one more time because, again, it's Vitality grouped up in the mid. But you have to remember, Vander has respawned and is coming in to set up this fight.
And it's just such a long fight with Chachi in the front line, not dying early enough, that Upset and Nukta get so much time to get in. Now the cooldowns are gone. They can actually find the backline eventually after killing Caposhot. And in the end, Schalke, while they gave away a couple of kills, they still knew they were stronger. They kept looking for a fight, and as long as they were 5 together, they won.
And it's so ideal for Schalke as well because they're totally fine trading frontliners because once Vitality's frontline goes down, it makes it that much easier for Nuktuk to flank and access this back line because there's just frankly no one there to body block those skill shots and protect for Kikis and Attila.
And the only way back in this game for Vitality is Attila, hard carrying this, but he needs to burn through 3 tanks. And then he needs to actually try and kill either Nuktuk or Upset. It feels almost impossible for a single AD carry to do it.
Luckily, they have 2. But Kikis,
That other guy doesn't really count.
Kikis is not doing well enough this game. He's got the Warrior Enchant and Black Cleaver at 26 minutes in, but there's simply not enough damage. Gentlemen, coming into today's semi-final, no matter who won, we would have a new first-time finalist. And Schalke Nulfear are on the verge of being that team. Kickers take shot 3.
Oh, that's
Shot 4
huge.
is being lined up and not fired yet. It's Attila that finally tanks it. Schalke Nulfear open the base. They've got Baron for another 2 minutes. The inhibitor is the focus for now.
But will Vitality pull the trigger? We've seen them in this situation before. Do they lose the inhibitor or do they make the play? Kikis get chunked.
Look at the damage from Nuktuk. That Sigil of Malice is burning through everybody on Vitality. The inhibitor is secured. Schalke are on the verge of victory. They just need to close it out. Now, they had a couple of messy plays. They cannot afford that lack of concentration and focus again. but they have all the tools they need to win the series.
Yeah, luckily for Schalke, those sloppy plays do not end up mattering because they won that following fight and took the Baron. So now they've had time to reset. Talk about, okay, what do we do here? How can we actually lose this game? By splitting up. Don't. 5 men together, you already got one in him, go for another one.
And they have players that have made it to finals but never gotten a win. They're going for one now.
All right, Kickers gets knocked up into the air by the keeper's verdict, but it's simply not good enough. Cabo Shot holds on to the Cataclysm. Here comes Jizuke, he's late to the party. He's holding on to the ultimate as well. The tower is the focus for Schalke. They're not able to secure it. Glacial Fisher comes down. Vander with the 4-man knockup. He's turning this around. Cabo gets knocked up.
Wait a second.
Attila! That's double. Jizuke gets one back. Yamato Cannon and Vitality, they live to fight another day.
Vitality crushed the team fight with Jizuke coming in on the flank. Attila stands strong. When he's alive at the end, that is when and where Vitality can win the fight.
Is it enough, Deficio?
It has to be for Vitality. There's no other way out. You need to keep winning these fights and you need your AD carry to deal so much damage against this front line. But what happened here was Chachi ended up taking a lot of damage in the start, then went back in towards the turret, and that opened up for an engage onto him, where he's effectively out now.
Yeah, watch this engage here too. The 2-man taunt on the front line from Jizuke, just keep them in place. And then Cabo diving into the back ending, the 4-man Cataclysm to set up for Attila.
And Nukdog didn't get to do a whole lot. When he jumped back in with the distortion, that's when he got knocked up by Caposhot. And Nukdog ends up also dropping. Big fight. And Drake's second one is actually important because Schalke will still be ahead by the time Elder Drake spawns if we just keep it as it is now. But they will get an Elder Drake without a whole lot of value. And that is still a key way for Vitality to continue going late game.
And the Baron buff has run out for Schalke now, so the game slows down. Vitality can lick their wounds for a little bit, go back to base. Attila now has a Death's Dance on top, so he's going anti-burst.
Did he insta-buy that?
He had a Vamp Scepter, that was it.
Okay, look at his build though, like, it's very defensive. Like, there's not a lot of crit coming in from Attila.
I mean, Nukdog is 6-1 and 4. He needs to be defensive to try and survive against that burst.
He definitely needs it, but he also wants more damage because
it feels bad, man.
There is, of course, Kikis and Jizuke, as we saw in the last fight. If they get enough time, they can do it, but this Graves is only on 2 items, so it still takes him a ton of time to actually kill a front line. And let's take a 5-on-5 without Chachi tanking effectively 70% of his HP before the fight even started. And then I don't know if Vitality have enough damage.
But I'm looking at this next 5v5. I see no flash on Upset, and Cabochard has a Cataclysm. Without the flash on the Jhin, you will be found out in every single fight, and you will be burst down. That is the key, I think, for Vitality to turn around and win another team fight.
And Cabosada is just north of the squad. He's looking for an opportunity. He has flash available to him as well. So if Upset steps too far forward, he will get jumped on.
They know he's waiting because no one is showing in the side lanes right now, and it's waves being pushed down by Schalke. See, Caposhot ends up just recalling now. Schalke called the bluff, and now they're pushing forward.
Yeah, because Vitality have to respond and react to these side lanes. That gives Schalke a lot of time. We're 2 minutes away from the Baron buff spawning. Now Schalke put down all this deep vision, clear away the wards of Vitality to set up for the next Baron.
But we have to see that. All in from Caposhot. I don't care if he flashes in and ults onto Upset. He gets then just Jizuke ult straight onto him, and you kill the AD carry. That feels like the way for Vitality to win the next fight.
And this next fight will be around the Baron, and I think it's the one to decide the game. Attila recognizes that as well. He has an Elixir of Wrath to make him that much stronger for this next 5-on-5. In 1 minute and 20 seconds, that's when the game is decided.
So much tension. 1 minute and 10 seconds until Baron comes up. Guardian Angel is picked up by Upset. The problem with Guardian Angel, if you're locked inside a Cataclysm with a Galio on top of you with Graves following up, is there enough time for the rest of Schalke to build enough safety to get Upset out? That's what I need to watch.
Yeah, because I think the Guardian Angel is just about buying time and actually making him a less desirable target. Vitality know he doesn't have a flash, but if they know he can just get back up and fight again, that makes it a lot less appealing to make that engage happen. But you'll notice Vitality grouping up before Baron spawns. They're losing pressure in side lanes, but they need vision so that Schalke just can't take that from out under their nose.
All right, Vizichachi doesn't have teleport available to him, nor does Caboshard.
But what's important here is by Schalke splitting up, they force Vitality to go back and defend again, meaning they don't get the engage onto the AD carry without flash. Schalke can keep waiting for this key summoner spell to be ready. Let's see again, back to split pushing, no one can stop Nukdog 1v1.
It is 1 minute and 20 seconds before that flash is available. Baron is up in 20. Do Schalke wait the full minute, stall until it's up? That's the question I have for this game. The time being, the answer is no, because Schalke are pushing this mid wave out again. You can see Jizuke's caught and shoved back bottom, but top lane still in favor of Schalke.
And Schalke know that eventually Vitality will walk into the brush, will face check to put down vision. Kickus going in first would be a disaster for them if they get picked.
Couple shot, I keep looking at you. What are you gonna do in this fight here? Upset is really far back. You can't easily get to him. Remember, Chachi as well can try and deny the entrance. Vitality gets to push. Big wave coming towards the top lane turret. They probably have to just ignore it for now if they want to get a fight.
Exactly, because Vitality pushed out mid, now they get to walk back towards the Baron. They're losing a lot of minions to that top lane, but they can now supply some of their own vision against Schalke.
And Schalke love this situation. They are known to play fairly slow at this point, but it's a good thing because they're building big waves. They're forcing you to go back and defend, and then you lose control of the Baron, and then you have to rush from the minion wave to the Baron, and you might show up too late. So they're still in full control. But let's see if we can get the engage.
All right, take a look. Jack Troll manages to get the Winter's Bite. Pillar of Ice slows everybody down. Upset is still in the back line. His flash is not available yet. Nobody gets rooted down by their deadly flourish. And Schalke, they've got themselves some pressure. It looks like that flash has just become available. So Schalke, they hold on to this 5k gold lead that feels like they've had for the better part of 30 minutes. But the Baron is the objective, and neither team has very good vision. Actually, they have no vision around the objective.
And while Schalke play slow, Vitality play fast. They're the ones starting up the Baron with Jizuke on the flank.
Because Vizichachi's in the bottom lane. Look at Jizuke, he's got amazing. They've got amazing. There's no smite available. Vander now forced to run away with his life. He's forced to flash and use that ultimate already.
Yeah, it's not over yet here. Schalke can still defend around Baron. They have Chachi. He's very tanky. He can get in the middle of the entire team. So Nuketag and Upset can deal damage.
Oh, this is going to be so difficult. Vizichachi's used the teleport. He's coming up. Keeper's Verdict is available. Nuketag gets away from stand aside.
Look for the taunt flash from Jizuke. He's landed multiple of them so far in this series. Chachi misses ulti.
Yeah, there's simply no follow-up on that Keeper's Verdict. It's a Rafflecopter. Forced to flash away from Vizichachi. Upset takes a gigantic chunk from that spinning axe. So does Chachi. Here comes Nuketag, trying to find out Jack Troll. Manages to jump backwards to the distortion. Importantly, the Baron is not being focused. The Baron is reset.
And amazing is respawning, so while Vitality are moving back over towards that objective, Schalke now have 5 members back on the map. They're going to be rushing here to get back into this fight.
Vitality are playing from behind. They were 0 and 5 when behind at 15 minutes. Can they turn this game around? Amazing is up and making his way in. He's now making it close to the pit. Baron is about to be secured by Vitality. Vizichachi's down low. Jizuke's alive. He's taken out by Nuketag. It's a trade back, 1-for-1. All of a sudden, are trying to wreck Vitality. The Guardian Angel comes back up. Schalke have won the fight.
And look at the mid lane. They might have just won the game and won the series. Quick shot. Everyone is dead. Vitality are wiped, and Schalke have the Nexus in their eyes.
Gigantic death timers. Vitality did everything in their power to come back into this game. Everything to slow and stop Schalke Null Fear. But it simply was not enough. Vitality, they won the tiebreakers, but they falter in the semi-finals. And for the first time ever, Schalke Null Fear are in the finals. So, can Vitality turn their record against Schalke around to take them down in the playoffs? Or will Schalke repeat history and make the run all the way to the summer final stage in Athens? The games today will tell. Stick around for a special introduction to today's games by none other than me on LEC Ready Check with round 1 of the LEC playoffs immediately following. To the commercial break!
21 Pilots. The Hype.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is my creed. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. You are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
Sometimes I feel cold, even paralyzed. My interior world needs to sanitize. I've gotta step through or I'll dissipate. I'll record my step through for my basement tapes. Nice to know my kind will be on my side. I don't believe the hype, and you know you're a terrible sight, but you'll be just fine. Just don't believe the hype. Yeah, they might be talking behind your head. Your exterior world can step off instead. It might take some friends and a warmer shirt, but you don't get thick skin without getting burnt. Nice to know my kind will be on my side. I don't believe the hype, and you know you're a terrible sight, but you'll be just fine. Just don't believe the hype. No, I don't know which way I'm going, but I can hear my way around. No, I don't know which way I'm going, but I can hear my way around. No, I don't know which way I'm going, but I can hear my way around. But I can hear my way around. time. Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
This is basically a whole habit, no? Like we beat him when he was Schalke on Giants, and right now we just beat him like really hardcore.
I wouldn't really call it a rivalry because I would rather have a rivalry with a better player.
Oh, I love hearing trash talk. I love watching rivalries that are as heated as Upset versus Attila. No matter how many times these players face off, no matter what the tournament or the year, it is always spicy, it is always heated, and it is always high stakes. Both of these players joined the league in 2018, and it was Upset that was hailed to be the next superstar bot laner in the league. Attila wasn't even in discussion, like at all. The fiery Portuguese powerhouse didn't really like that. But how did expectations play out in reality? Well, Upset underperformed in his first split. He failed to deliver, and frankly, I think he choked on stage. Attila, on the other hand, was playing out of his mind. He helped lead Vitality to a 4th place finish in Copenhagen in his rookie split. And while Attila and Vitality were not able to win the match, he was able to go 2-0 against Upset. He was able to make a roadshow appearance. He was able to secure championship points towards Worlds, and all this during his rookie split. All this outperforming against the supposed superstar in Upset. Now, as we move forward to the summer split, Vitality still looked very strong in the regular season. The head-to-head between Attila and Upset goes 2-1, the third game being a tiebreaker, as you can see on the graph. But Upset was able to get his revenge in playoffs. With the help of Amazing, they win the series 3-1 against Vitality. And Upset's squad makes it all the way to finals, makes it all the way to face off against Fnatic. Now, despite appearing in the finals, Upset wasn't able to win the series. He then wasn't able to win regional qualifiers. He then was not able to attend Worlds. And Upset's 2018 was now officially over. Technically, he got a higher placement than Attila, but he didn't really make it to the big international stage. It was Attila that got to do that. Attila got to play Draven against Uzi and beat RNG at Worlds. Attila, the man that wasn't even talked about at the beginning of the year, helped shape and define the international meta. It was Attila that got to stand tall above Upset for his 2018 performance. The 2018 season wraps up, and both Schalke and Vitality look forward to 2019. They have high hopes. At Upset and Attila, they face off several times, and both would be influential members of their squads. And while in spring this year, Upset did get that pentakill against XL, neither he nor Attila has really been in the spotlight for the right reasons. Attila in particular has been struggling to find his 2018 form. And as we look at their head-to-head between the Attila and Upset, you'll notice that in 2019, the standoff for another playoff battle begins. This time, Upset and Attila, the head-to-head score sits at 7-6. Today, that scoreline can change drastically. Every single time these players go head-to-head, sparks fly. These two players clash in the most dramatic of ways. And just before we continue with Ready Check, I want to hear from Attila one last time. Earlier this year, Upset said in an interview that we played at the beginning of this segment that Attila wasn't worthy of being his rival. This is what the Portuguese powerhouse had to say about that.
GG.
Upset. Never trash talk me again, you little... That's what you are, Upset. You little...
You wanted to go mic check or?
Yes, please put that on mic check.
There are gonna be a lot of good series. There's a lot of kills, a lot of fights everywhere. The game is just so bloody right now.
Vitality eliminate SK Gaming from playoffs and from the regional qualifiers. Vitality make it to the postseason.
After we won, I just exploded with all the emotions that were in my body, and I just couldn't stop crying. I was criticized so much, and I was so glad that I showed up big time, the most important game of the split so far. I always say that the biggest driving motor is the fear. Maybe I didn't work enough, but it's on me, because I create the space to become a better player.
Tether here down towards the bottom side, the cross towards the pop, and look at the damage coming out from it. 11, 2v2, Mickey and Perks fall, Vitality.
I'm visualizing World. It's in Europe ever since it's been announced. It's in finals in Paris. It's driving me nuts on this, and that pushes me forward.
Kimura does a lot of damage. He's dodging, but it doesn't matter. Huge shield, can he get it? Upset goes through, finds the kill, shut down.
What's unique about Europe right now is that even the bottom teams have like players that you have to like respect for their individual talent at least.
Look at the base, look at the base! Oh, just when you think it can't get wild. Papa, you wanted a fiesta, and Schalke are here for a party.
I was in the final last summer. I was close to winning the whole thing, so I'm really not content with just making 2 playoffs.
We made a rise to the top again, and I think we're a contender for pretty much everything.
And Origin re-engage the fight, but they are shuffled to pieces. Rogue find a perfect fight. And from last place in spring, Rogue continue to prove they belong in playoffs.
Towards the end now, I feel like we have finally found ourselves.
Prophet in a 4v1 is still surviving. He goes golden, buys enough time. It's a 4 versus 1. Prophet's not done. Rogue, that was amazing.
How good am I? How good am I?
We're not scared to make moves and plays.
How good am I?
Even if they don't work out, we don't give up, and I think that's our strength.
Everyone is gonna give it their all. Everyone wants to make Athens. We're just gonna play like we have nothing to lose.
A supreme display of talent there by the Splice Electro.
The skill ceiling of this team is much higher than it was the previous year. We are willing to play even more aggressive than we did last year, and that's the big improvement.
Zersi's still there, the barrel comes out, and Zersi gets it! Once again, he steps up! He has had an impeccable split. Look at the damage coming out from them. The Elder Dragon, North Scammon on the backline. Zersi steals it, and Splice take the game.
My goal for this split is to make it worse.
Just making playoffs doesn't really make me satisfied.
We are definitely not gonna take this for granted, and we are still there.
Winning is my expectation. I got second place at Worlds last year, and that wasn't enough for me, so I decided to join G2 because I wanted to take it one step further. The expectations can never cloud my judgment. Now that it's playoffs and every game matters so much more, is when we're gonna really step it up. This is where champions are created.
We know that we can't get complacent because then it's very easy to lose.
I really just want to win Worlds honestly at this point, so that I can say in a couple of years that I started playing the game because I wanted to be the best at it. I played the game for 8 years, I became the best at it, and then I left a strong and solid legacy behind. That's honestly why I started playing the game. It wasn't because of money, it wasn't because of fame, it was just I wanted to be the best at League of Legends, and I feel like I haven't really reached that yet.
Poland, Germany, and the LEC Summer Playoffs. There's only one spot in round 2 left, and tonight, Schalke and Vitality will clash to decide who will face Rogue next week. Schalke 04 is ready. They're just entering the studio, or they were a couple of moments ago. Vitality is rocking some new jerseys, I spy with my little eye, so hopefully that will give them some extra energy going into this best of 5, because whoever loses will end their 2019 season here. No more playoffs, no more chance to make it to the regional qualifier for Schalke or Vitality if they lose. Hello everyone, I'm Shox, joined by Ender and by Moose. Yesterday we already saw what pressure can do to teams, and it won't be any different for Schalke and Vitality.
Oh, not at all. I mean, yesterday we had a huge upset. Today we've got a grudge match. Next week we've got Fnatic G2, so I'm so excited for the rest of playoffs.
Me too. Moose, yesterday we asked you to analyze, and I think you did not expect what you saw with your own eyes. Rogue versus Splyce, and Rogue kicked Splyce out of the playoffs 3-0 nonetheless, qualifying for round 2 for Rogue. What happened?
Honestly, Rogue just showed up. Both the solo lanes played phenomenally. Larson was absolutely amazing this whole series. Rogue just looked extremely good as a team the whole way through. Very, very little flaws.
Indeed, and a team of rookies paired with some more experienced players like the Vander. We thought, you know, they'll have trouble with confidence. Maybe they won't show up as they would in the regular season, but none of that, Ender.
No, everything changed for this team. In the regular season, this was a reactionary team. They would counter what teams did, but it was very rare that they were playing on the offensive. Yesterday, they were always the ones punching first, and they looked so good outplaying Splyce from the whole map.
Player of the series was Larson. Moose, you had some very choice words for him, saying, well, for me, it was just the MVP straight up of Rogue yesterday.
Yeah, easily. So, like, coming into the series, everyone was talking about Humanoid being the second or third best mid in Europe. Larson showed up, made complete fun of him, not only in his lane, but he controlled the whole map. He wasn't just a better player in his lane, in his role. He was the smartest player that played on the Rift yesterday.
Yeah, he brought a diversity of picks. He moved around the map. He dominated his lane opponent. And I think then we should also just say goodbye to Splyce, because they are now out of the playoffs, and it will also be difficult for them possibly to get to the regional qualifier. So what is the final verdict on their summer split?
I mean, it was a great split regular season. Huge disappointment here. This team was supposed to be ascending to the top 3 in Europe. They were supposed to be in Athens. They were supposed to be pushing for a finals appearance. They really dropped the ball yesterday. Rogue absolutely outplayed them. And now they only have one more chance if they can get in the regional qualifier to prove themselves again.
Moose, as a coach yourself, yesterday Duke, the coach for Splyce, tweeted shortly after the game how he felt that this had been coming for a long time, and he took a lot upon himself. In a second tweet, other members of the staff did the same thing. It seemed pretty defeatist to me for someone who can still save the entire season by playing in the regional qualifier. What would you say about that, and what do you think Splyce can do in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, personally, from what I loved about Splyce this split, I think the reason everyone started hyping them up is because they were playing well, but then in interviews and social media, they were showing confidence. They were talking about how much better their early game is. And then after this loss, it just seems like they've sort of given up. They're accepting their fate, and they're like, hopefully we'll be able to come out of this. I want to see that confidence from Splyce again. We were talking about them being in the upper echelon. I want to see them get there.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see if they can do it if they get to the regional qualifier. Rogue will play versus the winner of Schalke 04 versus Vitality next week, and Fnatic and G2 will face off in 1 week, 7 days, 168 hours, 10,080 minutes from now. I think, yep, that's correct. The 31st of August, that is Fnatic versus G2, round 1, most possibly. If we look at Rogue and the upset they did and the level they showed, I know a lot of us were very impressed at how well they played. So what are our expectations for round 2 and possibly Athens?
Honestly, I'm like the biggest Rogue fan now. I've been doubting them week on week on week, and there's always been questions in my mind, even when they do prove me wrong and they do win. But yesterday, they played super clean individually and from a macro level, completely leveled up over spring, so I think their chances look really good.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, the initial thing with Rogue was, can their rookie step up? Can they enable themselves? Can they be proactive? But now the question is, they had really good, clean League of Legends yesterday. Is that consistent? Can they keep that up? If they can, they easily contest Schalke and Vitality over the face.
Fantastic. Will be a super exciting round 2. But on top of the battle, the teams are fighting for a spot at the 2019 World Championship. It will take place right here in Europe, and here is how they qualify.
Hello, LEC fans. We made a few changes to how LEC teams qualified to the World Championship. It's pretty straightforward. Let's have a look. The winner of the Summer Split qualifies as the first European seed. This remains unchanged. This year, the 4 teams with the most championship points, excluding the Summer Split winner, fight for the final world seeds over multiple best of 5s. Now, the 2 teams with the least amount of championship points will face off in match 1, with the winner competing against the team with the second highest amount of championship points in match 2. The winner of match 2 will qualify for Worlds and the final round of the regional qualifier. The final round will determine the 2nd and 3rd European seeds, with the winner qualifying as the 2nd seed and the loser qualifying as the 3rd seed, starting their tournament run in the play-in stage. We hope you like the changes. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Dracos, for the explanation. And just to clarify, things stay the same in terms of, how you get to Worlds. If you win the Summer Split, you go to Worlds as the first seed. If you have the most championship points, you're also locked in Worlds. But now you can still be 3rd or 2nd seed, depending on if you win that last match in the gauntlet. And the 3rd team still has to go through the gauntlet to make it to Worlds.
Yeah, basically what this means is that the 2nd best team right now is going to be our 2nd seed, and the 3rd best team is going to be our 3rd seed. It won't be any more where it's like the team that wins gauntlet that could be better than the team that qualifies on championship points slides into play-in. They might just bypass entirely.
Exactly, because they play each other. The regional qualifier is responsible for the seeding. But as for what is happening in the LCK nowadays, here's Laura with the international check-in.
Thank you, Shucks. With the World Championship getting closer and closer, I want to give an overview of what we should expect from LCK playoffs, because I guess we were all surprised that the best LCK team in the world, KT Rolster, crashed and burned once again. Yes. Now, let's take a real look at the Summer Trophy contenders, because I'm talking about SK Telecom here. The team is coming back from a painful 2018 season and is ready to kill it. This is a summer playoff SKT that should be feared, and after a shaky regular season, they came in playoffs armed and prepared. They faced Africa Freaks in round 1 and brought the house down against Sandbox Gaming in round 2 yesterday. This was a classic SKT playoff buff show. If you want an LEC analogy, the same way Fnatic is known to shine in decisive games, SKT got us used to the same pattern over the years. And from what we saw yesterday, Rock has too, apparently. FLICKR reminded everyone that he's called the unkillable Demon King for a reason and added 3 new champions to his 2019 pool: Kiana, Kassadin, and Echo. And outside of Khan finally being consistent, Clit proved once again that he's one of the key players in SKT victories. For our 3-time world champions, these victories were a necessary ticket to punch for a trip to Worlds. With this behind them, SKT is now guaranteed to make Worlds if either themselves or Griffin win the summer LCK title. Going forward, SKT will have a bigger challenge as they face off against Damwon Gaming. This is the new cool kids of this 2019 season. Now, this will be an explosive series, and looking at the matchup, Damwon entered playoff after winning twice against SKT in regular season. But they should be careful about the playoff rookie curse, because they never played a best-of-5 series yet. On the other side, SKT will come in prepared as they play 2 series on the playoff patch, and every player showed that they had some tricks up their sleeve, especially when it comes to drafting in 1916. Now, I asked our LCK representative Papa Smithy about the upcoming matchup, and he said it's going to revolve around FLICKR and Clit against talented Showmaker and Nuguri. Will this be enough? I think it will, because in this moment, experience matters, and SKT showed that they want to make up for missing Worlds last year. If SKT win this, they would lock in for Worlds and join Griffin in a rematch of the spring final. This series will take place tomorrow at 10 a.m. CEST, and I tell you, you don't want to miss it. Now back to you, Shucks.
Thank you very much, Laura. We don't want to miss it indeed. And when we think of the possible scenarios, for me, if you think about SKT being at Worlds, Griffin, Damwon, that sounds like a pretty cool LCK team. Teams going
that sounds awesome, right? And
yeah.
you know, everyone's been hyped. We want to see Griffin on the international stage for the first time, SKT's return. I mean, won't be too much of a difficult competition for our guys like G2, but it's nice to see.
I don't know.
It's nice to see some minor regions getting representation.
And that's how people love to saying things like this. Anyway, time for the part of the show I love the most, and that puts the G in gamer as we bring our favorite characters to life in Champion Charades. So basically, it's charades, and production will give one of us a champ to portray, and then the other 2 people have to guess which one. I guess I'm starting.
I guess it's a good one.
Honestly, that is so hard. Okay.
Stop talking and do it. Sivir.
That.
Oh, wait, jump
Yeah,
up.
Zach.
Oh,
Zach?
Oh, you didn't say it.
Okay, Zach.
Yeah, Zach.
I'm taking that.
No, I mean, I was right there with you. I think they just couldn't hear me over your voice.
I was doing.
You're like, the gooey guy? Why didn't you do his dance? His
Did I
dance
do
is
the
so
old?
epic.
Did I do the old ult? Because I
wait,
was like doing slingshots.
wait, which old ult?
You dove in
The
somewhere.
slingshot. Yeah, he went in. Okay. Well, I guess you got it.
Well.
I didn't know the dance, so my bad.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Kale?
Fiddlesticks?
Rakan? You
uh,
going in? Oh, someone does this, no?
a
Is it
bird?
Lucian? No.
No.
Something else. Do something else of the kit. Wukong?
Yes!
I
I feel like someone cheated for you.
You can't prove it.
That was such a good Wukong. I'm so dizzy right now.
No. You know what it is? Because in your head, you're like, wow, okay, this is so Zach, or this is so Wukong. But then we're looking at you and we're like, what?
Look at that replay. That's so epic. I'm like, get knocked up, please.
I feel like we should be allowed to use like noise. You'd be like, whoa, ha,
I'm
ha.
so dizzy.
Same. All right.
All right.
Moose? Gragas!
Wow.
How good am I?
That was so insane. What?
Why did I get Zach? Who's trolling?
What a dance.
This is great.
Can we even show that on Twitch? Oh, yeah.
Who's getting, there's one more. Who's getting it?
I thought it was you.
Oh. God damn it.
Find.
This is so difficult again. Okay.
Naruto. Lucian. Lucian, what?
It's a
Kale.
bird that flies.
Not Kale?
Yes.
Quinn! Not, dude. Well played, well played.
I was supposed to hang over you and then come down. And then, like, she does a backflip and then shoot.
Your arrow was
Yeah.
top notch.
I love the instant replay. That's Wait, what was that? Was that supposed to be the
She does
knockback?
a backflip, doesn't she?
The vault.
Why didn't you do the backflip then? What?
I guess my attire wasn't appropriate for it. Oh dear. That was a lot of fun. I hope the mic is still connected.
Well.
Yes, it is. Cool.
That's champion charades.
That's it. Okay, cool. Well, who won? Who's won? I asked 2 points.
I mean, you really nailed them like really quickly.
Yeah.
The Quinn for sure.
The Quinn, your
Cool.
Gragas was insane.
We're going to catch our breath because we usually don't do that much physical exercise. But yesterday, Woolite, he qualified for round 2 of the playoffs, and Jack Troll had some choice words for him on Euphoria last week.
There have also been tryouts to the best Polish team, but I didn't even make it as a third support. Even though I think I had the best performance in the trials back then, but I was considered toxic in the team environment, which I think was bullshit. By the way, Wulaj didn't choose me as a support back then because he was a main character to choose his support to play, and he didn't choose me. So I hope we meet in semifinals of playoffs, and I'm gonna beat his ass off for that time.
Yeah, loving it. There's even more animosity for matchups that are to come between Rogue and Vitality, possibly. Before that to happen, of course, Vitality would have to beat Schalke. And right now, we're going to dive deeper into Schalke versus Vitality. And we also want you guys at home to tell us who you think will win. So you can spam in the chat VIT or S04 if you think Schalke 04 or Vitality are going to win. But now, you could just decide, or you can listen to my analysts and their professional opinion, but need to reiterate once again that whoever loses tonight is done with their 2019 season. So let's start with Vitality, and I would say their year has been up and down, but it's been definitely so in the summer split. Very up and down for them, and very inconsistent with sparks of genius. Is that a way to describe it?
It's been a total roller coaster because
Yeah.
this team started off 0-4. Everyone counted them out. This team looked absolutely abysmal. But then they started putting the pieces back together. They started looking much better, fixing each problem that sort of arose until the last 2 weeks of the regular season, where again they slid until they got to that tiebreaker match up against SK that they were able to win.
Moose, what would you think, or how would you describe the general issues that Vitality has been struggling with for most of summer?
Yeah, I think Vitality's playstyle is Jizuke is going to play as far up as he can, and then everyone else has to be ready to go with him, especially Mowgli. And they look really discoordinated when they can't do that together. So the key for Vitality today, have Jizuke and Mowgli work really well together.
Work better together. When we talk about individuals in the team context, I do want to mention Trick for Schalke. As is the story with Schalke, when they change out their junglers in the middle of the season, it works out for them. Last year they made it to the finals, and there it seems to be a well and tried and successful recipe.
Right, and for this team, what really they needed was just clear communication and just a smarter way to play League of Legends, and Trick helps them with that. They're very spoken about how he brings that calm voice to the team, where he gives them clear direction within their games, and it looks absolutely evident inside of their games. This team is very consistent and has been on top of the league, in the top 4 for pretty much the whole split.
Would you describe them as a team that makes their in-game moves mainly from the jungle position?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a jungle and support that really control where Schalke makes the plays, and then along with that, they either decide to play on mid or a lot of the times through bot. So it's a mid-bot team that really is controlled by jungle and support.
When we look at the team styles against each other of Schalke and Vitality, Schalke, we've said many times, is trying to play the game in the right way, yet still being aggressive when needed. When Vitality seems to always kind of come in with not that much structure when it comes to how they want to play out the game once they are in the game, and it all looks chaotic from the outside.
Yeah, on Schalke's side, it's very coordinated, a very team fight-driven team. Vitality, it seems like it's driven by individuals. If it's Jizuke jumping forward and making the big play, or Jack Troll in particular, a lot of times in their tiebreaker match looked very, very good. In other times, it's been much more hit or miss.
Definitely so.
And the Jack Troll one's interesting because he's very flippy, and on the other side of it is Ignar, who these last 2-3 weeks has been so consistent and so good at like almost every stage of the game that it's really going to come down to can Vitality be chaotic together.
Yeah, it's about the individual and also about the team playing, and if we want to look at how they can play it out versus each other, you're going to break down how Schalke beat Vitality last time around.
Exactly, Shocks, and really what I want to do here is show exactly how Schalke used pressure extremely well and how they can try to exploit Vitality when they do that. So I picked out a replay right here that I think expertly demonstrates that. We're about 16 minutes on the clock right here, and Vitality have just tried to play around the top lane. You'll notice they see Ignar clearing out that ward, but you'll also see that while Ignar is coming around the bend right here, there's multiple recalls that just came off from the Vitality bottom lane. So Ignar and Trick both have made this full rotation up towards the top side of the map. Even though they transferred over vision, Cabochard stuck around, and he's going to get punished big time while the rest of his team resets. So that's the first mistake from Vitality, not realizing where they lack pressure on the map. But then we pause and say, well, what's the response here? Mowgli is on his red buff when Vitality need to actually be using their pressure in mid lane to come make the same response play on the bottom side of the map, attack that bot lane rumble as well as that tower for a good trade. But instead, because Mowgli sticks around on this red buff, they end up delaying their play a lot, giving time for Ignar to reset and path down bottom lane himself. So this whole play super telegraphed by the side of Vitality, and also at the same time, you'll see that once Mowgli gets down here, it's not a top laner that's overextending. It was actually Odoamne who backed away from that tower, respecting the fact that he needed his teammates to show up. Now, Schalke, they don't get a kill off of this play, but what they do get is the flash off of Jack Troll, which will be very important later on. So we pause, we take a look at the map state right now, because Vitality need to reset after this play, while now we have a Schalke team that has pressure on the map. So they're going to send their side laners to push, break into a 1-3-1 right now to create a lot of pressure on side lanes, and then their play is going to be attack this mid lane final outer turret. So they get their pressure, and then they collapse around that lane with 5 players. So we go ahead and check this one out. It's a little delayed off the bat. Trick going to be clearing the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side to help his team push out that lane, but ultimately will cancel his reset and path around to make this dive happen. And what this shows to me is that Schalke have a very clear idea of how to play around pressure. When those 2 side lanes push out, Vitality have to send 2 members to defend it, so it's a 5 versus 3 around this middle lane. Trick gets the flank, and then a flashless Jack Troll is also sniped out with the Rumble Equalizer. Jizuke also pushes up forward, trying to get an extra kill, and ends up falling himself. All in all, this shows us just how good Schalke are at playing around pressure, and also that you can exploit Vitality in these types of scenarios.
Yeah, and also the fact that Schalke knows exactly what to do versus this Vitality, and probably will have that same plan coming into the playoffs. The fans think Vitality is going to win. I believe it was 53% in favor of them. But I do want to just talk about some key members we got to keep our eye on in this. Moose, you talked about it a lot. Jizuke, if the guy plays like he did at Worlds and did for most of last year, that's good. But what else does he need to show here in this best of 5?
Yeah, I want Jizuke to play just as aggressive as he normally does. I want everyone else in Vitality to play at his pace and for his pace. Vitality, Jizuke in scrims against us will have 30, 40 kills in 15 minutes just because of Jizuke. I want the same thing today. I want him to play really calm.
Yeah, I want him to play aggressively, but I need the rest of his team to be backing him up because Trick loves to babysit mid lane, loves to punish enemy mid laners. Mowgli is going to need to have Jizuke's back, otherwise that's a big red flag.
Absolutely, and finally in the bottom lane, we talked about Upset and Attila a lot, but Ignar versus Jack Troll is just as interesting. Jack Troll is also that feast or famine player, but he can also pull out very interesting picks to throw off the opponents. But on the other hand, Ignar is such a complete player, it looks like, for Schalke.
Yeah, Ignar has been the main enabler for Schalke for pretty much these last 4 or 5 weeks now, and he's so good at it, especially with Trick following him up. Jack Troll has a huge job on his hand.
That he does. We are almost there. Who's going to win? I voted for Schalke.
I've got 3-0 Schalke.
3-1 Schalke.
Ooh, that's a new caster curse in the making if I ever heard one. But there's tons on the line tonight as Schalke and Vitality fight to stay alive on the road to Athens and Worlds. Let's hit the riff.
Thank you very much, Shox. I'm Medic. I'm joined by Foscurin. Sadly, Vedius is unwell today. Let's just take a moment to pay our respects.
He was so young.
So young, taken from the world at such a young age.
Very talented. Vedi, get well.
Get well soon, my man.
It does mean that we're not the Vedi,
Yes.
but we are much more fashionable. So we're going to be what, medicine?
Medicine. I like Medicine. I think Medicine is a great duo name for us. We're going to jump into Champion Select in just a moment. Schalke versus Vitality. They said it already on the analyst desk. The loser of this is out of contention for Worlds.
Yeah, and so stakes are very high, not just for playoffs, but looking past playoffs, looking at your 2019 season. Now, that said, I know everyone is very excited about the Rogue upset over Splice yesterday. I'm sure if you asked Rogue, Rogue was like, upset? What upset?
Exactly.
We knew we were going to win. That said, I don't think the same thing can happen. Now, yes, Vitality can win, but it wouldn't be in the same way that Rogue were able to outsmart, outwit, and outplay Splice. I think if Vitality walk away with this series, it's because you get very bloody League of Legends. So just to echo Moose on that desk, if you're a Vitality fan, you want the bloodshed, you want the carnage.
And if you're a play-by-play caster, you want the bloodshed and carnage as well. Vitality will need to come out all guns blazing, but Schalke standing in their way. I think a lot of people will say Schalke are the favorites coming into this game, not as well defined as yesterday, Splice being what everyone thought, the team that everyone thought would take home the big W, but today Schalke coming in on top across the board. We'll see what they can do in the first round of pick and bans. Draven banned, Karma banned, Rumble and Aatrox taken away.
And I have kind of two questions coming into this draft phase as we look at the initial bans. The first question is, will Garen and Yuumi actually be a thing for this series, as important as it was in yesterday's series? And the second question is, where were Vitality actually going to try to strike? So the thing about Schalke is they don't have a lot of firepower or teeth, bite, whatever you want to call it. They don't play that aggressive in lane outside of Upset and Ignar. So were Vitality going to try to match them for that firepower in the bot lane, give power to Attila and Jack Troll? Was it going to be through Jizuke, or was it going to be through Cabochard with triple top lane ban?
That is the big question, as you say. The triple top lane ban may be showing that Cabochard wants to get his hands on something strong, but I do see Yuumi sneaking through picks and bans so far. Silas locked in first for Schalke, could go to Trick, could go to Abadage in the mid lane, and Zaya Rakan immediately from Attila and Jack Troll. Vitality showing us they want to play through bot.
But here's the thing. Jack Troll is not a Rakan player. Yes, he can play it, but it hasn't been one of the picks that Vitality go through. Now, as we look across the other side on Schalke, this is Europe. When you play Caitlyn Morgana, you get a split map on you. Every single time this happens, you want to invade, split the map so that one jungler gets top side, one jungler gets bot side, and you allow Morgana and Caitlyn to push. Vitality know this is coming. Schalke know that that's what they want to do. I'm curious if Schalke will get away with it. If they're going to be able to unlock this Caitlyn and Morgana lane to continuously be pushed forward, or if Vitality will draw a line in the sand, say, no, 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 you do not get to split the map on us. We will gank you if you push too far forward.
It feels a lot of it comes down to how the junglers play around that bottom side of the map. We've seen Trick come into Schalke this summer and really revolutionize the way this team plays in the early game. Mowgli doesn't usually spend that much time around his laners early on, but we'll see here if Vitality are going to put a little bit more impetus down towards that bottom side.
As long as Mowgli gets something quite proactive from the jungler that has early gank potential, he has the setup from Jack Troll on the Rakan, so you could try to see Mowgli punish this Morgana and this Caitlyn from upset Ignar.
We'll see if Vitality are able to get Mowgli on something strong. Things like the Jarvan spring to mind immediately. Olaf and Mordekaiser are moved here in the second ban phase by Vitality. Tristana taken away by Schalke. That's a solo lane Trist that they're banning out. We have seen Jizuke play it once already, this split of course.
I think if you're Schalke, you might want to think about pinching the Sejuani here. They feel that they have a Sylas that can be flexed into either the mid lane or in the jungle, so they might not be so threatened by Sejuani because Sylas can use that power against her. So instead they start to go towards one of those pocket picks of Jizuke with the Rise.
Instant pick Karthus here from Vitality though. As you say, the pocket pick for Jizuke in the Rise getting taken away can be impactful, but Vitality have a game plan. They are coming into this one prepared and ready for anything Schalke throws at them.
And then reminder, if this is Mowgli's jungle Karthus, you need to have very strong laners. Now he already has this setup between his Xayah Rakan bot lane who have great push, then can try to match the Caitlyn Morgana push, as well as the Jace. But if things start to go sideways, if one of these lanes breaks down because someone makes an early misplay, suddenly Mowgli is on a very far back foot and is unable to get this Karthus into the mid game where he's so powerful.
Karthus scales so incredibly well throughout the game, but you do need to get him rolling early on. If you get shut down, you really have no impact. And with Schalke having things like the Black Shield, like the shield on the second proc of Abscond Abduct from the Sylas, actually becomes very difficult to burst through some of these tanky Schalke members. There's the Sejuani you talked about earlier. It's the 5th time we've seen Trick play it this split, and he has been incredibly impactful on it for Schalke.
Yeah, but on the other side, we have the pivot. It is not going to be the jungle Karthus. It's instead going to be Jizuke taking that pick into the mid lane. Now, he has played it already once this season in the mid lane. Didn't really work out for them, and I'm curious if they're going to change up those summer spells.
I'm really excited right now. Smite mid Karthus could be on the cards. We have occasionally seen people outside of the jungle take Smite. You know, Soraka top with Smite. It was a little bit of a meme in the LEC, but it does enable you to farm up even quicker. You can start looking towards those Razorbeaks, stealing them away from the enemy jungler, and you have incredible push in that mid lane. It's locked in. It will be Smite here for Jizuke.
It also gives you access to the jungle item, which is actually a really cost-efficient item in terms of getting your AP out. So while not only you get to kind of hyper farm on a Karthus, having the Smite contesting those Raptors, it also gives you some different itemization that you wouldn't normally have access to.
We wondered coming into this pick and ban if we would have a series-defining draft in Game 1. It's the time that teams can experiment. You don't lose too much if you bring out something new in Game 1 and lose in a best of 5. But here we see Vitality laying down the gauntlet. Smite Karthus mid, Graves in the jungle. Schalke, on the other hand, have gone for something very conventional. A bit of scaling, a bit of strength. We'll see if Vitality are able to find that skirmish style, that animal style that they have been looking for all split. So far, they have been very much on the back foot, but today they make their stand.
It is expected versus unexpected. The control versus the chaos that Vitality can bring here. On one side, you have Schalke's draft, a picture-perfect Schalke draft. They basically got everything that has made them the bread and butter of their season so far. Level 6 ultimates, super front-to-back team fighting, and a lot of comfort picks. And on the other side, it's Vitality throwing a wrench right out the gate with this Karthus Smite mid.
And already they're going for a little bit of an invade at level 1. It was spotted out by Schalke, even landed a Dark Binding onto Attila, but Vitality will just use this time to get some vision control. That's a control ward going into that bush right there, and this is a lot of damage coming down onto Jack Troll. Upset, getting the headshots off across the wall. Schalke are very aware of where Vitality is standing.
And reminder, it's really strong for Vitality to look for these types of invades because they're still dealing with a double smite.
Okay, he realized he's on a control ward after a second there. Perhaps just wasn't expected it to be in there. Jizuke is going to face check straight into Odoamne and Abadage. Trick coming in from the side. Upset has a flank position. Ignar has a flank position. Looking for the binding, and Vitality just staying around. This is a 5v5 brawl at level 1. We wanted chaos, we wanted fights, and that's going to happen. Jack Troll jumping in, Schalke going low, Trick having to flash away, and now having to run away. Mowgli, oh, you see the damage damage coming down onto him already. Vitality looking for the traces. Jizuke hits level 2, but Jacktro's so low. Adagi going in, Odo flashing forward. Cabo trying to bring the hammer down, but Upset goes one more. It's a double for the Caitlyn, and Vitality are falling to pieces. This could be it. This could be the series defined at level 1 in game 1 before 2 minutes are even on the clock. Schalke are 3-0 up.
So let's talk real talk. If this was a scrim, immediately both teams pause and Vitality says, remake please, you now have a triple kill Caitlyn. Yes, she doesn't have access to flash, but she is going to get a massive buy when she eventually does respawn. At most times, this is the ender of pro games.
And you can see in this Alien where we play, Vitality were not giving up this fight.
And you can kind of understand what they're thinking. We have double smite, we want to contest the Raptors, we have Jace, who is such a powerful champion level 1, Rakan, so like the idea is there, the execution, however, falls apart. Schalke are very good at 5v5, even at level 1, in terms of when they need to engage, when they need to play it fast, and they just outplay Vitality there.
Oh, it's incredible stuff, and of course all the kills going over towards Upset is only going to snowball that lane even more. You talked a little bit about split map early on in the draft, that whether Schalke would be able to play through the push presence they can have in this bot lane. Having a 3-kill Caitlyn makes that even easier for you to do.
But it also means that you don't have to rely on splitting the map to make Morgana Caitlyn so powerful. One of the reasons why this lane is so difficult to deal with is its safety and its push power. And again, now that you have those 3 kills, you don't have to invade and then force the enemy jungler to play topside while the Caitlyn Morgana lane gets their jungler playing bot side. You just need to make your back, have a BF sword, and you're already a bully.
So we want to keep our eyes on that Karthus in the mid lane as well. You can actually see Jizuke's coming down here. He's going to be gifted over this Scuttle Crab by Mowgli as Mowgli tries to contest Trick on the top side. Trick able to get there first, going in. Mowgli, of course, no flash after that level 1. Trick just needs one more auto, locks him up. Abadage on the chase, and Mowgli will pay for the sacrifice with his life. Jizuke gets the Scuttle Crab, but Schalke get the kill.
This is from bad to worse for Vitality, but we are buckled in for this best of 5, so we cannot simply go GG next. Multiple ways for Schalke to attack this map, however. They got basically everything that they wanted. They now have complete control over top side of the map. Again, when Upset finally gets his back, he's going to have complete control over bottom side, even if he kills Jack Troll here.
Won't quite be able to do it, as Jackdaw was able to dodge away. Has gone for the cleanse on the Rakan.
It's the respect.
Yeah, you have to do it. When you're going into a Dark Binding and a Caitlyn trap, you can be locked up for a very long time. Now, Upset's going to back. And I, for one, know he's got about 2,000 gold in his back pocket. BF Sword, 4 minutes in on a Caitlyn in an oppressive lane is going to be very, very hard for Vitality to deal with.
It means that bot lane's over, and the unfortunate thing for Vitality fans is that it's a Mountain Dragon that's going to be spawning. So this power of having such an early BS sword, yeah, you've got double smite, and you can see that Vitality are constantly trying to force mid lane and then use this priority to cheat down towards the bottom side. But if this gank doesn't work out, like, all hope is lost.
Here goes Jack Troll, 90 caliber net, will get Upset away. The binding doesn't connect, and the gank didn't work for Skewer, and Jizuke just came in with the Wall of Pain. Will land some pebbles onto Ignar, but won't be able to do too much more. May just stay around to try and keep Upset and Ignar underneath their tower for the time being.
Yeah, but that was pulling multiple members. Not only was Jizuke there, but Mowgli was quick behind him, as now some trading up into the top side. And yeah, I think all hope is lost for Attila and Jack Troll. At this point, they're just going to try to survive this lane. They can't look for a swap this early on until the Herald spawns. And again, it's such a high priority dragon that this is a real feels bad for Vitality and how they're going to control this bot lane river.
I do want to talk a little bit about how this extrapolates to the rest of the map, because there was so much action we didn't really get to break down, you know, how these teams would want to play in the early game, what their expectations were for the first 10 minutes of the match, and we're not going to get to do it right now because Cabba shot's been caught out by Abadage. The chase is on. Odoamne's still there. Cabba with a jump across the wall, but Odo chases him down with the boomerang, and Schalke have 5 on the board 5 minutes in.
But this is one of the advantages that it goes to the rest of the map. You know, is Jizuke and Mowgli are spending so much of their time and kind of missing these back resets because they're trying to protect Attila and Jack Troll bottom. It means that Abba gets mid lane priority and can look for roams like that to start impacting the top lane. So this is all connected together as one weakness is bleeding into another.
Just allows you to do so much more across the map. Trick down towards this bottom side, just helping out his laners. 2,500 gold lead for Schalke early on.
This is actually pretty cool. I'll hold it.
It is pretty cool as Mowgli almost goes down to Abadage. Not quite gonna fall. Abadage steals it away! Collateral damage, another one down, and Vitality are bleeding on every part of the map.
In theory, this could be so cool because you see that Jizuke, it's so sad. You see that Jizuke and Mowgli are kind of playing musical chairs with who's going to be jungling and who's in the mid lane and making sure that they're picking up like all of the available farm all at one point. But unfortunately, we are so far behind as Vitality that Abba is able to abuse level 6 to level 4 and just kill him.
Well, here comes Jizuke down towards the bottom lane, looking for that mid lane gank. Ignar caught out just a little bit, still has the flash, has the exhaust as well, and Upset just opens up onto Jacktroll, who has to jump away. And here comes Trick. Jizuke realizes he's out of mana, and with no mana, you can't really do too much. He will fall. Upset takes him. Ignar trying to dodge away from the Skittles. Doesn't even use flash. He's a beast. He avoids it all, but Mowgli, smoke screen. 7-1 to Schalke, and Vitality are feeling very much like Brazil right now.
Vitality on the board. That's what's going to count there. Very fancy footwork from Ignar, but like we said, from bad to worse, Schalke fans, you should be feeling very happy. I'm pretty sure game 1 might be over.
Yeah, it feels pretty over right now. We'll keep just watching it develop, because it's very interesting to see exactly how Vitality are trying to play around this double smite combination. Hasn't worked out too well for them as of yet, but a lot of that does come down to the level 1.
I mean, at some point, you kind of have to abandon Attila and Jacktroll, which hurts because they do have so much setup for you for the recon, and you have to turn your direction towards Cabo Shard and think, how can we help the top side of the map? Because bot side is done. It's now bleeding over into contesting enemy blue buffs. It's going to be full priority over the Mountain Drake. Like, bot side of the map completely belongs to Schalke.
It must be pretty bad being Attila and Jacktroll in this situation, saying, hey, we're combined 0-1-0, but the Caitlyn has 4 kills. What on earth happened here? And it hasn't worked out for them at all. Schalke playing around the bottom side of the map, and can actually see Jizuke saying, okay, I can play top side. I'm going to go and try and steal away this blue buff.
Yeah, it's Jizuke finding the small window, the only time that he can get something back. As I say that, though, Odo actually stuck his head around, so maybe almost scary for Jizuke, but we finally get a blue buff.
I mean, Odo could look for the jump across the wall here if Abadage was going to come in for the chase. Misses the boomerang toss, and Jizuke will just escape to fight another day. There's a Mountain Dragon down towards this bottom side, and Attila and Jacktroll have decided they don't want to play bot lane anyway. Going to play in the mid lane for the moment. Instead, we'll just go down back towards bot lane, but it's so dangerous for them.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to constantly see Jacktroll and Attila do, which is to shove the wave into Upset. Upset can take his merry time. If he ever gets a freeze onto his side of the lane, then it's even more punishing. And then Jacktroll and Attila are going to look at mid and say, is there anything that we can get done here? And as long as Abba is playing well with that recognition that people are roaming into his lane, then again, it's just going to slowly bleed out Vitality as Schalke are going to continue to get resources funneled into them, and Vitality will be starved for them on the other side.
And that tends to be how Schalke play games. If they get an early game lead, especially when they're looking towards, these level 6 marks on things like the Sejuani, on things like the Silas, they then just slowly use that lead to suffocate the enemy team. They take plates, they look for those objectives like the Rift Herald, like the Mountain Drake, and it becomes very hard for the enemy team actually to find any avenue back into the game.
Do have a bit of a play possibly being set up on the top side. So we usually talk about Schalke as kind of this level 6 team defined by Trick's level 6. He loves playing level 6 junglers, Sejuani, Skarner, Kiana, these big ultimates to play around. He now finally has access to it, and you can see that Schalke setting up a potential dive. I think without having access to the Mega Gnar, since it's just faded, it's probably just going to be a security net to help push that wave in, as now bot lane.
Upset's already level 7, has used the ace in the hole, and Abadage is coming across as well, but 2 good wards will spot him out on his rotation, and Attila and Jacktroll realize they do not want to stay around for too much longer. I do want to give a little bit of credit to Vitality. Having those wards in when they really haven't had that much control of the river is just working around the windows when the enemy's backing, finding opportunities to get a bit of vision in, and it means that they don't die to ganks like that. So they keep themselves just that little bit closer to being in the game.
And again, kind of the interesting nature of having this Graves, Karthus musical chairs, because again, Mowgli in the mid lane while Jizuke has been power farming through the jungle and kind of securing both scuttles, is now that you have access to the Karthus ultimate, it is quite dangerous for Schalke to commit one way or the other in terms of dives, because Vitality could instantly have numbers advantage there, or instantly collapse to one side. So Schalke instead kind of focusing on the monster objectives with a very early Herald take by Trick.
Getting that Herald just opens up one of those towers in a little bit of time. Down in the bottom lane, Attila is pretty even on CS here. Again, a little bit of credit across towards Vitality. Although they have been pushed miles behind in this lane, they've been able to hold on quite well. And with Jizuke coming down again, he hasn't really spent much time in the mid lane. It's kind of like he's off-rolling as a jungler in a ranked game this match.
I think in a perfect world, if this works out well for them, it's kind of almost like a double funnel, in that you're, again, feeding so many resources into 2 champions and then trying to springboard Karthus and Graves ahead of the clock, so you have like massive kill threat. Because imagine the burst damage between a Graves ultimate when he's just like so much farther ahead than you, and then a Karthus ultimate on top of it. You basically 100-0 anyone, but because everything else fell apart, I don't know if they have that same kill threat.
The funnel hasn't really been working for them. Schalke were 3,062 gold ahead at the 10-minute mark. The largest lead they had before today was 2,700, so they have just showed how powerful they can be in the early game. And Jizuke is about 1,100 gold behind in that mid lane as well. So although the double, a lot of it comes down to the level 1, and we will mention it over and over again, but maybe Vitality can start to get some more resources on Jizuke and Mowgli and look for some of those powerful team fights you were talking about.
Yeah, and the scaling potential is still there. You still have a card of the Zazaya. Now, a later Mountain Dragon, again, Schalke have had control over this river for the entire time, so this was the pick and choose about when they wanted to take it. There's no reason to force yourself into an unfortunate fight early because you know it's going to be yours anyway. You just kind of wait till when the moment's good for you. I expect the Herald to be used to your bottom, just because if you unlock this Caitlyn, it's kind of the decision of, do you unlock the Caitlyn and then have her start rotating around the map, or do you try to hold the tower to keep funneling free gold into the Caitlyn, wait till she has her item, and then start rotating around? But I think after this plate gank, she's going to have the second item.
Yeah, she's now already got the Infinity Edge, looking for those plates. Anyone else who's confused like me for a moment there, it was Silas who'd stolen the Requiem away, who used it, which is why it hit onto Vitality. Jackdaw looking for the engage here. Black Shield used on upset, but already Attila is dead, and Mowgli will be short to follow. It's so easy for Schalke. They're tanking the tower, they're taking the kills, and Vitality can do nothing about it.
This is an Infinity Edge Caitlyn at 12 minutes into the game. The tower falls at 13 minutes. The Requiem was used by Abadage to try to dissuade Vitality from looking for that fight. Vitality take it anyway, and they're doubled down on the punishment. Upset is now 5-0-2.
I think doubling down is kind of Vitality's motto. We saw it at the level 1, even though they were caught out, they still went for it, and then we see it again there. Kabashar trying to get away here. Odawamne looking for the Gnar into the wall, did have the flash, but isn't going to use it. Yes, Abadage is chased away. Jizuke on his way across. Doesn't have the Requiem, so isn't really going to be able to add too much to this as Abadage dodges away from Cabo. And now we'll see where that Caitlyn Morgana lane goes. Could go mid, could go top, of course.
I have a feeling it'll probably go up into the top lane. It's not as necessary to control this, though. I'll hold it. It's not as necessary to control this portion of the map because Rift Herald has been taken.
So opening up either of those two towers really helps you set up the game pretty well. I think we're all kind of expecting a fight. Whenever Vitality get close to their opponents, you kind of expect them to go in. But for the moment, they hold off fire, and Schalke will be very happy just chipping away at that tower. We're going to see that play down towards the bottom lane once again.
So they actually outplay the Black Shield as well because they use it on upset, and then Jackdaw very quickly pivots to hitting the support Ignar. But again, you're playing at such a disadvantage across from upset, who is massive, that it doesn't matter if Vitality find the right target selection in the fight. Schalke are just going to brute force through it anyway.
I'm just having a quick look at the headshot damage. It does an extra 251 damage right now, and Attila has 1,100 HP. So that's about a third of your HP per headshot that's going away if Upset can connect.
And think of how many plates Upset has gotten before the plates fell off. The mid tower is now down. The bot tower is down. This guy, very wealthy.
15 minutes in, there's a 7,000 gold lead for Vitality, and you have to feel it's all done but the Nexus falling right now. Vitality trying to defend. Jizuke counter-invading the Wolves, trying to get some of that gold onto himself.
What is he supposed to do if he shows up?
I'm not saying it's a bad decision. I'm just saying that's what he's doing right now.
I mean, like, the silver lining in this is that it's very easy for Vitality to go backstage and be like, okay, guys, this one was on the level 1. Maybe we just don't do that. We try to run this back. But on the other side, Schalke are like, okay, that's one game down.
Yep.
What are you going to run next?
I totally agree with you, but also I feel like that level 1 is kind of indicative of just how Vitality likes to play the game. They take those 50-50s, they take those like skirmish-heavy fights. Like, we always used to talk about them as like the LPL-style team, where if they see someone they can kill, they'll try and kill them until they're dead.
It's believing that you're the 51%, that it's never actually an even fight.
Schalke are gaining control of this top side of the jungle, still 4 minutes before the Baron spawns, but they have had an impeccable early game gifted to them by those early kills. And we did ask a few questions, you know, a few weeks, middle of the split, whether Schalke could actually play aggressively in the early game, whether they could snowball advantages away from teams because they were more of a mid-game team fight orientated squad. And they do still excel at team fights. But since probably week 9, we really started to see them up the tempo in some of their games, especially when they're playing against Vitality.
Especially when they get upset so far ahead. The thing that Schalke really excel in is front-to-back team fighting. They work really well with Sejuani. He's kind of like a super tank. And when you have an AD carry as talented as Upset, as long as you just put meat in front of him, he will do the work for you.
Jackdaw was looking for the engage there, but the Black Shield will hold him off. Caught in the binding, Odo and Cabochard trading on towards the top side as Odo flashes away. Cabo doesn't have a flash of his own. Upset looking for the damage as Attila goes low. Requiem used, not going to do too much, but Odo might get taken out. Gifted over to Jizuke, and Vitality have a kill on their mid laner.
And that's kind of what Vitality really need to look for. They need to isolate and pick fights where Upset is not a factor in them. So they kind of pick the one winning fight that they have, which is using that Requiem in tandem with the Cabochard versus Odo. Now, meanwhile, while that was happening, yes, Vitality did get the kill, but it's still a map win for Schalke because they're continuing to eat up all of these towers.
Yeah, getting another 2 towers there, 5-0 on the scoreboard. They're looking for their second Drake of the game as well. It will be a Cloud. Let's have a look across some of these items. Upset is sitting on an Infinity Edge and a Rapid Fire Cannon building up towards his next. You've only got an Essence Reaver on Attila, but I do want to bring just a little bit of attention to the fact that Jizuke has a Medjai's Soul Stealer now on the Karthus.
And hopefully you can get that to 20 stacks, because I think that's the only chance Vitality have to really feel comfortable coming back. Taking another look at this one, they zone away, Vitality zone away Schalke from protecting Odo. Odo's forced to burn the flash very early, but then Cabo knows that he has the 1v1 with the Requiem in his back pocket.
Yeah, and you give the kill over towards your Karthus, you get him scaling up as much as possible. With 2 minutes left on the clock before the ban, we have to expect Schalke will be looking towards that. And earlier today, Jackdaw had some choice words. He said, we will absolutely destroy and dismantle them.
This is BM. XD.
Odo Omne with the XD response. I mean, it's a little bit...
Did he tweet that from in-game?
No. He wishes. Cabochard still trading here onto Odo Omne, who is really just being the meatball for Schalke, the meat bag. He's kind of the one taking all of the pressure and just absorbing it as much as possible while the rest of his team looks towards the top side of the map.
So this is a twofold game plan from Vitality. Number one is stay the hell away from Upset, and number two is get behind Cabochard.
Yep.
And that is Vitality's game plan right now. Schalke, as long as Odo Omne wants to soak up all of this attention as people keep running at him, they continue to make cross-map plays. And as long as they're always trading something, either farm onto super carries or taking objectives, it's still a net positive for Schalke.
Well, we'll see what Schalke decide to do here, because they have 4 players on the top side of the map, and 3 of Vitality are heading down towards bot. Trick coming down as well. I'm not sure they know Jizuke is waiting here. Now they do, as the control ward spots him out. Odo Omne looking for that Mega Gnar, needs to build it up pretty quickly. The teleport comes out, and they're looking for the fight as Abadagi is going to join it. And here is Trick off towards the top side. Jizuke forced back behind the tower. Trick's going to catch on to Jack Troll. Abadagi still chasing onto the Karthus. He'll take him out. And meanwhile, on the top side of the fight, the teleport was cancelled. Cabochard has nowhere to go. Tries to flash away, but he will not survive to fight another day. Trick takes him down, and it's too easy. Jackdaw dies as well. Upset's dominating. And Schalke are just picking Vitality up.
We're actually so early on in the game that Schalke are actually trying to figure out what to take next because they got everything on the map. They are really reliant on the Baron to break the base because it's still so early on that if you're just funneling into the base, you're so close you're able to clear it out. But Vitality, by trying to force plays, Schalke are managing to find these wins, but otherwise we're waiting for Baron to spawn.
I just want to bring people's attention to the player cams from time to time. When it switches to Jizuke,
he's cracking up.
I'm just watching him laugh. Okay, I'm just watching him giggle. Jackdaw's having a laugh. Mowgli's having a smile as well.
You know what happened this game.
That's the thing. It's a very easy point of weakness to identify, and the idea is don't put 5 players in the enemy jungle at level 1. You fix that, maybe you can take a win.
I mean, I'm happy that spirits seem to be high for Vitality. Mental is always an issue that we have to talk about in these long best-of-5s. That said, Schalke have had to show nothing here. They didn't reveal any of their picks. If they have crazy stuff, if they're actually pushed to their limits, then they could pull out something even more bizarre, already having a leg up in this best-of-5, so...
First game is always a bonus, but it does not define the series. You can see Upset here. I think he probably just gets... Yep, ace in the hole. That's enough damage to take him out. Oh, I didn't actually notice that Ignar had died, so good stuff there from Mowgli. Gets his second kill of the game. 66% of the kills being on Nat Graves. Usually that would be more impactful, but here it's only 2, so it doesn't really matter too much. Jackdaw's going to face check straight into Ignar. Upset on his way as well, and as we all know, that Dark Binding lasts an absolute light year. He's caught out. Upset goes godlike. And now Schalke will turn their eyes straight over to the next objective, which is the Baron.
Still need to respect that. That's double smite.
Do you?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay, we'll see how close they get to the pit. Did they increase smite range on 916 Frost?
They're not going to get close to the pit. Okay. Who's being brave today?
Jizuke's trying, but look, actually, Trick is very low here. They respected it. They took down one of the smites for you. Okay, Schalke gonna get the Baron. 22 minutes in, they have an insurmountable lead. 11,000 gold ahead. And this one has been all but done since level 1. Schalke will now use this to push in at least 2 lanes. Odo can hold his own against Cabochard with Baroned up minions. And we expect to see Upset in a lane, Abadage in a lane, and then Trick and Ignar rotating between the 2.
So this is the hope. Vitality pull the 300. They hold them there at the base gate, fight their way back from hell.
This is no Battle of Thermopylae, okay?
You want massive burst damage. You want Cabochard and Mowgli's ultimate to hit like simultaneously. Hopefully at that point, Jizuke presses ultimate and everyone dies. Probably won't happen, because Upset, I think if he actually just hits Jack Troll once and he gets a crit, he might just kill him.
Here's the major issue though. Jizuke lost all of his Magi stack. Now Jack Troll looking for the flank position.
The Hilly! No!
We'll call this one the Jack Troll.
Oh no!
Oh no, indeed. He's going to escape for the moment. He pops the quickness to try and win. He's delayed.
This is perfect. He's distracting
This is almost
them.
an entire minute of Baron buff that he has wasted.
Oh, Schalke, they figured it out. They turned around. No, Jack Troll, get the minions.
He's going to get out. He's going to get out. You can't catch Ricard.
That's a win.
That's
That's
the
a
Jack
win.
Troll, everybody. That's the Jack Troll. Now Schalke realize, oh, we could have been hitting the inhibitor towers for this entire time. They take down mid inhib. They'll take down, oh, they're taking down inhib. No! No! He joins Vedius.
I'd like a moment of silence.
So would Vitality. Schalke going to push in the bot lane inhibitor tower here. The inhibitor next on the menu for them. 23 minutes in, they have just demolished Vitality here.
Look at Upset.
Oh
my
God. Goodness gracious me. Attila takes half his HP, and Schalke should just look for the win. Odo Amne is bringing a wave in, but they could just use the TP onto this cannon minion, or one of these minions. There we are. Pops in, looking for the first. There's the quickness going out from Jizuke, but that was a kill. It was Jack Troll? Jack Troll went in. No, Jizuke went in. That was very odd to me. Requiem comes out. Trick going forward with the Glacial Prism, and Cabochard will fall. It's all done, but the Nexus falling. Mowgli flashes back. They get a kill. The crowd goes mild. Schalke will get the second Nexus tower. They're just going to wait to take down the Nexus. Vitality trying to defend. Upset getting the damage in where he can. A couple of auto attacks onto Jack Troll will be enough to send them packing, and Schalke go 1-0 up in this series.
So when does playoffs start?
Scrim's going well. But yes, that was a strong performance by Schalke. They used all the advantages that Vitality gave them in the early game. A 23-57-minute win. 3 minutes quicker, or thereabouts, than their fastest win before today. And I think, like, we joke about it a little bit, but if you're Vitality, you go back in there and you say, okay, we don't invade level 1 and we actually might have a game on our hands. Schalke will be very happy to take a 1-0 lead, but now it's just a handicapped series more than anything else.
And I agree with you. I do want to credit Schalke, like you were saying during the game. It's one thing to be handed a lead, but you do also need to know how to execute on it. Schalke picked the right lane every single time. They unlocked their bot lane as soon as they had access to the Infinity Edge. They rotated the Caitlyn around. They took all the towers. There was like no wasted time and no wasted effort for Schalke to just, okay, you gave us the advantage, we'll close the book on you. And that's kind of that's what we want people to take away with Schalke. They're the fundamental League of Legends team.
That's the playstyle of Schalke, has been the entire split. If you to write a book that said how to play League of Legends ABC or League of Legends for Dummies, you would use Schalke examples, because they do everything by the book, they do everything by the numbers. Vitality, the Chaos style, the team that look for some of these inventive picks, like the Karthus mid with Smite, like even the Graves this game as well, something we really don't see that much in the jungle. But it just didn't work out for them today.
Yeah, but like we said, the silver lining is, just to make some adjustments. I'm actually curious if Vitality are going to try to run back the same maneuver and then just hope this time that not everything falls apart at level 1 and continue to explore with this double smite.
Yeah, we'll see if Vitality decide to do that, if they go for something more conventional. But to get more insight on Schalke's win, I'm going to hand it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Medic. Well, what a game that was to start out the series. Schalke will be incredibly happy with that, up at 1-0 over Vitality. And Vitality probably just wants to forget it right now. However, we're going to dive as deep into it as we can, because you had so much to say, you both, about the strategy that was behind the theory that Vitality was trying to run. So tell me, how is this supposed to work?
Yeah, so I love the theory. Again, execution didn't work, but ultimately what you're trying to do when you go for 2 smites, double jungle, you have 2 very fast clearers in the Graves as well as the Karthus. And the ultimate idea is that you should be farming 3 quadrants of your jungle. It's about denying the Sejuani while getting those 2, I guess, junglers ahead. So what they do is they split the map at level 1, and that also helps because you have like a weak bot lane too, so you deny resources from the Caitlyn Morgana. So it was all about making the map split happen. It just did not happen.
All right, so what was the first mistake?
The first mistake was giving 3 kills to Caitlyn at level 1 and just slowing everything down.
But in this plan, for people who don't know about it, are you actually supposed to go in and contest very early and find an early fight, or at least push them out of their jungle?
Yeah, I mean, so I think you have to, because the idea, again, is you want to take away the enemy red buff and Raptors here at level 1, make it so Trick has to play on the opposite side of the jungle and can't do anything. His level 6 is delayed. Then you continue to invade off the enemy Raptor camps, but even though Jizuke gets it here, ticks over to level 2, he misses a lot of Qs, while Upset is able to get all the damage down to pick up a triple.
Indeed, and the last thing you want is Upset to get a triple when he's on his Caitlyn. Already, Moose, you were saying beforehand, you saw the Caitlyn pick come out, and you already said, hey, this is probably a Schalke win. Why was that?
Yeah, so we used to play this a lot, Caitlyn Morgana against Zyra Khan, and on blue side, it's incredibly good for Caitlyn Morgana. So the main thing is that Zyra or Khan at level 6 need jungle intervention to make that happen. Now, if you're playing double smite and you're playing for farm, essentially, you're probably not going to have a lot of jungle intervention on bot side. You could see that Karthus was even trying this game, but it was so difficult to actually find engage on Caitlyn Morgana. Along with that, Upset is a fantastic Caitlyn, and this team is a Caitlyn specialist. They've been playing Caitlyn for ages, ever since Upset's been on Schalke, so it was comfort against, you know,
a plan.
Whatever Vitality,
yeah, it was a plan. Now, you were saying, Ender, okay, this is a theory behind it, and it looks to me like you actually think this can work, and you were a fan of it if executed perfectly.
So the hard thing is that, like, I can see the theory behind it. We haven't seen it in a long time. Like, the last time I remember it was actually last summer when Jizuke also played the smite mid on the Karthus. So it's hard to say if it's actually good because we just haven't seen it done recently, but I do understand the theory.
So you would say it came down to the micro mistakes made, because in theory, you have the picks. In theory, you're supposed to contest. He gets the objective, but then is when they should have just walked away? Or?
Right. I mean, it's hard to say they should have walked away. I think Jack Troll went in very deep right there, like almost between those 2 towers, right next to that Raptor Camp bush. So they ended up going too far, and this is a consistent mistake we see out of Jack Troll on Vitality. It's individual players saying, I can get a 3-man knockup. Well, that's great, Jack Troll. You landed it, but your team can't follow.
That is where I was trying to get at. It seems to me like it's quite a complicated move to try and pull in this first game and in this important best of 5, when you know that that's exactly something you've had issues with. However, if played out, we would have praised them to no end, right, Moose? So yesterday, when we looked at Rogue, and Finn said we're going to try something special in the first game, which they did with the Yuumi Garen, you said you actually prefer that. I like teams to pull out a weird strategy or a new pick or whatever, because then the team is on their toes, rather. But when it doesn't work out, what do you do now as Vitality?
So the thing with is I imagine Vitality probably practiced at level 1 a lot in scrims. And so it's strange. You rarely see a team that brings in something new for game 1 make a mistake this drastic, because you've generally drilled that for that specific game 1. You plan your whole best of 5 around that. The idea is that if you get a win, then you've shown no cards because you still have to play your regular games. But now you've seen their cards and they have to adapt. But here in this scenario, you can almost imagine that game 2 is basically a reset for Vitality. Like they should not really be worried about it. But Schalke, on the other hand, they've shown their priorities on blue side now. So if Vitality is actually prepared, and if they're playing well as a team in standard League of Legends, then they have some insight for blue side.
Okay, that is actually quite interesting. I hadn't thought about it that way. I do want to take a look at some more replays. There's not much to show you.
Let's show Attila killing things. Sorry, not Attila.
Ender, you had one job. Afterwards, this goes for where Trick is in that jungle. They're going to get some kills top, mid, and bottom. And this is just one of those snowballs that is incredibly hard to stop. And even though Vitality got some kills on the birth, it was pretty much over.
Yeah, it was always Vitality reacting to Schalke in a lot of these cases, except around the bottom lane. And that was Jizuke continually going towards this lane. But you can see he fell super behind in terms of golden experience off of the place and not being able to actually take away any of the enemy jungle camps. So they just fell hopelessly behind.
Okay, so Vitality picked blue for the next game. So they're going to get that first pick. Do you guys agree with that, or would you have stayed on red?
It's interesting. Blue side, generally, the team that comes from blue has their draft prepared. But I would have imagined Vitality would take red again because I haven't really shown anything on red side. You know what Schalke's blue side plan is, so I was assuming that Vitality would come with a response to that plan.
Yeah, and Vitality is also a team that almost always chooses red side to get counterpick for Cabo Shard in most cases. This game, they took the Jace very early on, so it actually wasn't along those lines of that strategy. So I wonder if this is going to be a more bot lane focused game out of Vitality where they try to get the winning 2v2 matchup for Attila and Jack Troll.
Yeah, or Yamato, the mastermind, has a plan in mind after what he's seen in game 1.
Now, the other side of it is maybe they know that they have a specific blue side comp that they want to play, so what they're basically saying is, we're going to play this comp for game 2, and then when we're red side, we already have an answer prepared for it as well. So maybe Yamato is a mastermind. He's thinking 2 games ahead.
Or maybe we're looking too far into it, and Schalke is just going to 3-0. I definitely hope not. Not again. Come on, Vitality, show us what you got. Schalke, though, they are back in the playoffs, and what a return it's been so far as they look to get match point versus Vitality. Game 2 right after this.
Schalke going low, Trick having to flash away, and now having to run away. Mowgli, oh, you see the damage coming down onto him already. Vitality looking for the traces, Jizuka hits level 2, but Jack Troll's so low. Adagi going in, Odo flashing forward. Cabo trying to bring the hammer down, but Upset goes one more. It's a double for the Caitlyn, and Vitality are falling to pieces. This could be it. This could be the series defined. Jack Troll looking for the engage here. Black Shield used on Upset, but already Attila is dead, and Mowgli will be sure to follow. It's so easy for Schalke. They're tanking the tower, they're taking the kills, and Vitality can do nothing about it. They're just going to wait to take down the Nexus. Vitality trying to defend. Upset getting the damage in where he can. A couple of auto attacks onto Jack Troll will be enough to send them packing, and Schalke go 1-0 up in this series.
Hi, I'm Pringles. I'm Chips. Wait, are we doing this Mac versus PC thing? Guess so. Then I am the Mac of the chips. Cool. Then I'm the PC. Perfect for gaming. Easy to eat, no greasy hands. Wait, I'm into gaming too. You mean like into the keyboard crumbled? No. Or into the TeamSpeak rustling? No, I'm into that noob frag LOL thing. Well then, GG, my friend.
No, we're doing the clap first.
Answering questions in Sneak. Low Pedro.
Oh, well, thank you very much. How are the children?
It's time for our question of the day. What would be your dream Medivedi intro?
What about fireworks?
But what about a choir?
Zipline.
Or a choir?
What about parachutes?
But a choir!
Well, welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs. I'm still Medic. I'm still joined by 11's older sister, 12. How are you doing today?
I hate you.
Understandable. It's Schalke versus Vitality. The first game was a dominant performance by Schalke because of a level 1 that really didn't go Vitality's way, with Upset picking up 3 kills on the Caitlyn early on. And I think the big question is, will we run it back? Will we have the same compositions, or will Vitality mix things up once again?
I would hope that Vitality change up their strategy. Don't go for the double jungle, but hey, what do I know? Maybe you take your chances, you roll the dice. I think that it makes sense in a best of 5 for that first game to go for the experimentation, because you kind of have that buffer. When you're looking down the barrel, possibly looking at match point, I don't think you double down.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. You don't really want to go 2-0 down and have to look for the reverse sweep, especially in a series that could define whether or not you go to Worlds.
Now, I want to point out that this time around, Vitality are going to be on blue side. Now, Vitality are normally our red side team. They love picking red side, and this is because they love getting counter pick for their solo lanes. They always want to play with aggressive solo laners that can team up with Mowgli and be that very forward team. Now, how are they going to do this from blue side? I don't know, because they're going to have to sacrifice that counter pick that they usually love to get for Cabo.
I do see them also changing their bans up just a tad here. The Sejuani removed, that got through to the second rotation last time. Draven still taken away. Yuumi as well taken away here by Schalke. Didn't want to give the first pick prio across towards Vitality.
And I feel like some of this priority pick is going to be around a pick like a Sylas. It was the priority pick from Schalke on the other side, and it means so much for Vitality, but someone like Akali is also slipping through these bans.
Yeah, with the Morgana ban, we actually have a lot more freedom coming into this pick ban. Rakan taken away. So what's gone through that wasn't there last time? Kiana, Akali, Rumble are all options. Karma still on the cards as well.
Sylas, yeah, wasn't banned last time, but he was picked away by Schalke. And so there's a wealth of options. I feel like for Vitality, Sylas means so much for this team, but they could also try to grab something like the Akali. The Xayah, that would be strange to me. They go ahead and lock it in.
Especially with the Khan being banned out, shows a lot of priority towards getting Attila, an AD carry here, is comfortable on. He's played it 4 times now, 1 in 3 on the champion in those 4 games, and we'll see what of the wealth of riches left in the picking pool Schalke will go for.
And maybe the mentality is that you just want to deny this from Upset, but I feel like with having both the Xayah available as well as the Kai'Sa, which that Alistar, which Signify, that there was, you know, other options that Attila and Jack Troll could grab that Upset might take away. So there's the Sylas that we were talking about. I'm curious if Vitality made the right choice by prioritizing that Xayah over something like the flexibility that Sylas has given them.
Yeah, so many different options for that Sylas, jungle or in the mid lane, both available for them. Abbedagge yet to lose on the champion as well, 3-0 in the 3 games he's played. We'll see what Schalke decide to use as their second pick here. The Alistar, as you said, usually signifies it's going to be teamed up with the Kai'Sa in that bottom lane.
This does put pressure that this third pick from Schalke will be a Kai'Sa. If they don't pick it up now, it would be a very easy second rotation ban for Vitality to continue to pinch that pool.
Very much agree with you. There are a few AD carries that sometimes can sneak in when you have an Alistar. Things like the Kalista work out very well with him in the bottom lane. So we'll see where Vitality, how Vitality decide to do this next pick phase, and if Schalke want to go for the Kai'Sa. Kiana is available, as you say. Gragas has been locked in. Expect that to be going into Mowgli's hands. Has had some pretty effective games on the champion.
Are we going to get Jizuke's Yasuo?
Why would you pick Yasuo here?
Well, because it works really well with Gragas.
That makes sense. The 2v2 mid jungle isn't usually what Vitality play around, though. Usually we see Mowgli looking more for counter jungling, looking more for invades, but there's the Akali that was banned out in game 1. Not in Abbedagge's hands here, but instead in Jizuke's.
This is a flex between Cabo and Jizuke still, though we do usually expect to see Akali in this mid lane. I kind of feel like they're a bit heavy on magic damage right now from Vitality. Normally why you see something like a Yasuo or a Kiana is to team up this Gragas with the AD damage, so you're bringing both AP and AD to the table.
And we'll see if Schalke decide to ban out some of those AD threats in the second ban phase. There's the Kai'Sa that you predicted all the way from the Alistar hover on first rotation, and now Schalke have their second ban phase available to them.
What I find really interesting is the priority of Alistar over a champion like Nautilus. Both of them work really well with Kai'Sa. Alistar is a bit faster in terms of like setup and proc. a bit more AoE, but usually you see a Kai'Sa Nautilus as kind of like a stronger passive lane, and it's something to keep our eye on with Ignar when he prioritizes the Alistar versus the Nautilus, when they give very similar things and have very strong combinations with a champion like Kai'Sa.
A lot of it comes down to exactly what sort of impact you want to have in team fights. Alistar has more of a larger knockup. You can get more people caught out in it. So if Ignar can find some good flanks, he can catch all of Vitality out at once.
I think he provides, like you're saying, a bit more AoE CC. I think Alistar also works better than Nautilus in terms of like chaining CC. Yep. The duration of which you can hold someone locked down is pretty high, but so far he's basically the only CC on this team outside of what Sylas is going to provide.
Yeah, we'll see. Usually they look towards Trick as a CC jungler. Things like the Jarvan, like the Skarner, the Elise are some of picks in his wheelhouse. Once again, Schalke going to get rid of the Rise, respecting Jizuke and Cabochard's ability to play the champ. And with the Rumble banned away, Vitality continues to pinch that top lane pool. Skarner is the next ban from Vitality, so they realize what we did, which is the fact that you have a lot of CC coming out from that jungle, but the Qiyana works its way through, and that could be jungle, it could be top, that could even be mid.
I kind of feel
Schalke.
like it's going to be the jungle Qiyana, because again, it fits in Trick's wheelhouse. He recently did show this, so we know that he's up to date on practice with it. He likes to play those level 6 junglers. I think if the Skarner maybe hadn't been pinched, he wouldn't have reached for the Qiyana here.
It provides everything that you want it to provide. Now with the Karma lock-in, we expect that to be Akali mid, Karma towards the top side, and we'll see what Vitality want to round out for their support. Of course, the Karma could be support, the Gragas could be support. There's a few different options, and as I say that, Olaf is the lock. So the expectation has to be that Gragas is going down towards the bottom lane.
You called it, Medic, and that's a lot of kill pressure coming out of a Gragas and a Xayah. A lot of immediate CC lock between the belly bop into the feathers. Something about Olaf that we see in other regions, particularly the LPL versus the LEC, is Olaf is usually considered the bot lane ganking jungler. His ability to rock out of the jungle, hit an axe, and then just mow someone down in a long lane is exceptionally high. So I'm curious if, with the Karma blind pick from Cabochard, that Mowgli is going to be spending most of his time with Attila and Jack Troll trying to use that Olaf.
Can be incredibly effective. The final lock-off pick ban was the Mordekaiser for Odoamne up towards the top lane. I believe he's only played it once before this split. It was a win. He went 3-1-4, but he knew he was picking into the Karma. This was a deliberate counter pick from Schalke. I have to see how effective it can be for them when we get into the game. I want to come back to an idea we were bandying around after the first game and at the start of this pick and ban was, would Vitality innovate again? Would they look for something a little bit eclectic, a little bit strange? It doesn't look like it to me. This looks a lot more standard for Vitality.
Yeah, and it's also much more kind of a 1-4 type of composition. Again, all of our eyes are on Jizuke for Vitality. Does this guy pop off? Does he demand that the game get played around him? Whereas on the other side for Schalke, outside of the Mord pick, it's again, stock, standard, usual. A lot of comfort picks coming through. We recently saw Trick on the Qiyana. We know that Abba loves playing Sylas, and it upsets Kai'Sa of all ADCs.
Upset just incredibly powerful on that pick. Schalke have been so impactful when they play their usual style, when they get a bit of scaling, when they get towards team fights. Probably one of the best team fighting teams in our league. Vitality, much more about skirmishes, much more about finding picks, catching people out, and then enabling Jizuke to play it towards a side lane. Early on, Vitality will be looking to get their bot lane and their mid lane ahead. We'll see if they can do it, because Schalke are standing in their way, as always, and it's such a difficult road to have to walk through. We're going to hand it over quickly now to an interview with Yamato backstage.
You had to take advantage early in game 1, but I guess that things didn't quite go as planned. So why did you tell the guys?
It's okay. Like with a strategy like this, either you look like monkeys or you look like mad geniuses, and that's a risk we knew coming into it, and that happens sometimes.
Is it the reason why you chose to go for a more standard draft in game 2?
I think Schalke showed a lot in the first game, and we used that information to make a decision, and more than that I can't say.
All right, well, let's see how it pays off for you guys. Thank you and good luck. Back to you guys.
Schalke showed a lot in the first game.
All 20 minutes of it.
Yep. Also, Yamato must have been looking at a bit of a different game, because if you give Caitlyn 4 kills early on, it's not really that hard to take the win.
I think the one thing that you can take away is how much Odo was left on an island, and how when Vitality were getting things back, it was playing through Cabochard's side of the map and trying to punish that. That said, on a pick like Karma, normally when Vitality used this pick, especially in tandem with an Olaf, you can very clearly see how these two champions synergize together. Karma not only can get a lot of push priority in most matchups, to allow Olaf to invade, but when she is teamed up with him like this, you can help zip around the jungle and be very aggressive in how you're able to run up to opponents.
And it's something Mowgli has been doing the entire split. Counter-jungling, getting into the enemy's faces, trying to steal away as many camps as possible. Doesn't usually play around his laners as much as someone like Trick, who is more about getting his lanes ahead, getting them fed, and then using that advantage to snowball a lead.
Mowgli might be in trouble here.
He could be, but I mean, Abadage could be in trouble as well, because the axe will land, Abadage able to dodge away, and Mowgli actually staying around, maybe a little bit greedy.
So the big thing is that Abba moved before Trick was getting there. Kiana was on her pathway, and because he got chunked out, it now puts Trick on the back foot. If Abba and Trick had moved together before the Raptor camp, maybe this is more successful for Schalke, but because Abba moved too fast and Jizuke did a good job following him, that's what allows Mowgli to grab red and do Raptor to Raptor possibly. He's gonna make sure that he doesn't get 3-buffed. Oh, it's brutal.
Yeah, wants to make sure that he gets his own blue buff. He knows that Trick is on the top side of the map, so actually going to be a 3-buff here for Mowgli over Trick.
And this is now double games where, yeah, game one strategy didn't work out for Vitality, just didn't necessarily have the execution to pull off what looked good in theory, where they're actually kind of attacking the jungle specifically. Yeah, you can say that maybe the double smite was also in reference to the Caitlyn Morgana forcing that split map, but the fact that this was a red buff start from Mowgli on Trick's red, it kind of feels like the strategy for Vitality is to throw Trick off and everything that he offers Schalke in this best of 5.
It makes a lot of sense. Trick is one of those players that really enables his team to take leads into the mid game and start looking for those team fights that Schalke are so able to do. Abadage and Jizuke trading a little bit in the mid lane. Neither has Ignite. They're both running teleport, so no one's going to go down. But want to bring attention to 2 key statistics here. Trick's JP, that's his jungle proximity, how much time he spends around his laners, is the highest in the league. He's always there trying to set them up. Mowgli is all about counter jungling, or CJ percentage. It's how much time he spends in the enemy jungle, but he spends a very small amount of time around his laners.
And specifically a very small amount of time around Jizuke. I'll hold it for bot lane.
Yeah, Trick's coming in. Ignar's going to land the stun onto Jack Troll. Ignar's ticking away, though. First blood goes over to Vitality, but Trick is on the chase. The root comes out. They don't want to go any further as there's a minion wave there.
And Medic, you and I talked about this in draft, how much kill pressure there is when you do have a Gragas. Attila and Jack Troll try to go on the offensive, but Upset and Ignar are able to push them off and then force the first blood.
And the kill going over to Trick there is much more beneficial for Schalke than Jack Troll picking up the kill for Vitality. Doesn't mean Jack Troll's gone back and got a Frost Fang, so he has a little bit more damage in that lane and will stack up his quest just that little bit quicker. Ignar is the one to go for the engage here, though.
Okay, yeah, so Attila and Jack Troll had control of the lane. Jack Troll steps up too far, and Ignar immediately pulls the trigger. Correction, it was Ignar that went down first, so a 1-for-1 trade, but you can see what the idea was, just mixed execution, and Schalke, seeing where they had opportunity, decided to get one back with Trick.
So there's actually a tiny micro thing there that Ignar was looking to do as he goes in towards Jack Troll, who lands a great body slam. Trick's going to get spotted out here. But what Ignar was trying to do was, as he saw Jack Troll putting the cask, he was expecting him to blow it up straight away. Jack Troll would have taken tower aggro and been stuck underneath the tower. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Abadage and Jizuke is going to trade here. Mowgli coming in, but it's going to get forced away. If Jack Troll had taken aggro, it would have been a 1-0 trade in favor of Schalke in that first kill.
I want to point out this gank. This is what you see globally, usually with the Olaf. Again, the ability to play through bot lane as Olaf. It's one of his great gank paths there. But because Jack Troll doesn't have access to flash, there's not a ton of kill pressure here unless Ignar's caught out.
Ignar's just trying to protect his ward. He knew that Mowgli was going in with the Oracle's lens. The ward will be spotted out, I believe, by that Scryer's Bloom, and with Jack Troll here, both the AD carries will teleport back down towards that bottom lane. It's a sizable lead already building up here for Vitality Frostio, and it's a lot of it's going to be CS differences in the top lane, in the bot lane, but it's about 1,000 gold already. Only 6 minutes in. It's a pretty sizable sum. Mowgli's trading here onto Trick. Double root's going to land. Abadage going in, and Mowgli will fall, and now Jizuke has to look to get that flash away, trying to escape. Trick still on the chase, flashes forward. Oh, he misses! The edge of Ishtal just skimming by Jizuke, and that means that the Akali will live to fight once again.
Right place, right time for Trick, and just frankly disrespect from Vitality. Mowgli thinking that he could walk through that, did not figure out how much damage Trick and Abba were going to be able to do with him. Looked a bit surprised that he gets mowed down in that mid lane. He thought he was just going to cross through, have handshake, maybe wave.
Yeah, Trick and Abadage had other ideas right here. You can see double root landing from Trick as he steals away with the Terraform, and it makes it very hard for really Jizuke and Mowgli to do anything in that fight.
I mean, you're playing against multiple pieces of CC on the likes of Kiana and Silas versus what an Olaf and an Akali are going to bring to you, especially pre-level 6.
You are, and now that we get through like sort of this early flurry of action, I think the expectation is that these lanes will continue to play themselves out the way they have been. If you look at the bottom lane, Attila's built up quite a sizable lead, and because he's got a BF sword over what is a much more passive lane in the Kai'Sa Alistar, you expect Attila and Jack Troll to be able to force this Kai'Sa Alistar away and just chip away at those turrets. Meanwhile, in the top side, Cabochard continues to push Odoamne back whenever he gets the opportunity, and this really allows Mowgli to look for some of that counter jungling we were talking about.
Focusing on that wave that you were talking about bottom, the issue is that this big crash, this huge wave that Attila and Jack Troll had kind of built up, they didn't really deny anything from Upset or Ignar. Usually you have to time this type of crash with a dive, but because Jizuke doesn't have TP and Mowgli was on the opposite side of the map, there weren't the numbers capable for Vitality to actually snowball on it. So Mowgli finally gets here, he slipped in underneath it, but now he's just acting again as a security blanket for Attila and Jack Troll to get the bounce off this tower and then back away.
Maybe even look for the invade. Believe they'll be spotted out because of that blast cone going down. There's a blue buff up. Would be another one stolen away here by Vitality, but Schalke looking for the fight.
This is a item advantage here for Attila.
He's also got the level 6. Ignar went for the Hex Flash, didn't land it. But Schalke not willing to give this one up.
Look at Abba, he's got priorities down there first, now zoned out.
Yeah, I don't think Vitality's going to be able to get back to this blue buff in time. Abadaga is going to be gifted it across, and you can see when we talk about the jungle styles, that's exactly what we mean. Mowgli going for the counter jungling, trying to steal away some of these camps, whereas Trick is really just about enabling his laners.
And it's also, again, kind of this desync with Vitality. It feels like when Vitality are shooting on all cylinders and they are synced up, moving as a single team, that it works much better. But in a situation like that, you know, how much better and cleaner would that invade have been if Mowgli was on time, on position, as the wave was crashing into Upset and Ignar, you know, making them choose between losing all of that CS and protecting the blue buff for Trick. But it's these little desyncs, which is why Vitality have been so inconsistent in the regular split.
I think inconsistent is just the watchword for Vitality forever. You know, we look back to Spring Split where they, you know, struggled a huge amount and then were able to come back. And then even last year, they had to bring kickers in the middle way of the split to make it to Worlds. Schalke looking for a play down towards the bottom side.
And this is how you're supposed to do it. You shove the wave in. Jack Troll is trying desperately to clear it out, but here's the dive.
See Ignar going in, doesn't have the 6, tanks up the tower, 1 down, but Vitality will lose 1 in return. Trick almost falls. Meanwhile, Mowgli and Cabochard looking for the dive in the top lane. Deathscar's going to pull him back, but Odo couldn't put down the Realm of Death in time. And Vitality take a kill on the top side. They're getting a lot out of the fact that Schalke invested so many resources into that dive bot.
Yeah, and it's because Mowgli's able to make a successful gank onto the top side, while Jizuke is also picking up a plate in the mid lane. So cross-map, Vitality do manage to get something back, but it just kind of felt like anything you can do, I can do better from Schalke. Vitality didn't time their wave. They didn't allow them to get the blue buff. Schalke then forced the wave in, and right on time, they've got 2 members to look for the dive.
But although Schalke were able to do that, they are still 2,000 gold behind in this situation.
And the big thing was that Jack Troll actually did a good job trying to clear out that wave. So Schalke were forced to walk up to the tower when they didn't have perfect preparation. And again, the fact that Mowgli cross-map is able to make this happen.
Yeah, I think Odoamne holding on to his ultimate there, trying to catch it onto Cabochard instead of Mowgli, because it's very difficult to fight an Olaf 1v1. I do have a pause coming out. Quickly take state of the game. 10 minutes in, 3 kills to 3, but a 2,000 gold lead for Vitality. And where does that sit? You've got about a 900 gold lead, 800 gold lead on Attila. About 1,200 in the top lane for Cabochard. So sizable sums for the Karma and the Xayah.
And it's mostly through the massive CS difference. Odo lost a big wave when he got dove underneath that tower. Doesn't have access to his TP, so it's 90 to 58 between the top laners and the CS. And it's also about a 20 CS discrepancy between Attila and Upset. And that's where a lot of this gold advantage comes from Vitality. But on the other side, you have Abba, who's sitting with 2-0 on the Sylas. And Akali already took kind of the respect Sylas spec in terms of her keystone, you know, taking the fleet footwork and trying to get more of that health back in the lane, sustained through it. So I'm curious if this is going to transition into Schalke now recognizing we can gain priority in the mid lane through a powerful Sylas and start to use this priority to shifting towards side lanes.
Let's see if they do use that Silas. There was a mouse issue for Upset, but I believe we're about to get back on into the game. I see the ready checks happening in chat, so in just a second we should be jumping back in. I shouldn't actually say in just a second until I know that we're definitely jumping back in, but thankfully we are jumping back in. So I'm Nostradamus once again, the prophet, prediction god, superior analyst, whatever you want to call me, Foss, because we jump back on into the action.
I'm going to call you superior analyst.
And I'm going to call you 12.
Thank you.
No worries. So, next steps. You talked about.
Where would you like to go, superior analyst?
I want to talk a little bit about next steps, right? Because you said Schalke should be looking to play through Abadage in the mid lane, who has these 2 kills.
They
could be looking. Sorry, yes, I should quote you correctly. They could be looking to play through Abadage. But what will Vitality be looking to do, or what could they be looking to do in these next, say, 5 to 10 minutes?
I think Vitality really want to try to punish either the side lanes on the map or even punish Abba if Schalke try to play through him. But that said, I do want to point out also Ignar having the Moby Boots. Now, Moby Boots isn't, you know, out of the ordinary for support. A lot of supports will pick up these Moby Boots, especially when you're on something like an Alistar. The reason why it really matters for Ignar is around this time of the map, Ignar actually makes a lot of roams and teams up with Trick or teams up with Abba. And now that he has that, he can be there that much faster. So keep our eyes on where Ignar shows up.
Oh, Jizuke's gone all the way in, but Trick is on the chase, and here comes Abadage as well. Has stolen the way the ultimate. Mowgli jumping in, and here's the TP. Schalke collapse around the mid lane. You predicted it, Frost, and Schalke are looking for the fight. Oh, Odo's gonna fall though. Death's Grass just spells his doom. Jackdaw goes down as well. 2-for-1 trade in the mid lane.
And Vitality tried to strike first. They were caught off guard, turned around from Schalke. You now have the rotation. Now, meanwhile, Cabochard is continuing to grow the CS lead. You can see that Odo is still dead for a long time. Multiple plates for Cabochard. It's a pretty massive swing for the Karma, but you need to use the Karma now.
Schalke going to use the Rift Herald down towards that bottom lane. As you say, Karma is one of those champions that can have a huge impact in fights and in skirmishes, but doesn't always have that obvious impact as such. You know, she's not the one assassinating the backline, she's the one facilitating your team and putting out some damage with those Mantrid inspired. Now, I'm not sold on this Rift Herald use when the minion wave was so far away, but
I actually think it's really cool. So obviously very clear, Upset's there saying, we've just killed Vitality in the mid lane. We actually have a tempo advantage where we're to the bottom lane before Vitality are responding. So we can cheat a plate gank with this Rift Herald and then walk back to the wave, clear it out very quickly, and it's a big wave, and get a free back in without having to burn TP. We'll see if he does use it, but he could actually cheat not having to use his TP.
Have another look at this fight in the mid lane. You can see Jizuke is already going in by the time the cast comes out. Abadage forced underneath the tower, and then Mowgli just overextends a little bit, not anticipating the damage coming out from the Silas.
Yeah, and then it's the TP that comes in for Odo, and he quickly falls to his death, but when Jacktroll turns around to make sure that he goes down, Jacktroll himself is then killed.
Odo is the target here. Vitality playing around their side lanes. You said they wanted to put some pressure into Cabochard, but the rest of Schalke are on their way. TP coming in, and it's Upset to join the fray. Cabochard knocked into the wall. Mowgli chased down by Abadage. Cabo's going to try and flash away, but Upset is there with the killer instinct, chasing him down, and Cabo continues to heal, but Upset takes him out. 2 for Schalke.
And reminder, Upset didn't have to use his TP to respond to pressure bot lane because of how they used the Herald and not trying to force the wave. It was a really good efficiency of time, and it allowed him to use his TP there to pick up that kill.
And it means that Schalke have been able to close down that gold gap just a little bit, about 1,000 gold behind after being 2,000 a moment ago. Schalke playing 4D chess with Vitality right now, but Vitality sometimes perhaps just overextending a little bit for these fights.
I think while Schalke are picking up a lot of these kills, Vitality are still getting multiple plates. So if Jacktroll and Attila can get themselves to safety here, it could be worth.
This is the thing, they can't always get themselves to safety. Sometimes they go a little bit too far. Ignar trying to catch out Jacktroll, knocked up, knocked back, Unbreakable Wing comes out. Attila will pop the Feather Storm, but Jacktroll will be sacrificed. He goes down. Abadage now 5-0. On that Silas.
And meanwhile, Jizuke pushed down the top tower. So again, I think cross map from Vitality, that's actually been a win for them in the last 4 minutes of play.
We'll see if they can keep up the tempo. It becomes harder and harder to push when you get past that first tier of towers. 14 minutes in, they have about 1,500 gold lead or thereabouts. They are behind on the kill board, but they are very, very rich. Hextech Gunblade finished on Jizuke, Essence Reaver on Attila. The Ludens in the top lane for Cabochard, but I do have to keep looking back towards Abadage. 5 kills now on the Sylas. He could totally change some of these fights.
But that means if Schalke actually play around Abba right now. Usually when we think about Schalke, we do think of them as upsets team. He is in between items, and so I'm now just curious, who's going to have a louder voice in this team? The veteran of upset or the rookie of Abba? And is Abba going to be the one that says, hey guys, I'm 5-0, we can actually just kick me out to a side lane, play a 1-4, and constantly collapse down to me, abuse my power? Or are we going to stall out, get upset to 2 items on this Kai'Sa, and look for big 5v5s? Because normally, it is about upset.
Yeah, Upset's just looking for every fight he can find. Almost takes out Jack Troll as he jumps in with the killer instinct.
But look at this. Abba actually cheated in towards the mid lane. And something I want viewers to keep track of with Schalke is they don't usually play side lanes. Like, they can, but they'll almost always pull Abba when he's on things like a Sylas, like an Akali, to a team fight. Team fighting is very important to Schalke, whereas other teams like G2 will almost always play their Akali and their Sylases off in side lanes.
Let's see if he keeps roaming down to try and help out the team. I think I would be more worried if this was the Schalke from spring, where we saw Abba usually on those utility mid laners like the Lissandra. He was very much there as just someone who would facilitate upset. This split, we've seen him thrive on things like the Azir, like the Akali, have an impact by himself and not just be there as another support for his AD carry. Jizuke trades into him. Trick here, Jizuke trying to dodge around, goes in. The perfect execution isn't quite enough, but he dodges away from the supreme display of talent. And Jizuke in the 2v1 comes up huge.
Yeah, and think of how many resources Vitality have, Schalke have committed to Jizuke up there, while Cabochard gets the bot tower again. It's Vitality who are actually making the proper trades on the map. They're the ones picking up all of the towers.
Vitality seems to be reading Schalke just so much better this game. After game 1 was disastrous from level 1, this matchup seems to be a lot closer than perhaps some people would have expected from the result. Vitality playing up towards this bottom side of the map. Mowgli and Cabochard just trying to catch out Odoamne if he oversteps, but Attila and Jack Troll so strong with a 30 CS lead over Upset are pushing in towards mid. Now Trick doesn't have his ult, but he's waiting in the wings. Ignar gonna get onto Jack Troll, who jumps in as well. They're trying to take out Upset, and already he's down. 1-for-1 trade as Ignar's caught down towards the bottom side of the fight. Abadage coming in, Mowgli low, but Odo's there to catch the kill. And Jizuke's chased down here by Abadage. Jizuke trying to trade. Cabochard and Attila on their way to help out today. And now Abadage can't get back into the fight. There's a 3v2 in favor of Vitality. They're trying to get one more, but Abadage will flash the wall.
And Vitality just get a little bit too greedy. So the idea is sound. We actually really want to take control over that mid lane tower, and normally how you do this is let's see if I can make this larger. Nailed it. Normally what you do and what Vitality were doing is that when you want to take that tower, you hard push these waves forward, and then you cheat in, threatening a dive. Now what Vitality needed to do is they needed to threaten that they were going to dive the mid tower, force Schalke to back off of it, and just be there for the structure. But this is classic Vitality. They get caught out, they overextend for the dive, and now instead of securing the mid lane tower, they're back wasted time, and they have to set up this play again, and hopefully it works for them.
Well, it kind of worked out. In Vitality's eyes, they said, okay, we got 3 kills, we only gave up 2 kills, so that's definitely a benefit, but I agree with you, taking the mid lane tower should have been their primary goal. We'll have another look at exactly how it happens. You'll see up here, Jizuke is coming in from the top side, and Mowgli and Cabochard are coming in from the bot side.
And again, Schalke will not be denied here. They immediately go in. I do want to credit Jack Troll that he's actually able to trade 1-for-1 there, knowing that he was going to die, and then it just becomes a very split fight.
You can see Abadage trying to chase onto Jizuke, but he's saved by Cabochard and Attila. The shield coming out from Cabochard. Abadage having to flash in the end. I didn't actually see that the fact that Attila used his Feather Storm, but that means that ultimate was off cooldown for just a little bit of time. It's coming back up pretty soon. And we'll see once again if Vitality go for that exact same play, because it seems to be what they're looking for.
And reminder, if Vitality are able to push down this tower, it feels better for them because their champions are ready right now. Yeah, some of their champions will continue to get stronger, but Karma having 2 items and this early in the game is still hitting relatively hard. Akali has assassination potential. Attila's looking at 2 items versus, again, Kai'Sa still being in between items.
Oh. Ignar trying to channel the Hex Slash there, but the chase is on. Death's Grasp misses. Abadage jumping in, and the fight begins. Jizuke not here. Trick's already got down Jack Troll, and the Feather Storm comes out. Mowgli still being chased down. Trick going in, Attila low. He's shut down, and now Jizuke's in a 1v5 situation. He's trying to take out Trick. He'll get one, and Jizuke's still doing it all. Cabochard surviving for such a long time, but Jizuke will go down in the end, and Schalke find the picks they wanted.
And the difference maker was the numbers advantage there. It was the fact that Jizuke was locked out of the fight until the very end. Imagine if that team fight was set up better for Vitality. We just talked about how strong they are in their current itemization. Now you just need to make sure that you're there for the first punch.
Oh, Mowgli. You're not the king of the swingers today, my man. He's not king of the jungle. Baloo was waiting around the corner. That's a lot of Mowgli references, perhaps too many to put in for a second there. Now, Infernal Drake will be the next target, but you can see this. Vitality think, okay, it's fine. We can catch him out. Ignar's going to fall.
But you're also starting off a fight on an Alistar that you don't get to immediately kill, and then Vitality overcommit to the fight, too many members. Jizuke finally gets into the fight when it's only a 3 versus 5 left. Now, to be said, he is still a Kali, does pick up a lot of gold. That's going to feel good, especially if they use him in the side lane. But you lose the Infernal.
You lose the Infernal, you give over 3 kills to Odoamne now as well. He's got a Rylai's building up towards a Liandry's next, it seems. And those sort of mistakes are why we call Vitality inconsistent. Until this point, we talked about side lane pressure. We talked about how they were playing on the opposite side of the map so well. But they take trades like that, they take plays like that, and it costs them dearly.
It's kind of the difference of teamwork. I feel like Vitality are really strong individual players, but they very rarely work as a single unit. Now, when they do, it's very clear when Vitality pop off and then they can reach the heights that we know of them in 2018 going to Worlds, those crazy highlight days. But recently, they haven't had the same teamwork, whereas on the other side, Schalke are like the teamwork team. It's constantly Ignar teaming up with Trick. It's Abba teaming up with Trick. It's setting that line of scrimmage and having this big tanky front line for a guy like Upset to just push through people. We're still trying to take this mid tower.
Yeah, if only they'd done it earlier when you called it. Foskatilla going in for those final order attacks. We'll take it. Ignar looking for a bit of a flank position, but can't quite find it. As a reminder to everyone at home, the loser of this series is out of Worlds contention this year. Last year, it was Vitality who stole Schalke's spot on championship points after Schalke made the finals in summer. This year, Schalke are looking to repay the favor.
Now, I do want to point out the Baron as it has spawned now. We're about 22 minutes into the game, and I want to talk about Schalke's composition. I'm still unclear about how powerful Mordekaiser is in the late game, but something that can be said for Mordekaiser is that he screws over Baron challenges because he just looks at the enemy jungler, he takes them down to the Shadow Realm, and then you basically get it for free. Schalke's comp also then has Kai'Sa on top of that and an Alistar. All of these champions who really excel in securing that monster objective, Kai'Sa through her burn on it, and Alistar through his ability to zone everyone away from the pit.
And now Schalke are starting to get some of those turrets on the board. 2 for them, go pretty much even as we get towards the 22-minute mark. And talking about the Mordekaiser and his strength, getting those 4 kills obviously helps him, but you have to put your eyes a couple down the screen at that 606 Silas, who now has Ludens and Proto belt complete.
I mean, I want to compliment Abba. He is very large, but you saw the last time he went toe-to-toe with Jizuke, and it looked really scary.
I mean, that's true. That is true. But he now has a 10-stack Medjay Frosk.
I understand. I thought that Abba was going to have it the first time around. It was a 2v1. Jizuke still proved me wrong. I'm going to say it's a skill matchup.
Okay, it's a skill matchup. And Jizuke earlier on was looking much more like the Jizuke from Worlds than he has done this split. Ignar going in, lands 1 knockup as Attila pops the Feather Storm. Ignar knocked back down towards the other side. Mowgli caught out here by Abinage, and he can definitely win that matchup. The jungler is dead, and now Schalke can look to try and push in this mid wave as that turret still remains for them to take.
It's kind of the option. Do you push into the mid lane wave, or do you just try to rotate towards Baron, bait Vitality to stop you because your jungler is dead, and you would force them to take the fight?
That's what they're going to do. They go up towards the Baron right now. Odoamne is actually down towards the bottom side as Trick. So
I was going to say.
The bait's definitely not. I got baited for a second, but obviously I wasn't watching my mini-map. Jack Troll, though, he went in to try and get some vision, and Trick is here, and now Tilla's going to go down as well. You don't even need to bait them towards the Baron when they just feed themselves into you. Now Schalke will turn towards Nasha, and it's on Jizuke and Kabusha to try and defend.
Now Mowgli is back up. You can see him on the bottom of your screen in the base. He's running, sprinting his way towards that pit. Upset doesn't have TP, and that tells me that Schalke are going to say, okay, just take the gold that we just got off these team fights. We can repeat this maneuver, get priority over mid lane, pick up some picks, and then transition to a much safer Baron.
And how quickly that gold has swung. You look at it at, say, 18 minutes, Vitality 3,000 gold ahead. At 20 even, and now 2,000 gold lead for Schalke. And a lot of that is going into Upset, into Odoamne. They're getting towards these 3 items. Kai'Sa, only more powerful as the game goes on. Look at it, Ginsu's complete. Muramana stacked up with a Hex Drinker there to save him from Jizuke, who has played very well so far, but will it be enough to get Vitality even in this series?
Well, currently, Schalke got positioning on the bot wave. They pushed it into Cabo Shard, so they actually have numbers advantage to the top side, but it looks like we're going to press pause on that, repeat this motion, as they wanted to take their backs.
So is this the same sort of concept as we saw when Vitality were going for the mid lane tower? Will Schalke go, press the side lanes, then come into the jungle and try and look for that flank or to try and push Vitality off? Or do they need to approach this fight a little bit differently?
I think it's mostly about roam potential right now, and it's about small windows of time. So you're looking at the ping pong match between Cabo Shard and Odo as they push this wave bottom back and forth, and then who gets the freed up time to rotate towards the fight in mid lane.
Oh, Mowgli's caught out again, pops the flash away. Odo trying to fight down towards the bottom side as Attila goes in. Jacktroll caught out in the realm of death. Abadage almost takes down Mowgli, and now Jacktroll is not in the best of shapes. Lands the body slam back, but he will fall to Odo. The root comes out from Attila. It's Jizuke going forward, trying to carry this fight for his team, but look at how low he already is. Shut down once. He gets shut down in response, and now Attila chasing away from Abadage, but he's caught out and Upset feels the killer instinct, flashes forward, takes the double, and Schalke come out on top in the fight.
And Vitality weren't able to shut down the damage dealers from Schalke, and the fact that there are multiple threats. Abadage tore through that, and then Upset cleaned up the back half. They now rotate over towards the Baron. Trick is still alive, Mowgli is not, and it's just Cabo Shard to see what he can get done.
So Cabo does have a lot of AoE damage here, and Mantrid Inner Flame could do a lot. We've seen it stolen away before by a Karma. It was reckless. He goes in, Upset going forward though, and Trick will take the Baron. Schalke acted as a body block, and it means that at 25 minutes in this game, they are 4,000 gold ahead, and they have that Baron buff for 3.5 minutes.
Really want to compliment the teamwork there. As soon as the Hex Flash went down from Ignar, Upset immediately pulled off the Baron and then acted as the zoning tool there. So great synergy between Schalke to secure that 100% as we look at this team fight. Very split team fight. Abba immediately zones out Mowgli, and again, Jizuke late to the team fight as Abba then kind of zones the back half of Vitality. Jizuke gets damage while he can onto the back line, but there's just too many members and too much lockdown.
I think Ignar does a really good job of separating Vitality from Jizuke as well. He acts as that bodyguard, the blocker for them, and it means Jizuke is in a 1v4 situation on the back line.
Part of why I really like Schalke's team fighting is their zone control. Again, a lot of people will always talk about Upset, but if you look about Ignar, Abba, Trick, Odo, each of them takes their own turn and responsibility of creating zone for the back line and knowing exactly what they need to do for every single team fight. It allows them to play multiple compositions and multiple different styles. As long as it's a front to back team fight, they're very good at it.
So powerful when they each know the exact role they have to do. You can see it, as you say, they take turns being the one on the front line. They take turns being the disengage tool for Upset. And because Upset is now at such a strong position with 3 completed items, because you have an 18-stack Medjay on Abadage, even if you lose 1 man, you can still follow up with a lot more damage. Schalke opening up the map even more. They took down the mid lane tower. They take down one in bot alongside it, and now we'll see where they decide to go next. Looks like Abadage is going to be in a side lane, and the rest of Schalke will go mid.
And they're just going to wait for Abba to walk this minion wave into that top tower. The last standing outer top is kind of the easiest objective to secure. Obviously, the one that Schalke would really like to have is the mid inner structure.
I mean, that's definitely what you want to get, right? If you can break open that mid-tier 2 or even inhibitor tower, it would be incredibly impactful.
But you just make sure that you're funneling both the mid lane and the top wave together. So now you can see that Schalke have kind of synced up the waves in the mid lane and the top. You shove it in. Trick has now moved in between top and mid. He's laid down all of this vision, and they're going to constantly chip at these towers, see where Vitality misposition, either force a tower down, find a pick, or continue to chip damage away and rotate between these 2 waves.
So Upset was actually bot lane just here. He just based, has the teleport. He's going to join Abadage in the top lane as the rest of Schalke come across. Jizuke trying to trade in, Upset running away, but oh, they catch him out. Look at the damage onto Abadage. He's quite low. Upset's going to take this tower with the help of those cannon minions, and Odoamne is now in the mid lane as that bot wave crashes in. He teleport, it's actually Abadage's teleporting down towards this bottom side as Schalke. It's unrelenting pressure. They continue to push in. Odo has a TP next if they want to look at using him for that next offensive.
But reminder, it's kind of the same macro movement that we talked about when you're securing a mid tower that Vitality were trying to do. It's the threat of the potential dive on mid. So Schalke are set up right now where they're continuing to funnel in the Baron wave, and the cannon creep is still hitting that mid lane tower.
And now Abadage and Odoamne are going to try and take down this inhibitor tower. Vitality realize they have to do something. They go for the fight. Abadage caught out. Odoamne off towards the top side of this as Abadage tries to trade onto Cabashard. Goes golden for the moment, but Odo can't really do too much to help out his mid laner. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the mid-tier 2 falls, and now the inhibitor tower is the new target for Schalke. All they wanted to do was open up the map. They will sacrifice Abadage for that, and they take down the inhib tower mid.
And for everything that looked good to Vitality in the early game, Schalke have just undone them in the mid game, transitioning over into the late game. They now have a very healthy gold lead. They have all of the core itemization onto all of the core carries that they need. And again, this was Schalke wrestling control back from Vitality and then just choking them out slowly over the course of this game.
And you do begin to wonder if Vitality end up losing this game on its current trajectory. It looks a lot like it's going to happen. Do they then go back to the playbook for Game 3, or do they say, we'll bring out a Karthus Smite, we'll bring out a Graves once again, do something a little bit inventive because that's what's worked for them in the past? Or do they go for something more traditional and try and just play a little bit cleaner?
I'm not kind of sure where they want to attack. Just looking at this replay here, you can see Jizuke level 15 to Abba's level 17. Abba's able to absorb so many resources from Vitality alongside Odo here while his mid lane, or while Vitality's mid lane tower gets shoved down. So it's kind of like fighting an uphill battle for Vitality at this point in the game. All of those early advantages that they found on the Akali don't mean anything at this point.
Unable to utilize them in the mid game when they were strongest, and now scaling on Schalke's side. I mean, they have a 6,000 gold lead as well, which definitely helps. Kiana down towards the bottom side. It's Abadage up towards top, and Schalke are going to just play for that 3-lane push once again. This is where that fundamental League of Legends comes into great effect. It's where Schalke are so powerful, because they are able to line up these waves so effectively.
This is a flank being set up. Keep your eyes on Trick as he is zooming through this jungle. This is about to be the flashpoint.
Jizuke matches him. They spotted him out. Trick is down. Schalke looking for the fight though. Abadage jumps into Attila and already he's gone down. Jizuke's used the perfect execution, and the rest of Schalke chased onto Vitality and took them out. Jizuke caught out Trick.
He's got the wave.
On the flank, and now he's got the wave. Looking to catch Schalke off guard. The upset can just open up on the inhibitor because of course that tower's already gone down. Schalke will settle for this. There's a big wave in bot and a big wave in top. If Jizuke can't get back in time, they could open up all 3 inhibs.
Jizuke is trying to do everything he can to keep Vitality alive in this series, but there are too many waves crashing. Yes, he gets the mid lane wave, but the bot lane wave is crashing. The top lane wave is crashing, and Schalke are still going to decimate Vitality's base.
For a moment, there were signs of life as Jizuke caught out Trick, but Schalke just slammed that door straight in their face. All 3 inhibitors are down. 2 seconds left on the Baron, and you have to feel Schalke don't even need it to close out this game.
Yeah, and here's the textbook League of Legends. The fact that they'll grab it anyway, again, continue to force all 3 waves into Vitality's base and close the door. Now, Vitality then know it is do or die time. This is the climax of the game. They have one more shot. They are going to have to risk everything to stall this Baron, because if Schalke get it, it's over.
You know what doesn't help? If Jackdraw's already dead. Upset is dominating, went in with the killer instinct, and Jackdraw unable to disengage in time. The rest of Schalke on their way. Odo does have a teleport if Vitality go too far. And look at this, Ignar has a perfect flank position, but Vitality have noticed. Ignar tries to Hex Flash away, but he can only catch out Mowgli. Ignar goes golden, Trick jumping in. Supreme Display of Talent will knock them back and get the stuns off. Ignar heals up, and now Schalke can continue the offensive. Jizuke trying to do what he can, he jumps in. He needs to take out Upset. If Vitality are going to do anything in this fight. Trick down, 2 down, Vitality fighting back. It's 3! Vitality find it! All off the back of Jizuke. Attila still putting the damage out. Oh, just give it to them. Just take it all. Abadage tries to trade in. Jizuke caught out. Oh, Abadage, is he going to be able to do it? Jizuke trying to take this one. Oh, it's Abadage! Vitality fought to the last man, but it was Abadage and Schalke who stood up stronger.
And it was between the 2 mid laners who was going to come out on top. Jizuke was so far down, a massive gold lead. It is just now Jacktroll trying to keep Vitality alive in this, trying to keep Schalke away from match point.
Mowgli up now as well, trying to help his support play this game out, but Abadage's already taken down one. The Nexus Tower's going to fall, and Mowgli dives to the minions. Schalke wrestled this game out of Vitality's hands, and they are 1 game away from winning the series.
And you can see it. this small glimmer of hope there for Jizuke multiple times in that game, trying to make those crazy outplays, trying to draw attention and pressure. Vitality, they were bouncing around the map, they were picking up the early towers, it felt like they were making the better rotations, but Schalke slowed down the game, particularly that mid tower not going down. Vitality overcommit on that, suddenly Schalke have tempo. They're able to get upset to his item spikes. Once he's there, they feel confident for the team fight. Time after time, Vitality getting picked out elsewhere on the map, and then Schalke just turn it around.
It was so close for Vitality. You feel if they take that mid tower, if they can keep the tempo of the game, the pace of the game up, they could have taken that game from Schalke, but Schalke, it seems like they go off book. They haven't planned for a situation, but as soon as they get back into the book, as soon as they can recognize the situation and make a play they have made so many times before, it's almost impossible to shut them down.
Just too clean.
Just too clean. And what a change for Schalke as well. You only have to remember Spring Split, where this team absolutely fell apart in the second half, going 2-7, not even making it to playoffs. And now with the introduction of Trick, they seem revitalized. They seem like a new team. And you look at people like Upset who are stepping up. You look at people like Abadage who had a stellar performance as well. Schalke looking strong. Vitality still have a shot in this playoffs round 1 series, but it is a very, very long shot now. They have to reverse sweep if they're going to make it back.
And now I have to ask the mental question here. The fact that Vitality, we know them as a momentum-based team. Schalke have a reputation of being a little bit of tilters, but 2 games up, they're probably riding high, whereas Vitality, can they find that clutch? Can they dig deep to avert complete disaster here as they're looking at a 3-0?
I feel there were moments where if they hadn't played as well as they did at times in that game, it would be easier for them to come back. Like game 1, where you lose at level 1, it's like, well, that's why the game lost. But here, they fought their hardest and they were pushed back by Schalke. For now, we're going to hand it over to our analysts who are going to break down game 2. Take it away, Shots.
Thank you very much, Medic. Well, I have to concur. At least more was put on the table by Vitality. They weren't just blown away like they were in game 1, but they had some more chances. And even with those, it wasn't enough. So let's dive into this game 2 that now brings Schalke 04 on match point, which is shocking to start with. I think even though people had Schalke pegged as the winners, we didn't think it would be a 3-0 or such a confident 3-0, except for Ender.
Well, some of us did, Shocks.
So what did you think of Vitality's plan going into game 2 after what they shown in game 1?
I mean, it was a whole lot better, right? No more of that double jungle. This was much more what we expected to see out of Vitality, where they were playing a little bit more proactively and trying to actually fight. You know, Jackcho in particular on the support Gragas was really trying to force the issue. And for a lot of that game, it actually worked out for this team. Vitality had the lead for most of it.
I think a big part of this draft was that it relies extremely heavily on the Olaf, how the Olaf plays early game, and then from there, like them getting sideline pressure and therefore finding flanks. Because the only way for them to force a fight otherwise is Gragas. So it's important that Olaf gets ahead, and then they're able to win these 2v2s and 3v3s later in the game on side lane so that they can collapse for fights.
And we saw a lot of the early jungle pathing was to put Mowgli ahead on this Olaf, right? They go for the late invade on the enemy red buff, not at level 1, giving up triple kills this time, but it worked out. And he was supposed to have an EXP lead off of that. But I think Mowgli dropped the ball a little bit in that instead of trying to contest Trick around his bot side jungle or around that Scuttle Crab or anything like that, he went back and did a full clear. And in that time, Trick was able to find a gank in the bottom lane that helped set up that bottom lane for success. So it was a lot of these moves where I felt like Mowgli could have pushed the issue a little bit more, but didn't. And that meant the Vitality couldn't get as big of a lead as I think they should have off that level 1.
Well, if we also look at the comparison of Mowgli versus Trick in the early game in these 2 games, it was kind of what we expected, you know? We expected Trick to be a bit better in those early phases of the game, setting up his lanes as well, and that's played out as such. So do we think it's Mowgli who really needs to step up to just push it that much further for Vitality to get an advantage in the next games?
Like in this game, it definitely felt like it was on Mowgli. He had Prio on 2 and sometimes 3 of his lanes, and the onus was on Trick to like find these plays, right? So you can tell that there's a lack of coordination between the jungle and the lanes as well for Vitality, because if he wants to go for that scuttle on bot, he should be able to with bot prio, or he does a full clear and his bot plays safe. It's one of the two. And it felt like they were trying to do both. Meanwhile, I can see Trick works so well with Ignar with bot lane, so many plays on bot side with Ignar, because they're on the same page, they're coordinated.
Right, so I think Vitality, they had a pretty clear idea of trying to attack the enemy blue buff, especially on the first respawn of that camp. And they all grouped up, tried to find it, they ended up backing away. And it was like, that was a pretty frustrating thing, I think, for that team, because when you have the Olaf, you have a prio bot lane, you want to force the issue in the enemy jungle. And then later on in the game, there was another blue buff where they tried to do the same thing and force onto Ignar, I believe, and then they get caught off guard. And it was this constant thing where I think that Vitality were playing too far forward without pressure. And that was a problem that we diagnosed with them earlier on in the season, where they go in for this fight thinking they're picking off one member, but they don't actually have Jizuke there, a big carry force on the team, turns into a 4v5.
And it was a shame specifically in this game because, as you said, they were doing well in this game. They were ahead even at one point, but then it comes to that mid game, and I think this is also where we always praise Schalke for taking the right team fights and playing them out correctly, but Vitality tend to overpush.
Yeah, so in this case, it was actually a really good start with Jack Troll. Of course, he trades his life there, but is able to single out Upset in this fight. And this fight ends up going very well for Vitality. Again, they use their side lane pressure to get the collapse and dive on this mid lane tower. It's actually the inverse of the play I was showing before the game when we were doing that Telestrator breakdown. And this time it was Vitality forcing the issue. Then they stopped doing that, and Schalke were able to turn it around.
Yeah, it's both examples, the two sides of one coin. And I think in this case it was correct, but unfortunately for all the examples that came after that in the game, it didn't work out as well. And I think Vitality then has an issue to pull back. When that happens once, other teams would say, okay, we will regroup, we will reset, and we'll make sure we don't do that again, because that's going to cost us the advantage. But Vitality kind of keeps doing it, and that's also what we're going to see in the next replay. And from there, you see that it starts to get out of hand a bit for Vitality, and Schalke gets the advantage back.
This is the one that you were talking about, actually, where you can see that they're constantly off timings. Vitality, the 4-man, is forcing over here on Ignar, and it honestly doesn't look like a bad engage, but Jizuke is so late to it because he's not on the same page with what everyone else wants to do. He's looking to push mid, and he's looking to get control.
And this is exactly the type of area of the map where Vitality want to fight. A tight corridor where you have the Feather Storm, you have like the Mantra Q from Karma. It's a really good position to fight, so the idea is perfect. The timing of going for that fight before Jizuke is in a position to try and follow up, that's where the problem is, and that ended up being a huge swing in this game to put Schalke in the driver's seat.
And I also want to just put the focus on both mid laners. Abadaga, in his first playoffs, had a fantastic early game. He could have maybe done a bit more with the kills he was given, but Jizuke actually had a good game, you know, and you can't be blaming him for the times when the team is not on the same page, I think, but he's having better games, so maybe that can be an avenue for Vitality to work with?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Jizuke had a great game over here. In fact, I think he in a lot of ways played better than Abadaga despite the scoreline, because he had pressure in laning phase, given Olaf and everything still. He had pressure in laning phase, but outside of that, when he was in side lane, he was actually pressuring them in a matchup that should favor Sylas, with a Fed Sylas. We had that 1v2 top where he almost killed Sylas. He kept pressuring. He was fast on pushing sideways. Like, Jizuke made sure that he had pressure on the map. It was on everyone else to also try to match that.
Yeah, exactly. That didn't work out. And on the other side, we had an Upset who was playing out of his mind. I mean, game one was kind of okay. He got super fed on the Caitlyn. But here on the Kai'Sa, he picks up a lot of kills here, a triple kill in the mid lane as well. And it's just playing to his potential. I believe you said it yesterday, Moose. He's just playing fantastically for this team, and it shows once again.
This is the big turning point in the game where the gold lead actually swings in favor of Schalke. He's sitting over on top of a control ward, sees Jack Troll comes in, lands the isolated Q for the damage, then Trick comes around on the flank. It's 2 fast kills for Schalke, and after that moment, they just kept going forward and kept finding these continued beautiful fights.
Yeah, Upset having a fantastic series so far, and now Schalke no fear find them on match point versus Vitality, or it'll be the reverse sweep by Vitality, but that's gonna take a lot, and they'll have to stop this man in the bottom lane. So Vitality, they chose red side in maybe the final game. Of course, last time when they had the choice, they chose blue side just in game 2. So what are we expecting? Are we expecting a kind of final huzzah, crazy draft once again? Or are we gonna see more of this and try to work out the kinks and try and make their normal composition work?
I think we look for more of this, but when we go to red side, as I alluded to earlier, it's more a Cabochard focus draft. It's about getting counter for him, putting him in a position to succeed, and having Mowgli focus the top side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I really hope that they have a response to the game 1 draft that Schalke had, because Schalke also has to kind of try to figure out what Vitality's responses to those are. So I want to see Vitality come in with a solid plan to whatever the Schalke draft from game 1, and then actually have counter picks ready and play a standard game.
From the moment momentum side, Schalke, of course. I don't think they're going to give this away. For Vitality, it kind of is the perfect scenario, right? But we'll see what they can do with that. Vitality's title dreams are hanging out a bit of thread as they are one loss away from ending their 2019 season. Game 3 is up next. Don't miss it.
Towards mid. Now Trick doesn't have his ult, but he's waiting in the wings. Ignar gonna get onto Jackdaw, who jumps in as well. They're trying to take out Upset, and already he's down. 1-for-1 trade as Ignar's caught down towards one side of the fight. Abadage coming in, Mowgli low, but Odo's there to catch the kill. But the chase is on. Death's Grasp misses. Abadage jumping in, and the fight begins. Shizuke not here. Trick's already got down Jacktron, and the Storm comes out. Mowgli's still being chased down. Trick going in, Attila low. He's shut down, and now Shizuke's in a 1v5 situation. He's trying to take out Trick. He'll get one, and Shizuke's still doing it all. Cabochard surviving for such a long time, but Shizuke will go down in the end. Shizuke going forward, trying to carry this fight for his team, but look how low he already is. Shut down once, he gets shut down in response, and now Attila chasing away from Abadage, but he's caught out, and Upset feels the killer instinct, flashes forward, takes the double, and Schalke come out on top in the fight. Schalke wrestled this game out of Vitality's hands, and they are one game away from winning the series.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready for the finals?
Experience the LEC Finals in Athens with Shell V-Power.
Sometimes I feel cold, even paralyzed. My interior world needs to sanitize. I've gotta step through or I'll dissipate. I'll record my step through for my basement tapes. Nice to know my kind will be on my side. I don't believe the hype, and you know you're a terrible sight, but you'll be just fine. Just don't believe the hype. Yeah, they might be talking behind your head.
Welcome back to the playoffs. Schalke versus Vitality. 2-0 lead at the moment for Schalke. One dominant game, one game where they had to wrestle control back from Vitality. That's how I wrestle. One-handed wrestler.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, I'm an extraordinaire.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Betty and I have arm wrestles every now and again.
Who wins?
He's starting to win, but don't tell him that. Okay, I pretend I'm not trying.
Okay, well, I'm going to try hard right here because we're into the match point for Schalke versus Vitality. Reminder of the stakes. It is not just your playoff hopes that die here. It is also your world's hopes that die here. You would not be able to participate in the regional qualifier, so this could be lights out for Vitality.
It's very good news for Splice, though, because Vitality going through would have been the way that they got knocked out of the gauntlet. So Vitality losing here means that Splice will be playing in our gauntlet if Vitality are knocked out. We'll get into the picks and bans. Draven and Xayah removed, Rumble and Aatrox taken away.
These are very close to the Game 1 bans from Vitality when they are on red side. The last ban being the Akali, if it comes through, would pretty much match everything.
A little bit of a change from Schalke, though. They say, okay, Attila has actually been having some okay performances on this Xayah. He's been impacting some team fights pretty effectively, so we're going to get rid of that. The Yuumi ban, there's the Silas ban from Vitality. So a few more options left open.
Yeah, and after the performance from Abba last game on his Silas, outside of that one skirmish in the top lane where he didn't have access to his ultimate, it was a pretty strong game, but it was the Akali that was banned in game number 1 for Vitality instead of that Silas, and it is now the Akali that is let through and the priority pick.
Does mean we'll see the Sejuani on the other side for Mowgli. Alongside that, it's going to be Corki in the mid lane here for Jizuke, or the expectation is that it's a mid lane. That's usually where we see Corki played these days. Schalke have a few options left open to them. Looking at things like the Alistar, the Kai'Sa, could even go for Kate Morg again if you want an oppressive bottom lane.
I would expect something like the Kai'Sa and the Alistar, maybe if they want to try to grab Trix Skarner this early up. But usually it is a Kai'Sa blind pick that Schalke like to run with. Looking over at Vitality's side, however, I'm curious if now that they've transferred back over onto the red side that they're going to try to get Cabochard, that blind or that counter pick again. The last time they were in this position, they picked up the Jace blind, and I'm curious if it's going to be that same type of bold maneuver, if they're going to wait a little bit longer.
It's possible. We have seen Odoamne have a relatively good performance so far this series, so it's hard to really try and dominate him with a top lane pick. Instead of playing for the Alistar, it's Kiana once again here for Schalke. Expect that to go into the hands of Trick, who was incredibly impactful on it in game 1. And Jizuke trolling us just a little bit with the Karthus and the Graves hovers there, but it looks like it might be that Jace from game 1 for Cabochard. I shouldn't really talk about hovers because it's always an easy way to bait yourself into talking about something that doesn't happen, and in fact it won't happen this game as the Alistar is locked in for Vitality.
And it's interesting that they're trying to deny the Kai'Sa Alistar combo. We'll see if they double down here by banning things like Braum and Nautilus and try to limit the impact that Ignar can make on kind of like high playmaking champions.
Ignar is one of those players who can have an incredible impact on most champions, but giving him something that really changes the tides of a team fight is always a benefit for Schalke, so Vitality trying to pinch that pool. The Gragas, of course, one of those champions that can have an ultimate that really changes the team fights.
I just feel like Ignar's champion pool is too deep that it's really hard to pin him down, because even if you deny those champions, he can look towards things like his Thresh that we've seen him run quite successfully with upsets Kai'Sa. I like the fact that we're taking away 80 carries on the side of Schalke. If they want to double down, maybe you also take away things like the Caitlyn. Caitlyn can still work fairly well with Alistar. Help compensate for kind of his lack of wave clear that he brings as a support, and then the pulverized trap combo is quite devastating.
Yeah, I think the other option I would look towards is the Kalista, because Attila has played it in the past, and that is an incredibly aggressive lane. It will be a Swain ban here from Schalke. I've heard some rumblings that it's been played in some scrims, but I haven't seen it in a long time on the LEC stage.
They definitely know something that we do not.
They're avoiding the Imperial's shapeshifter buff that you get from Swain. Vitality here have their top laner and their AD carry left to pick. Sivir, of course, a viable option, of course, nerfed just ever so slightly on 9.16.
So it is going to be the counter pick for Cabochard. That's the expectation. It does mean that Ignar now gets to play whatever champion that he wants. If he wants to go more traditional, go for something like the Nautilus. More comfort, grab his Thresh. Wouldn't even mind a Morgana pick would be cool.
Well, that's what you're going to get from Skewin. Morgana locked in for Ignar. Gives upset that little bit more safety in the bottom lane means that when the Alistar goes for the engage, you just pop a black shield down. We saw it so effective in game 1.
It also really helps contest the wave clear that Sivir will bring. Now, on 916, she was tapped in the damage that her Ricochet will do, especially early levels, so she doesn't get as immediate wave clear. And now she's also dealing across from a Kai'Sa and a Morgana with the Q and Tormented Soil combined.
And the final lock for Schalke is that Mordekaiser. We have got the counter pick here for Vitality. Last game they had the Karma into Mord, which worked out well in the early game, but when Odo picked up a few kills in a skirmish, it really turned around. Instead, I think this is Sejuani top, with Olaf going into the jungle for Mowgli. We wondered if Vitality would bring things just a little bit more sneakily. Although they switched it to the Olaf top, I wonder if Sejuani's going towards the top lane.
I'm actually feeling the Olaf top. It has been played in the LPL into Mordekaiser. When you're on a long lane, something that Olaf top really brings you is the ability to chase people down. You allow yourself to get shoved in, or not necessarily allow, but you get shoved in, and then as soon as the jungler shows up, especially that 2v2, Olaf Sejuani, very powerful early on. You hit the first axe and you just walk someone down.
Now, you predicted it correctly. The Olaf is going towards the top lane here for Cabochard. Now, interesting interaction just to quickly hit on. I believe that if you Ragnarok as Olaf, if you use your ult, you cannot be put into the realm of death. I think it counts as a disable, and so the Mordekaiser wouldn't be able to lock down Olaf. It makes it very difficult for Odoamne to win out that lane.
We'll keep our eyes on the interaction, see if that actually comes true. If so, big brain counter pick.
Huge brain. Goliath brain, and what a time to bring it out here for Vitality. They are on match point against Schalke. Schalke just need one more win to advance to the next round of playoffs and face up against Rogue, who was so dominant in their 3-0 win yesterday. Vitality have to win here to keep their world's dreams alive. Vitality have to win here to keep their playoff dreams alive. Vitality have to win here because Schalke are staring them down after 2 decisive wins. Schalke just need one more to lock out this series.
And on the other side, Schalke haven't even broken a sweat yet in this best of 3. This has been a walk in the park for them. Controlled, calm, collected. Even when they lost control over the single early game in game number 2, they were able to very quickly get it back. So Schalke probably sitting very happy looking at a 3-0 sweep.
Oh, 100%. Like, if you're in this position, even if you lose a game here, you're still in a strong spot coming into the rest of the series.
So Medic, I have an ask. Last game, it was a bit too LCS for me.
Okay.
It was a bit too ARAM. It was not enough side lane.
Understandable.
We now have our second go at it. Abba not on the Sylas this time, but on the Akali. I want both teams to pay a bit more attention to side lanes, because while Schalke, this has looked very easy for them to roll over Vitality to this point, they still have much tougher opponents ahead of them if they do close the series here, and you need to have that side lane control. You cannot be constantly pulling your assassin away from side lanes into team fights. You need to have that versatility. So there's time to find evolution, to not be an LCS team, to not constantly ARAM in the mid lane, and to play a side lane, please.
And both teams have enough teleports to do it as well, Foscurin. If you have 6 teleports in the game, you can stand in that bottom lane for just a little bit longer. You can get towards your team and join if you want to go for a team fight. But let's set up some expectations for the early game here. Let's have a thought about exactly how these teams want to play and perhaps where the junglers will be looking early on.
I mean, junglers both starting bot side could have a clear pathway towards the top to impact this one early on. There's also the potential gank on an early mid lane to disrupt the range versus melee matchup. I kind of expect that the jungle should be fairly quiet. Both these junglers really do excel off of level 6 and playing skirmishes in the river with those big key ultimates, as well as Vitality wanting to play around package windows around the 8-minute mark. Does mean that bot lane should be fun.
Bot lane's always going to be fun. When Attila and Jack Troll are in the game, you never know what you're going to get. Upset Enigma trading there as much as they can, pushing forward with the Akathian range. Jack Troll takes just a little bit of damage, and the chip goes down onto Attila as well. Jizuke and Abadage trading in the mid lane. I do want to bring attention to it because Jizuke is down to about half, has hit level 2 first, so he can push Abadage back, and you expect that in the ranged into melee matchup. But you often talk about not wanting to be near an assassin's tower when they get towards that level 3 or level 4 mark.
It's usually the level 4 when they're able to kind of push through the wave and start to trade back. Of course, you never want to sacrifice your farm for chip damage or trade damage in the lane. You'd like to pick that up. I liked that Jizuke was in trying to get this bounce on the wave and shoving it in. He made sure that he placed his trinket on top of him. Now, normally you see this, but a couple of times Jizuke has been caught off guard, hasn't warded his flank, and has been punished by these types of ganks. This time around, playing it much closer to the chest, slowing it down and playing safely. But that's what we're talking about. That level 3 assassin, when they have access to all of their abilities, suddenly they've become much more terrifying in these quirky matchups.
Definitely do. Mowgli actually able to get through here without being spotted at all. Abelage, if he steps a little bit too far, could get caught out. Trick was spotted on a ward just a little while ago, so they know the Schalke jungler is on the top side of the map, and it looks like it's going to be a battle over the Scuttler as Trick comes forward. Now he knows that Mowgli's waiting there.
And he has a small window of priority here as Abba's able to rotate first.
Mowgli does have Smite, whereas Trick does not have his up. Mowgli's just going to walk back in, smite it away, and then trade back onto Trick. And Vitality strike first in the Scuttlecrab Wars.
And this is important not just for the mid lane between Jizuke and Abba, but for Cabochard up into that top lane. He's constantly had Odo pressed forward underneath the tower, trying to chip away probably with these far away axes, and having access to the Scuttlecrab, as well as Mowgli getting eyes on Trick, unlocks Cabochard to continue to be aggressive up there.
You can see Mowgli actually with total control of the river with by getting both of these Scuttlecrabs. Across the board, slight CS leads for Vitality. 10 farm in the top lane as Cabochard, as you said, with the Undertow continues to push in. A lead in the mid lane to be expected as Jizuke is playing a rage champion into a melee champion. But he's also got the Kleptomancy, so we have to keep an eye on how much gold he's building up through that keystone.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate spot. If Abba can hold this wave in front of his tower, depending on how much Abba trades damage back on Jizuke, he may actually have to pull Mowgli to put the wave in a better spot. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was, because the cannon wave didn't do a lot of damage in pushing it in.
Yeah. I think what you always have to look at is how many ranged minions you have, how many melee minions you have, as Jizuke goes quite low. Mowgli trading in here, but Abadage can just jump back with the shuriken flip, and it makes it quite easy for him to escape. And that's the threat you're talking about there on Jizuke.
Yeah, and Jizuke was just kind of testing the waters. Mowgli comes to help him push it in, and then also if Abba did overstep, your jungler's right behind you. But because he took so much damage, it's not worth the risk. So going to take a very early back and burn his TP.
Has gone for the Hex Drinker first, as we see Corkies do in most of these high burst assassin. I was going to say assassin mages, but that doesn't really make much sense. Into a high burst magic damage assassin, that's when you want a Hex Drinker, because it means you don't get burst down and he hits that level 6 with the perfect execution.
And we see Corki all the time, and we've talked a little bit about why he's so powerful. It's because you have early game safe insurance for very good late game scaling power. So Corki can survive virtually any lane, even when matchups don't feel as good as this one. You can see that Abba is starting to get the better of him in a lot of these trades, but Jizuke knows that all I gotta do is hang on. I'm gonna have massive range in the late game. I have ridiculous damage, even on 916, so it's just a matter of time before I pop off on this Corki.
Looking for that level 6 and package mark. Mowgli's up towards level 6 pretty soon as well. Abadage's already pinged across towards the ultimate mark. Trick, a little bit under-leveled, lost out on those early Scuttlecrabs. It's only at level 4, and is kind of wasting just a tad of time here as he waits for the Scuttlecrab to respawn.
This is a gank setup. They're waiting for Attila to back and then to TP back in the lane. Upset and Ignar are actually holding this wave, so Attila, if he TPs back in, he's going to be very far forward. And Trick is deciding, am I ganking mid, am I ganking bottom?
He's dancing around like he's wearing a hula hoop, but he goes in towards the mid lane. Jizuke with a Hex Drink, Abadage jumping forward. Jizuke gets taken out, and now Mowgli will look for the trade. Jumps forward, flashes around, but Abadage still has the Twilight Shroud. Mowgli unable to find his man.
Very well played by both Abba and Trick. I love this setup, again, cross-map from Schalke, because they could have decided to pull that gank to the mid lane. Again, Ignar and Upset held the wave here to try to get Attila to overextend, but the call came through, hey, I'm Akali, I have access to level 6, I've got the damage to follow up, let's get me snowballed, and Trick immediately pivots. That's exactly what he was doing. He's like, okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, just wait around. I said he was waiting for the Scuttlecrab, but that's spawning top side of the map, so wasn't even anticipating that. This control ward, of course, keeping Jizuke in the dark, and Trick just flashes in. Very hard for Jizuke to do anything about this. Couldn't really escape. Had gone for the Hex Drinker for a little bit more defensiveness, but it wasn't enough. And it makes it an early lead for Schalke on the kill score, but in terms of gold, we're pretty much even.
Yeah, but now we do have level 6 access for Mowgli, whereas Trick doesn't have it. Now, we still saw that Kiana brings substantial CC, even without that, but here is the time to hit back.
Abadage still has Flash, Twilight Shroud, and the flip. It's pretty hard to hit back.
I was trying to tee it up. I was like, okay, Vitality, hit me with the ultimates. He just Twilight Shrouds and just it all disappears.
It's the safety of Akali in the mid lane, though. You can see how defensively he's playing, realizing that Mowgli could be coming in. He didn't actually spot this one. Jackdaw flashing forward. They're going to catch him out. Easy enough stuff for Vitality. They're on the board.
And I'll have a wit around the corner. He's like, it's Vitality. They could dive me, but they won't. Narrator, they did.
And Jackdraw's just, when he wants to set up his mid laner, he spends a lot of time around that. You see him so often try and team up with Mowgli for some of these ganks. And it didn't really lose too much because Ignar tried to rotate across but wasn't able to get there in time. Now, Mowgli stealing away this blue means that Trick will just go towards mid. Odo, maybe something too far forward here. Cameron's still there.
He's got the blast cone. He's fine. I do like the point that you bring up about Jack Troll and his influence on the mid lane. Vitality kind of remind me of Fnatic in this instance, in that you often see Hilly pair up with Nemesis. And what Hilly's doing is he's helping Nemesis get priority through a numbers advantage, but normally Broxa's also there. Now, Vitality almost never have Mowgli there. Yeah. He was in that instance, but normally it's actually just Jizuke and Jack Troll. And again, this is kind of the thing when everyone's firing on all cylinders for Vitality. When Mowgli is also there for the play, you can see how much cleaner that they look versus when it's just kind of two members out of sync of everyone else. So Vitality so far are looking much more on the ball and much more like a unit.
Very similar to their game to start when they had that 2,000 gold lead about the 18-minute mark. Here we're 9 minutes in, they've got about 1,000 in their back pocket. And once again, we see an Alistair going for the early Moby boots, not even upgrading his Relic Shield to a Targon's Brace. Says, okay, I'm going to roam around the map. I'm going to try and team up with Mowgli as much as possible. And here, perhaps, is that first package play you talked about, Fosk. Or not.
Right onto the blue buff.
He ganked that blue buff so hard. Smackdown.
But this is indicative of kind of how Vitality really like to play. A lot of teams like Schalke will usually get priority through mid and then use their mid lane advantage into one of their side lanes. Vitality normally kind of skip that step and they instead try to gain priority through side lanes and then rotate it into the mid lane. So with Jizuke taking a very defensive itemization in terms of the Hex Drinker, having things like the package, I have a feeling it's mostly about, okay, I'll push this wave and then I'll look for a play with the roaming Alistar.
A lane we haven't talked about too much so far is that top side of the map. Jizuke trading here onto Abadage. Jack Troll there with the Hex Splash. But Trick is here, and now they don't realize Jack Troll is waiting. The Glacial Prism locks up Trick in place. Abadage escapes for the moment. Supreme Display of Talent will knock Vitality back. Ignite here to try and help out his jungler as Vitality continue on the chase. Both teams escape unscathed.
Very cool, in theory, idea there. Jizuke's like, I'm looking delicious. I'm high in fiber. Take a bite. I'm out of position. Meanwhile, Jack Troll had like slipped in underneath Fog of War and under a tower there.
Jack Troll, that was bad.
Okay.
Unbreakable Will comes out, but Ignite goes forward. Yeah, that was just poor play from Jack Troll. Going for the fight. Didn't realize that, you know, well, he must have realized towers do damage because they've always done damage, but that was, yeah, it was just weak.
I was all aboard the compliments. I thought it was cool. We spoke too long. We dove a tower.
It was all that delicious fiber, Foscure. That's what he was going for.
When we get the replay, you can see.
We'll have a look at the fiber content of the replay. Even though Vitality, you know, threw away a life there in the mid lane, we'll watch it again because this first play, as you say, was good, but the second play is just.
We missed the good first play.
Let's have a look at exactly what Jack. Okay.
So I
kind of understand it.
Yeah, because the idea is that if Alistar actually locks him up while the the Q from Corki lands, you're going to do massive burst damage, and you'll probably just kill Abba there. But because the Q doesn't land from Corki and Akali is able to disengage, then it looks like a disaster. Good news, Vitality got the Rift Herald.
Yeah. Can use that to open up one of these turrets, maybe even just look for some plates and some gold. Down towards the bottom lane, Upset's had a bit of free time to push in towards this tower. He'll be trying to pick up a plate for himself on the Kai'Sa. Might be a little bit too long as that cannon wave has dissuaded him for the moment. And bot lane has pretty much just been about the AD carries bumping heads while the rest of the teams play around mid. Top lane, Kavashard has built up an early lead on this Olaf, kind of to be expected. I think the question becomes for us how much that Olaf impacts the game as we go on, because we expected him to win the laning phase, but after that, is he going to have as much impact in a team fight as a Mordekaiser?
Well, I think what they really wanted is they wanted to be able to fight over an early dragon by using TP from Kavashard, but because the early dragon went down for Schalke, they found their window where Vitality overreached for the Rift Herald. Now, we'll see if they're able to get something back with the Rift Herald, but in the time that it took to take the Herald down, reset back on the map, Schalke just walked to Infernal and got it for free.
Early Infernal Dragon for Schalke will help with Abadage on this mid lane assassin. About a 20 CS lead for Jizuke. Mowgli waiting around the corner here. They put a lot of pressure, a lot of time into trying to get Jizuke as strong as possible. They know they want him to deal with Abadage if it ends up being a game about the side lanes that we want to see. But will it actually pay off in the end? That's always the question. When you see a team invest this much into one of their players, you have to question whether it will pay dividends.
Now, I do want to point out that Schalke know that Vitality have Mowgli in the area. He was spotted out into a ward, so Trick is just being very patient, has now revealed himself. And this is Schalke just wasting Mowgli's time. Unless he tries to force this.
He could try and force it. That's a very Vitality thing to do. We saw them do it a lot in game one. For the time being, he's going to go down towards the bottom side where Schalke actually have total vision control. And Mowgli maybe going to push too far forward. Jackdaw goes for the engage, but Trick is here. TP's coming in from both teams. Jackdaw forced away. Here comes Mowgli, lands the Glacial Prism onto Trick, and it's Cabochard who's there first. One down. Odoamne is going to try and face off Jackdaw, gets him in the realm of death and takes him out. Ragnarok used here by Cabochard as Odoamne now caught out by Jizuke, but Abadage is on the way, has the perfect execution. Could look for the fight. Instead, Vitality disengage, and it's a 1-for-1 trade in the bottom lane.
And I feel like it's the TP that really saves the day, as now Vitality are doubling down on the one fight. They've got the minion wave, the Rift Herald comes out.
Abadage could look for the flank here. Upset's backing away, but he has the TP. Cabochard coming in, no ultimate on that Olaf. Rift Herald's going to get a charge in. Death's Grasp doesn't land, but the binding does. It's only on to Mowgli. Odo taken down to about half HP. Jizuke still pushing forward. Must have the Valkyrie available if he's going to step this far up. He does, and he escapes for the moment. Towers, plates fall in the bottom lane just as the 14-minute mark comes across. So Vitality found all of the advantage they could out of that Rift Herald.
Yeah, they are currently hanging on to the gold lead. We've now seen a swap come through. Now Attila does have access to TP. I'll hold it though, because Cabo feeling lucky.
Death's Grasp pulls Cabochard back, yet to tank up the tower. Now he does. Odo black shielded. The binding lands, but Cabo will take one. He'll fall in response. And Schalke answer with a kill of their own in the bottom lane.
And it was a good bet for Schalke to take, that someone was going to overextend from Vitality, look for the dive. Ignar hides himself in the brush. Cabo does look for the dive, and then Ignar gets the last laugh.
And we'll have another look at the start of this fight, because as Jack Troll engaged, you started shaking your head first.
So yeah, because if the TP doesn't come through, then suddenly you've just kind of killed your Alistar, but Mowgli does get here in time, as well as the damage from Cabochard comes through. And again, this is what Vitality wanted to have happen over the first Infernal, but they missed their window to fight for it, but they still get access from that cross-map play on the TP this time around. So that feels good, but in terms of like total gold, using the Rift Herald, getting a couple of plates, I'm still not sure whether I want to call that just an advantage over the last 5 minutes, but they're barely holding on to the gold lead, so.
Yeah, you can see that if Cabochard's in a pure 1v1 in that fight, he wins that every day of the week. But because Ignar stayed around, protected his top laner, Cabochard goes down. And just a little bit more gold in Schalke's pockets. Now, a 600 gold lead for Vitality, shrunk just a little bit. Trick trading in here, jumps forward. All of Vitality are there. Trick doesn't care. Supreme Display of Talent will take him out, and now Mowgli perhaps caught out as well. Has the flash, has the Arctic Assault, but Abadage still on the chase, looking for Attila if he can get there. Twilight Shroud comes down, a little bit of extra movement speed. Abadage not going to go in with the second proc of the perfect execution. And because of that, Schalke find a kill, and they're kind of just stepping into the faces of Vitality now. They know if Cabochard's not around, if Jizuke is not around, Vitality really don't have that much damage.
And it's Schalke recognizing that the composition is really good fighting in the jungle, not just because they have the Kiana, and she works really well when she's surrounded by these walls, but also because you have the mobility of a champion like Akali. So they're going to have that free I guess, step forward, step into their faces is what you said, especially when the black shield comes down on them, to constantly look for plays like that, especially when Jizuke is just like passively farming mid lane.
Jizuke trying to farm up towards those 2-3 items. You know, Infinity Edge on top of that Trinity Force makes him an incredible powerhouse when we get towards later portions of the game. Let's have a look at some of the other items that have been finished. Storm Razor on Upset, Hextech Gunblade on Abadage. You've got an Essence Reaver finished on towards Attila, who's on this Sivir, it was a little bit nerfed, but we didn't really see too much impact on the Ricochet nerf in the laning phase.
Yeah, and it's going to be more about the Boomerang Blade in terms of the team fights, at least at this stage into the game, so she hasn't lost her bite there. Now, I do want to say that we're setting up for the Infernal. This starts with getting priority through the mid lane, which is what our teams are jockeying to do right now. Now, Abba is in the top side because he actually has his TP that's just come off of cooldown, playing cross-map. And now the call is going to be from Schalke. Do you allow this Infernal to go down because you've lost vision control over the area and trade it for a cross-map tower? And that seems to be the call, but this would be bad.
It's exactly what they're doing. Odoamne just chased out here by Cabochard. We wondered if the Olaf pick into the Mordekaiser would work. Cabochard showing us just how powerful it can be. Vitality looking to take that bot lane tower while Schalke continue with the cross-map trades, take top, playing those side lanes.
But this gets really dangerous if Vitality are able to punish this.
Oh, Ignar dodges away, Jizuke on the chase. Ignar pops the stopwatch, but the Boomerang Blade will find its mark. Vitality missed a lot, but still find the kill.
And the thing was, is if Vitality had executed that correctly and were able to kill Schalke there, suddenly this swings wildly in control for Vitality. But because they didn't connect with some of those key ultimates like the Sejuani ult, Schalke do manage to kind of like even the playing field or stop the bleeding. Vitality still holding on to the gold lead, but that could have been much worse for Schalke.
And the question becomes now for Schalke, how do you deal with Cabochard in a side lane? If Odoamne can't step up to him with a Seeker's arm card, do you then need to put Abadage down there? But it doesn't feel like an Akali's going to match up well into an Olaf, so maybe you sacrifice bot lane, you sack wherever Cabochard is, and you try and play in the other two lanes.
I mean, the reality is that because you have so much mobility with the Kiana, as Trick's actually looking for the assassination.
Jump straight onto Jizuke, but Jizuke dodges away with the Valkyrie, and Trick burnt his flash for nothing.
But we should see Trick doing this. If Odo's going to continue to be pressured onto the bot lane by the Olaf, like if Schalke can't dodge the Vitality Olaf matchup, then Trick can just use the passive from Kiana and very quickly shadow underneath him and then be there for his team if they actually need to pull Trick towards the other three members of Schalke on the other side of the map.
I'll see if Trick is going to be able to do that as now Schalke group up towards mid. Attila and Jackdaw maybe a little bit pushed up. The binding doesn't connect. Spell shield used by Attila. The root still lands onto Jackdaw. Abadage campaign! Oh, that was a little bit braver than I expected him to do, but he was able to dodge all the way back, and Odoamne joining up with his team. Still, Schalke unable to take out that mid lane tower.
I think it's one of the most frustrating things about Akali is that as an assassin, her ability to play so far forward because she has so many safety tools, but she kind of acts like a LeBlanc in that instance. Yep. Because she can poke from so far away as a melee champion and then just kind of like somersault back to safety, it's just so ridiculous, which is why it feels like no matter what Riot tries to hit her with or change her, the core kit is kind of the problem. There's just too much good stuff packed onto a single champion.
It feels like you need to get rid of one of those mechanics, really. You know, being able to jump back to the Shroud or something like that. But then you remove a lot of what makes Akali and what makes her so fun to watch in some of these games, although not so fun to play against from time to time. Abadage is sitting at 1-1 and 172 farm on him. Jizuke farming up on the Corki. Looks like he's going to go rapid fire cannon next up and then perhaps build up towards the Infinity Edge. At 20 minutes, it's pretty much an even state. Vitality have the slight gold lead, probably have the game in their hands, but we've seen things swing very rapidly in this series.
And my eyes are on this guy on your screen, Jizuke. Now you can see that he's spent a lot of time in these side lanes, does have an EXP advantage, and is trying to go toe-to-toe with Abba, needs to play it perfectly.
Oh, once again, the Glacial Prism doesn't connect. Trick was able to land the double stun onto Jackdaw and Mowgli, or the Root. Jizuke still has that package. You talked about how powerful it can be for Vitality. They haven't really found an avenue to use it yet, but they are continuing to try and unleash Jizuke in that side lane.
I mean, the damage is being done because not only is Jizuke getting the better of Schalke on the top side, Cabo is still a massive problem into the bot side. The waves have been stacked. Vitality are shadowing underneath him. Vitality just needs to not get caught.
Yeah, as you say it though, they do. Jackdaw caught out here, teleport coming in. Jackdaw has the unbreakable win, but now the fight is going to erupt. Schalke looking for it. Ignar caught out down towards the bottom side. Cabochard already going to take him out. Death's Grasp flashed away from there, and Vitality are looking for the 4v4, but instead they back away. They look towards the mid lane and perhaps think about opening up that tower. Lots of pings coming down.
Yeah, inside track on the mid lane. They should be able to get at least some good damage here, if not just shove it down. It is low. They should just take it.
They will start to open up on it. It's Attila going for it. Odo trading down towards the bottom side. Upset there as well. Mowgli goes golden for the moment. Teleport coming in now, and Schalke want this fight. Mowgli's already down. Attila caught out by Abadage up towards the top side of the fight. He's already done. And now Trick lands a perfect ultimate. Jizuke caught out. He's down to 200 HP. Cabochard trying to trade into Upset and Abadage, but he just doesn't have the damage. He's done. And now Jizuke, no mana, no life, no friends around him. Schalke find the TP, find the fight. Jizuke continuing to survive. But in the end, someone from Schalke will pick him up. It's Upset, flashes in, and takes him out.
Okay.
Jacktro, though, maybe looking for a little bit of a fight. Okay, you say Frost, and Jacktro says okay as well. He backs away.
Okay, kids' gloves are coming off. Vitality, what are you doing? That is a perfect example of everything that is wrong with this team. You have the opportunity to go for the objective. Just walk up to the mid tower and kick it down. Instead, they overreach. They look for these kills, and they lose any advantage that they had. Suddenly, Schalke have snowballed back into this game, are in a massive position. Just hit the tower.
Totally agree with you. This alien web replay shows it best. Attila all by himself. Vitality leave him. Billy no mates in the mid lane. Abadage, all he has to do is TP in, and Cabajad, you know, he's trying his best. He's the Fed carry on this team. But as soon as Vitality gets split up like that, Schalke are just picking them off one by one.
They prioritize the kills. They do not prioritize the objectives. And that has been the problem for Vitality this entire series. And that is the key difference between these teams and why Schalke are looking at a 3-0.
And it was only a moment ago we were talking about Vitality having the game in their hands, being able to play with about 1,000 to 2,000 gold lead. Now, Schalke are in the lead. You have 2 completed items on your Kai'Sa. You've got a Morello Hextech Gunblade on your Akali, and you have another assassin who's got a Duskblade.
So now the game is back into Schalke's hands. They finally have the gold lead. You just talked about all of the key items that they have. Now, do Schalke learn from Vitality's mistakes? Do they set up? Do they overreach for kills? Do they play side lanes correctly? This is what we're now looking for.
It's never been the Schalke way, or at least not this split. Schalke are the by the numbers, the fundamentals team. They will set up the vision control. They'll talk about those triangles of vision around Baron. They'll set up the waves in perfect sync to look for these towers. Glacial Prism used here. Abadage caught out, still has the flash. Jacktro jumping in. It's all on to Upset, pops the Killer Instinct, but now Vitality get the shutdown, and Ezo is praising them. It's Schalke who make the misstep. Down towards the bottom side of this fight, Odo is trading in against Cabashot, but you just can't do anything against a rampaging Olaf. Odo still trying to get the damage down. The realm of death comes out, and Odo taken out by Cabashot in his own realm of death. Jizuke jumping forward, almost takes out Ignar, has to burn the flash to get away.
I will say this, when someone throws, someone does need to catch, and both Schalke and Vitality are playing catch this game. We're not playing side lanes, we're going back to ARAM. Schalke just run it back into the mid lane. Vitality meat grinder them, and now have position on the Baron.
But Jizuke overstays, and he's dead. Frosthead in your hands. There's just been a series of unfortunate events. It's the lemony snicket, as you would call it. And both the teams have been like, okay, this is a slippery slope. Let's just run down this one and see who can throw harder at each other.
This is like Howling Abyss. Just get away from the mid lane.
You asked for it, Frost. You said side lanes. They heard you. They thought you wanted to avoid them.
Okay. Deep breath, reset, let's have another go at this one, and let's look at what happened here. Reminder, we talked about this in game number 2, now in game number 3. Schalke love to do this. Even when they have an assassin like Akali, they will pull the Akali from a side lane to look for team fights. But this works perfectly for Vitality because they love just running at you in the mid lane, and when you run into that, that's when Vitality find advantages here.
And you can see, like, Cabashot is doing his job on this Olaf. He has a perfect champion to deal with Mordekaiser. It works out well, but then even at the end, Jizuke escapes, but he's jumping in for Ignar and then flashing away to try and get out of these fights. Save your flash, man. Keep it up for the next fight so that you can take out someone like Upset, like Abadage, instead of going for the support.
But we are coming to the apex of this game. Again, all of the key itemization have come out for both teams. There's still an advantage for Schalke, I would say, in terms of kind of which carries have come online. I'm waiting for kind of like one more item from Corki before he becomes absolutely devastating. But playing into the side lanes, let's see how we set this up. Let's see if we play the side lanes or if we're going back mid, boys.
We will see. Life on the line here for Vitality. Losing this series knocks them out not only of the playoffs, but of Worlds contention. Schalke 2-0 up, have looked pretty darn devastating throughout these games, especially when we get towards the later portion in inverted commas. We'll see here if Vitality can show something they haven't in the first 2 matches.
So both teams, again, jockeying for different objectives. What Schalke really need to do is they need to take down this mid lane tower. Vitality really want a big pick so that they can rotate into the Baron. So what they're waiting on is Cabochard to actually get this wave. Oh, it's not timed right. Disaster. What they wanted was Cabochard to time the wave top lane to get forced into the tower while Vitality were all underneath him. So one of these objectives will go down. Either Vitality would get a pick because someone was rotating to catch the wave, or someone wouldn't be rotating from Schalke that Cabochard could shove down the tower. But we're desynced, we're having our backs staggered, and we're resetting the same play and kind of stuck in this Groundhog Day of running into mid lane repeatedly.
Schalke, on the other hand, tend to sync their backs pretty effectively. They go in here for some vision control. They have the control ward on the Baron, and now they have total river control. And with Upset now hitting 3 items, I do want to have a quick talk about scaling in teamfights as the game progresses. We often talk about Schalke as an incredible front-to-back team fighting team. Here, if we get to, say, 35, 40 minutes, is it even in terms of how these fights will go, or do you think one side has an advantage?
I kind of think that in the current day of League of Legends, it's mostly execution-based. Not one team usually gets just kind of like a clear I outscale you, like we used to say in the old days, like this team can't play past 35 minutes. Because I think there's options. It's just who plays it better.
Oh, not Jack Troll. He's in the realm of death with Odo Wamne, who's trying to hit the obliterate. Can't quite land it.
Oh, teleport.
Back, teleport coming in. And here becomes a fight around the Baron. Jack Troll still alive. Odo Wamne almost goes down, but goes golden. Abadage chasing onto Attila. He flashes away, but Abadage goes in for Jizuke, jumps all the way back. And now the rest of Schalke are here for the fight. Down towards the bottom side. Cabochard's actually chasing out Upset. Upset nowhere near this. Oh, it's actually Trick. Sorry, not Upset. Trick goes down. Upset here, trying to fight onto Jizuke. He goes in with the Academy Rain, and Jizuke's down. And now Mowgli is in a 1v4 situation.
Here comes
Another
Cabo.
kill comes out. Cabo coming from the bottom side of the fight as Attila tries to re-engage. Abadage going back, doesn't have the teleport to join this fight. Cabochard unable to get there in time. And now Attila just cleans up the river control. It's Upset up towards the top side, but Vitality do not want any more of this fight.
And Schalke keep taking the bait. They teleport Abba into the fight, and Vitality will just pull them down to their level and beat them with the experience. Like, welcome to hell. This is it.
It's been an interesting day for Oscar, I'll give you that. Abadage trading onto Attila here as well. Doesn't have the ult, but lands the shuriken flip. Don't really want to jump on towards an Alistar, who can just knock you up as soon as you get in there. And across the board, we're back towards the status quo.
But it comes back down to execution, what we were talking about, how you actually execute on these team fights if we get all 10 members there at the same time, instead of these random picks back and forth. If it's a front-to-back fight, in terms of if you get Jack Troll and Mowgli Sejuani in front of Attila and Jizuke, it should actually be a very clean fight for Vitality. They have a lot of range with the Ricochet as well as the Corki package. You have potential super tanks with the Sejuani and the Alistar. You can see when things don't go like that, it's a bit messier. Whereas if a fight is moving and you're able to dive backlines, that's what looks really good for Schalke here. The ability to get people like Akali back and assassinating people.
I do think my favorite part of this fight was Cabochard just running at Trick. So that's all he did for about 30 seconds.
I mean, Olaf's got one play pattern. What do you want?
Here we go! He takes out one in a 2v1.
Do it too!
Oh, Upset, you have to dodge around this. The undertow available for Cabochard. Doesn't quite hit it. Teleport coming in for Vitality. Because why wouldn't you TP into a fight? Upset lands the Void Seeker. Jizuki coming down from the bottom side. But meanwhile, on the top side, there's another fight. And it's Vitality coming out on top. Abadage gets onto Attila. Ignar low has popped the Soul Shackles, landing onto Mowgli. Abadage gets a double. Upset's escaped down towards the bottom side as here comes Jizuke. Has the flash. Valkyrie over the wall. Jack Troll still on the chase. Great binding. Abadage.
Was it a bait? TP
the
top?
teleport coming in as well. It's all the TPs for Skewin. Cabochard there. Abadage jumping back. And Jizuke, even the Hex Drinker won't save you now. Oh, he's got the flash still up. Void Seeker doesn't hit. How do you follow these fights? It's just everything going on at once.
In all of the chaos,
They're TPing in for Baron.
Abba has picked up a lot of kills. This Akali is actually probably the biggest winner of all of this bizarre fighting that's happening, because Abba is now very powerful.
Okay, this could be the game-defining fight. We have to put our serious caps on for a second, because Odo Wamne and Schalke has started up the Baron, but Cabochard is here.
Look at Jizuke, he's zooming over.
All it takes is a moment. Jizuke zooming over. Blue buff continues to be taken here by Schalke. Cabochard acting as the bouncer.
This is actually really dangerous. Vitality are a team that are bold enough that if they feel that Schalke actually back, look at that, they on the way ping Baron. I think they'll just start the Baron.
You've got Cabochard, you've got the rest of the team. They're going for it, and all the teleports, of course, will just burn in that skirmish.
They're gonna do the Baron.
Vitality gonna do the Baron. You have to feel.
Oh my God,
in the mid lane.
they're not doing the Baron, they're setting up a trap.
They haven't done it yet. They're setting up a trap. Vision control is all in favor of Vitality. Deathscar's going to pull two back. And here goes Odo Wamne. Pops Mowgli into the realm of death. Ignar trying to get some damage down from the side. But look at Trick so low. Black Shield comes onto him. Jumping forward. Lands the damage. Oh my God, Attila's almost down. But Vitality already taken down one. It's a 1-4 trade. As now Schalke trying to open up. Upset coming in. And perhaps Vitality have dived too greedily. Perhaps Vitality have gone too deep because Upset arrived in time. It's a 5-for-3 in favor of Schalke. And eventually someone's going to take that Baron.
And that was devastation there. Jizuke actually failed his Valkyrie over the wall, wasn't able to disengage as the Upset came in on the Kai'Sa. Now it's Schalke who have priority over the Baron. They have two members. They have the Kai'Sa that has incredible shred over this objective, and they should be able to take it down. Oh God.
I don't think they could take this down.
No, they could do it.
Upset. Remember, the Baron's attacking does less damage. Oh, that was close. Okay, Schalke get it. 32 minutes into this game. I have a look at how Schalke set up for it, or whatever this is.
I actually really like the game plan here from Vitality to try to set the trap. The unfortunate thing is that they're not able to immediately kill who they grab first, and then it's about trying to find the right target, and Schalke are just able to get the CC out to delay the fight long enough that here we go, Upset finally joins it. Jizuke doesn't get over the wall, there's the Valkyrie directly into it.
And then it's just Upset on cleanup duty, you know, it's quite easy for him when he joins a fight this late just to take it out, and then the Baron comes out for Schalke in the end.
And it may not have felt like a big thing, but imagine if Jizuke does escape that fight because it was just 2 members of Schalke that survived. If you have Corki rockets firing into you as they're very low health getting the Baron, that could have been the difference there of Vitality being able to stall out that Baron.
The benefit for Vitality, or the good thing here for Vitality, is although we still have a 2.5-minute Baron buff on Schalke, Vitality have relatively good wave clear, and they have a lot of towers still standing. It's going to be a while before Vitality, before Schalke are knocking on the inhibitor turrets, and so maybe Vitality get another shot, get another fight around a Baron before this game is well and truly out of their hands. Upset's going to open up 2 towers in the bottom lane and now joins the rest of his team in mid, but there's no wave there for Schalke. They're going to have to wait a long time before they can really go for that mid lane tower.
And this mid tower has kind of been the last bastion of hope for Vitality. So many good fights have been created around it, but now with Schalke having so much access on the side lane pressure because they've taken down that bot tier tower and it's only the inner tower top side, they're going to constantly be able to threaten potential dives under this and just slowly push it down. You can see Trick threatening the dive, looking for his opportunity.
Jackal going in though. Righteous Glory popped on the hunt used as well, but a little bit late there for Mattila.
Yeah, Schalke just making sure that, okay, that's fine, run at us. We'll absorb necessary cooldowns. We can just continue to sit here, let our side lane stack up.
And a good thing for Schalke, or a little note of how they're playing this, is Upset's actually, he waited for the wave to be cleared, then went and got red buff, and now is back here when the wave is pushing in. It's those small things that really maximize the efficiency of a push with something like Baron, and now Schalke can push in with the cannon wave and look for that next turret if they want it. Instead, they back away. They say, okay, we've got enough. 3 towers out of this Baron, 2,500 gold on the Baron power play. And they are about 3,000 gold ahead coming into the next major objectives. Cloud Drake up. Let's see how Vitality are going to answer the next wave of push. Let's have a quick look across items. You've almost got 4 on Abadage. I'll see how much gold he's sitting, about 1,100, so he's almost at his Rabadons. Should be able to back and get it now. You've got 4 complete and the QSS on Upset, and he's actually got $1.5 grand sitting in his back pocket.
Yeah, and there's the Rabadons that you were just talking about for Abba coming through. He's made his back, so Schalke feeling very powerful in their item spikes. That said, Vitality also have a really, I'm going to say easy to execute composition, but we really haven't gotten to see it at all. Again, their range advantage is really strong, so they should be able to walk up to fights, lay down a lot of poke with the reach of Sivir and Corki before the big fights happen. Unfortunately, this game has just been so messy with people getting picked out and kind of like 3v3s that become 5v5s that you haven't gotten to see that from Vitality's comp.
I think a major thing for Vitality in these fights is how much impact Cabochard can have. He's the highest level in the game at level 18. He's got GA, Black Cleaver, Maw, and Death's Dance. If he can isolate Upset or Trick before they have an impact in the fight, he entirely changes the landscape of a team fight.
I also think that he's dissuading a lot of lane assignments from Schalke onto side lanes because they are afraid that if the Olaf shows up, especially if it's Mordekaiser, that he actually can just mow them down and push them over.
Definitely can. Vitality, last bastion of hope for them as they continue to hold on towards this game. 2-0 down in the series.
There we go. See, that's how that should work. You make sure that Jizuke hits so much poke, he can chunk multiple people out, and then when you're feeling confident that you have the health advantage in the fight, then you pull the trigger on something like a Sejuani ultimate or like Jack Troll's Engage. Whereas Schalke, it puts so much more onus on kind of creating this hit-and-run style of play because they have so much mobility and assassination potential between Kiana, Akali, and Kai'Sa. It means that they need to be very peculiar about playing around vision and, more importantly, denying Vitality's vision.
Seems to be, that's what they're trying to do. If you have a look just through the jungles, you can see a couple of control wards at the blue buff for Vitality, a couple of wards here as well on about where Jizuke is. But Vitality actually have some control of their own top side, not that much in the bottom side. So what we'll see, and what it looks to be, is Trick shadowing Odoamne and hoping that someone overextends, hoping that a Cabochard or a Jizuke pushes up a little bit too far there. And then Trick, if they find the pick, they can then use their triple teleports to try and break open this space of Vitality.
Things certainly seem to have slowed down we might be waiting for the next big objective, but otherwise people are just kind of grabbing the safe farm and hunkering down for this next 56 seconds before Baron spawns.
But this is where Vitality thrives. You know, we've seen them so many times with their back against the wall. Remember back to Worlds 2018 against Gen G, against RNG. When they were pushed, that's when they started to fight back, and which is why I haven't lost hope for Vitality yet. Although Schalke are in the driver's seat, are 2,000 gold ahead, all it takes is one moment of brilliance from Jizuke, from Attila, from Cabochard to really change a game.
Which is...
Going in, Jacktroll straight onto the back line. They've tried to catch out Abadage already. He's down. The moment of brilliance has arrived, and now Schalke are running for the hills. Odoamne puts him in the realm of death. Upset trying to get the damage down, but look at Cabochard. He's that front line. He's that tank. One down. Jacktroll goes out. Trick jumping in. Upset there to follow as well, but already 2 more kills come out for Vitality, and now Upset has to run. He jumps onto the back line. He takes out Mowgli. That was beautiful from Upset, but Vitality are now on the chase. They're looking for him.
But Upset just needs to delay them, if possibly get out. I think Jizuke's going to clean it up.
Is he? Oh! Is he? Upset with the fancy feet! He almost gets it! He just can't quite! And Jizuke comes out on top.
But an absolute hero play from Upset because Mowgli is dead. The Baron has spawned, which means that Vitality can no longer turn towards the monster objective and instead are racing towards this base.
They could just win the game right here, though. Abadage 15 seconds away. 3 carries up for Vitality. They're going to at least take the inhibitor and they'll look for the win. It's on Ignite, trying to defend. Soul Shackles, Flash, and Ignite. Abadage 5 away, Vitality fighting back. Their backs against the wall. They found the play, they found the picks, and Vitality will not go quietly into the night.
A brutal game. Very messy in the mid-game, but that's where Vitality thrived. They were able to see through the chaos that they had created. They got the cleaner team fight on the back half, just ran it down at Schalke, made the picks when it was necessary, and then ran it all the way home to the Nexus.
And that's the spirit of Vitality. That's the team they've always been, the one that goes onto the brink of disaster and fights back. The team that thrives off emotion, that thrives off momentum. And perhaps we've seen a turning of the tides in this series.
Now, I do want to point out something that probably wasn't picked up on stream, but I think the audience really clued in on, is right before that team fight happened, Vitality erupted in noise. You heard it from like deep within their chest, this yell that comes from them. We talk about that they're an emotion-based team, that they're a momentum-based team. They recognize exactly when the moment was to seize, and now with some wind back in their sails, maybe we start to see a very different Vitality take over this series.
Maybe we do. Of course, they need to win out. They have to reverse sweep if they're going to win this series. Schalke, be looking at that game, there were enough mistakes for them to clean up that I don't think they'll have questions as to where they went wrong, but you do wonder when they get towards a portion of the game where they're so comfortable, you know, after the 30-minute mark, whether they'll be doubting themselves a little bit.
A big issue is they need to figure out what they're going to do with Cabochard. If Schalke aren't committing into playing into the side lanes, they're having to group up as 5. They need to make sure that Cabochard doesn't get to roll over in those side lanes and have so much damage. He had 9 kills at one point in that Olaf. No one could face him into a side lane if, depending on what the lane assignment was. And when he showed up into the team fights, he was still doing ridiculous amounts of damage.
Absolutely devastating. Vitality, of course, do not get side selection for the next game. It's the loser that picks, so Schalke could always say, well, we'll take red and then we can counter-pick Cabochard as that final lock. We'll see if that's what they decide to do, but Vitality just were able to fight back in that game so well, and my question has to be, will they be able to carry that spirit into the next couple of games?
And Schalke just need to kind of shake it off. We said that they hadn't felt that they were breaking a sweat coming into the series. They were looking at a possible 3-0. Maybe things start to get a bit more tense, but I think you look at that game, it's very clear to identify, hey, maybe we just need to slow down the mid-game, take our time with our calls, make sure that the game doesn't break down to Vitality's standard of play, and then close this out how it should have been done.
Yeah, definitely, Frosk. Definitely, I totally agree with you.
You were talking to the producer.
Yeah, the producers are talking to me, I'm sorry. Vitality had their backs against the wall and responded with a massive win. Let's find out if they can force a Game 5 after the break. Mowgli goes golden for the moment. Teleport coming in now, and Schalke want this fight. Mowgli's already down, and Tiller caught out by Abadage up towards the top side of the fight. He's already done, and now Trick lands a perfect ultimate. Jizuke caught out. He's down to 200 HP. Kabushon trying to trade into Outset and Abadage, but he just doesn't have the damage. He's done, and now Jizuke, no mana, no life, no friends around him. Someone from Schalke will pick him up. It's Upset. Yeah, it's Jack Troll straight onto the back line. They've tried to catch out Abadage already. He's down. The moment of brilliance has arrived, and now Schalke are running for the hills. Odoamne puts him in the realm of death. Upset trying to get the damage down, but look at Kabushon. He's that front line. He's that tank. One down. Jack Troll goes out. Trick jumping in. Upset there to follow as well, but already 2 more kills come out for Vitality, and now Upset has to run. He jumps onto the back line. He takes out Mowgli. That was beautiful from Upset. Way Vitality fighting back. Their backs against the wall. They found the play. They found the picks, and Vitality will not go quietly into the night.
Hello, LEC fans. We made a few changes to how LEC teams qualified to the World Championship. It's pretty straightforward. Let's have a look. The winner of the Summer Split qualifies as the first European seed. This remains unchanged. This year, the 4 teams with the most championship points, excluding the Summer Split winner, fight for the final world seeds over multiple best of 5s. Now, the 2 teams with the least amount of championship points will face off in match 1, with the winner competing against the team with the second highest amount of championship points in match 2. The winner of match 2 will qualify for Worlds and the final round of the regional qualifier. The final round will determine the 2nd and 3rd European seeds, with the winner qualifying as the 2nd seed and the loser qualifying as the 3rd seed, starting their tournament run in the play-in stage. We hope you like the changes. Thanks for watching.
This is my creed. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. You are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
to the analyst desk ahead of Game 4. Vitality was on the brink of being knocked out of playoffs, and for that matter, out of their 2019 season because they would not be able to make the regional qualifier. But they crawled back. Finally, after seeing, I think, some positives in Game 2, they get a victory on the board in Game 3. And there's a couple of things we want to highlight before we go in the next game. Remember, it is still an elimination game or a qualification game for Schalke 04. But we want to highlight some of the positives we saw, starting with Cabochard for Vitality. He is a guy we talk about very often as being one of the strongest players, if not one of the strongest top laners in the league. And it really came into fruition in that game.
And it was so great to finally see him on something like hard counter pick matchup. The Olaf smashes the Mordekaiser in that 1v1. It starts off with him teleporting down here into the bottom lane to get a kill, but then after that, it was multiple solo kills, and basically Cabochard 1v9ing on one side of the map while the rest of his team is doing something else somewhere.
And I think that was kind of the issue that made it difficult, is that he was 1v9ing, but it didn't really come to so many 5v5 team fights for which Vitality had a good setup. So whilst on the one end it was really good from Cabochard, it left a bit to be desired as for the team play from Vitality.
Yeah, I think the four-man was still struggling this game quite a bit. Cabo was actually applying a lot of pressure. Like, they needed two people at any given point in the game to actually respond to him, and you could see that. Like, you had Kai'Sa roaming down in that clip, you had Morgana hiding in a bush, etc. So you could see Cabo was applying the pressure, but then the four-man has to take that and actually walk into an enemy jungle or look for fights or look for plays themselves, and they were really struggling with that this game early on.
It looked like it, and for me, it really came down to one of those typical Vitality Chaos games. And I don't like to use the word because it's kind of non-descriptive. Okay, what are you going to say about Chaos other than it isn't very organized? But it did really look that way to me, and not like Vitality won this off the pure game plan and the execution in the mid to late game.
Right, because we kept seeing those same over-forced fights a lot. Again, Jack Troll seeming like that inconsistent factor that has been plaguing them throughout the later half of this season. So once again, it's a game where he is going way too deep. While Cabochard is winning in a side lane, we need him to hold back. Don't blow your advantage after you just got it.
Yeah, that's why we wanted to highlight the Jack Troll versus Ignar matchup as well. We talked about it before the series as to how influential it would be. And you see that Vitality is getting better as this series goes on, but definitely we need Jack Troll to clean it up around the edges.
Yeah, for sure. Like we said at the start of the day, that this is going to be a big factor in
23 deaths, by the way.
Yeah, in whether Vitality plays well or not. And then you have these moments where, like, the mid-tower dive, it was so strange to see that happen, and it keeps happening over and over again where he's overextending, especially in mid lane, so much that Schalke doesn't have to find plays themselves, they just have to wait for Jack Troll to give it to him.
It seems like they lost the game the way we're talking about Vitality, but they didn't. So how did they claw it back in the end?
I mean, it was really just one team fight, right? Because we're sitting in the back room watching this game happen. It's like, there's no way Vitality get back in. Yes, they have the possibility to outscale with a double marksman setup, but for a lot of this game, it kept feeling like Schalke were winning all these fights, while Cabo's winning in the side lane. These 4v4s were not going their way.
And what was quite impressive as well is that Schalke seemed to be adapting in-game to the moves Vitality was showing. And if Vitality tried something once, if they tried it again, Schalke would be prepared for it.
Yeah, and it's been a thing that's happening this whole series, actually. Like, even if you think back to Game 1, Vitality makes one play on a side lane, and then Schalke immediately is ready to respond to it again because Vitality will make the same play again and again till it fails. And then it fails, they come up with a new play. But then they'll keep doing the same play again and again till it fails. And so it's actually quite easy for Schalke to think about what Vitality wants to do and respond to it because Vitality only gets one window to do it.
So this is the play that made it look like the game was going to go Schalke's way. Trick gets this ult off and instantly bursts down Attila. Then with Upset coming in around the flank, this is a fight where he can clean up, where no one can actually hit him after he had chunked out Jizuke at the start of the fight. This turned into a Baron then for Schalke, and everything seems like it's going to go well. But then it was a mid-lane fight that Vitality were able to just like snap engage, run it straight down that middle lane, catch out Abadage, and turn it into a win.
And maybe one of the only times we saw them really utilize their composition to the fullest, where they can just run at you, get that Sejuani ult in there, and just smack everyone. Upset was doing amazingly once again. It wasn't enough in this game, but I wanted to take a look at the draft in Game 3 specifically, and you guys had some remarks about how Vitality looks if they're on blue or on red side and what difference it makes.
Right, so Vitality's drafts changed dramatically compared blue to red, because on red side, as we saw there, it's about counter pick for Cabochard. So you save him to last pick, you see a Mordekaiser, then you pick up the Olaf or something along those lines so you can pop off and carry. Whereas when they're on blue side, priority jumps up on the Xayah pick. They want to lock that in early and focus on the bottom lane. When you can't get counter pick for Cabochard, he's going to be on stuff like the Karma. it's going to be a very different look. And for me, I think it's a much weaker look for Vitality. They look like a stronger team when it's Cabochard they can play through and they're on red side.
Absolutely. And one of the main things is also on red side for Vitality, what ends up happening is because Schalke in all these games is picking their mid lane so early, it's either Silas or Akali or Kiana, and the flexes, but you know they're going to go mid. It's easy for Jizuke as well to respond with a counter pick. And Jizuke is at his best when he can have a counter pick ready, when he knows the matchup that he's going into and he's choosing into. And so they're getting counter picks or the opportunity to have a counter pick for both solo lanes by being on red. And so with Schalke...
But I got bad news.
Yeah.
Schalke picked red.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why things look rough for Vitality right now.
Yeah. So what are we going to see then as an adaptation for the plan for Vitality, knowing that they're still on an elimination game? They're not on their favorite side. What is the strategy going into these picks and bans?
Well, I think when we looked at how Schalke were actually banning on red side, it was like 3 bot lane bans, like Draven, Yuumi, and I believe the Rakan as well. So it's a heavy focus on denying Jack Troll and Attila from getting on a power 2 versus 2. So they need to somehow figure out how to remedy that and then fix some of the problems you've been seeing from them all series long.
Yeah, because I think when it comes down to the picks and bans, nothing really changed in terms of knowing who is strong, right? Schalke, no fear, of course, wants to try and ban out or hamper that bottom lane who they think they're stronger than regardless. They want to set up their bottom lane for success. They want Abadaga to be comfortable. And yeah, the Mordekaiser pick coming out of Odo Wamnitz. What do we make of that?
Odo known as his role in this team is to be on an island and just survive and hope his foreman can carry. So, you know.
I'd love to hear him talk about that if they win, because I'm sure he has something to say about it. But Vitality is going to go for the Sejuani ban first, taking that off the table. And the Draven ban out from Schalke, no fear. They give the respect to Attila no matter what.
So far this is playing out exactly like in Game 2 when Vitality was on blue side last. So Aatrox, Morgana being the other 2 bans. I'm curious to see if the Morgana does stick around though, because that to me hints that you really want to prioritize picking up the Rakan. But in Game 2, Schalke banned out Rakan third after seeing that taken off the board. So it's very possible here that Vitality decide not to actually remove that and focus down on something else that's, you know, been a problem for them this series.
That's a change, though. They banned the Xayah instead of the Rakan this time around. I suspect that Schalke will still ban Yuumi. I'd be surprised if they give that pick up because they don't play it, and I don't think they want to see Vitality play it as well. So this means Rakan's going to be open. Jack Troll's going to have another engaged champion available to him, and so is Ignar.
Yeah, we weren't that impressed with the Jack Troll's Rakan. It's only something he's played 2 times in summer and picked up by the end of it. And in Game 1, it was a bit volatile, but maybe if he cleans up his play, it can work out better for the side of Vitality. And the Silas is out in the mid lane.
I like removing this here from Abadage. Now I'm looking at the Akali here as potential first pick for Vitality. Very strong champion on this patch and a good option that I think Jizuke can pilot to good success, especially if he doesn't have to worry about a Silas in that matchup in the mid lane. You can definitely get a lot done with that pick.
Yeah, but they're going to ban it out, which means we will see something different. I don't think he's going to pull out the Karthus again, but it may, yeah, pushes towards a shift for the mid lane picks and pool.
So the Yuumi is open now if Jack Troll wanted to do this. Vitality did go for the Yuumi a lot during the regular season. Now, there were some pretty heavy nerfs to it on this patch, even though we saw it paired up with the Garen Yuumi yesterday. It's a champion that has been hit quite hard in terms of the lane pressure you can provide. Scaling damage and CC on that Q has gone down significantly.
Yeah, despite the nerf, it is going to be a lock-in for Jack Troll, something he is more comfortable up. And of course, do you think it's going to get paired with something traditional, or are we going to see something wacky out of the bottom lane?
I mean, I would personally like to see either Dilution to me is something I really like to see alongside that Yuumi. If you want to play hard through that bottom lane, I expect Vitality to be looking for something like that and to really try and win this matchup over upset.
I was just implying maybe they could go for the Garen, but I know we don't want to.
Oh, I don't want the Garen.
All right, then the Kiana comes out on the red side for Trick. He's had so much success on it, and the Kaisa would also be a no-brainer for upset. 2 hugely important and strong picks. Some would say a little bit OP for the Kiana in the jungle moose for Trick.
A little bit of background here. Vitality was also one of the first teams this split to come up with Kaisa Nautilus as a response to a Lucian Yuumi lane, and so it's interesting that Schalke might be piloting that side of the matchup this time around.
Oh,
there's a good.
Oh, they're actually doing it.
Garen, yeah, I'm so sorry, Ender. You didn't want to see it, but that's what it's going to be. What does that spell out to you? Or are they going to go for a switcheroo, some flex, and put the Garen top? We've seen how bad that was in Wonder's hands. No offense, Wonder. But it most likely will be going bot.
I mean, whenever we see this pick, it's always you must focus on the bottom lane. If you're playing against Garen Yuumi, it seems like you actually have to attack this a lot during the early laning phase. That means stronger mid lane champions you can have roam first. That means a strong ganking jungler like a Gragas, if you want to chuck a Garen away from his tower, especially post level 6, this does give you the ability to try and play around that lane.
Yeah, what we do yesterday, what we saw yesterday from Rogue though is also when Larson was on the Corki and the Garen Yuumi were in the bottom lane, he used that mobility he has on that champion to put pressure on that bottom lane as well. So we know that this is a good setup for it. Do you think they're going to pair something with it that is quite tanky, that can sustain, that Yuumi could jump onto in a team fight or a prolonged team fight?
I think the best champions that Yuumi wants to be on are frontliners, especially when you look mid to late game. So if they did want to have someone that could dive into the backlines, that's always going to be a good look for you. A lot of those champions did get removed. Akali gone, Sejuani gone. Now even the double top lane bans here for Cabochard, just to remove these strong laning options that Vitality had. I still think there's choices for them to go for, but ultimately this is going to be a game where a lot of the damage is going to come from Jizuke and then actually Jack Troll on this Yuumi.
Yeah, there's still a lot of options on the table. We are looking at Cabochard. I think he was the big carry for Vitality in that game 3. So he has quite a big champion pool. I don't think he'll be in trouble, but it's all about what will fit in the composition. The next pick is going over to Upset. We're still missing a mid laner and a support if that Gragas isn't going for support. And there we have it, Rakan and Kai'Sa.
So Kiana mid lane, Gragas jungle. We see our bot lane now. This is interesting because it keeps to Schalke's basically playbook. They want to play heavily for mid lane this time around, especially for the 2v2 at level 6. And if not that, then they're going to go for bot lane dives as much as possible.
Next pick coming up.
This is the interesting question that Vitality has to answer, is what the top lane pick is going to be over the Jace.
Yeah, I think the Jace makes a lot of sense here because this team right now lacks physical damage. If you consider Garen in the bot lane, not going to be doing a whole lot. Corki in mid, primarily magical. So they would have either had to go for something like a Gnar, perhaps, if they wanted a bit of a team fight initiation. But a Jace, Corki, Yuumi is insane poke. If this team gets a lead, if this team ever gets a Baron, it becomes very hard to defend if you are Schalke.
And Skarner will go in the jungle for Mowgli. We haven't seen that from him in summer, so
I mean, I in theory like this. You know, you take a level 6 jungler to sort of match that of the Gragas. Yuumi, you mentioned champions to go all in. You can have the Pantheon, but you can't pick it, Ignar.
So if people aren't aware, Pantheon is disabled for the playoffs, and Ignar doesn't agree. So there we go.
So I think onus on this game heavily on Schalke to make plays early on, especially at level 6. Their mid 2v2 has to be able to make plays because Skarner also level 6 is going to be able to make plays. The longer this game goes, Yuumi on Skarner or Garen, etc., they're going to have a lot of catch potential.
Yeah, I also think it's important that Odoamne doesn't get bullied out of top lane and is forced to use his TP early on, because if we're looking at a play around bot lane at level 6, he needs to have the TP up so he can try to help out and shut this 2v2 down.
From what we've seen from Vitality in the games leading up to this, they're not afraid to fight. They never are, and they're not afraid to put some pressure on the enemy team early. What will be their job in the first 10 minutes with this composition?
I think you have to set up and make sure this 2v2 does not get punished down on the bottom side of the map. I don't think Mowgli needs to feel any pressure to force plays himself, but just track, trick, play a control style, something that we don't usually think of when you think Mowgli. Play control style jungle, get your team into the mid game 2 items where you really come online.
We go to coaches, shake hands, and it is still up to Vitality to crawl their way back into the series and make the reverse sweep happen. We've seen the picks and bans. We'll see if Schalke can close it out here, or if Vitality brings us to game 5. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shox. One game between Schalke and a date with Rogue next week. 2 games between Vitality and the same fate. Both teams fighting for their world's lives as well. If you are eliminated here, you do not have a chance of making it to the 2019 World Championships. Everything on the line, and we are on to Summoner's Rift for a fourth game of the day.
I want to talk about some of the mental here and taking a Garen Yuumi. We had questions at the very top of the day if we were going to see Garen Yuumi defying the drafts like we saw it happen with Rogue and Splyce. But because it came out in Game 4, what's interesting is that if this does go to Game 5, now there's all these questions for Schalke. Do you have to respect the Garen Yuumi? Do Vitality then go back and try to play their jungle smite game? The multiple looks that we've given from Vitality makes them actually really dangerous in trying to draft against if they are able to win here and push us all the way towards Silver Scrapes.
We'll see if they can do it at the moment. Jack Troll just taking all the extra little bit of poke that he can, building up those spell thieves stacks. Yes.
And I just want to echo the sentiment from the analyst Moose and Ender there, and talking about the poke potential that comes out of Vitality as this composition scales over time. Now, the window that Moose brought up was for Schalke to look for a potential dive on the bot lane, and I think that they have the tools to do that with someone like a Qiyana, but it's a very narrow window, because as soon as you hit tick over to minute 8, Corki has access to the package. If you're not tracking those cooldowns of the teleports, then Vitality have all of these tools to counteract any type of cross-map bot lane play that Schalke could do. So can they find their window? Can they look for the dive lane? Can they punish Garen Yuumi? Or will Vitality get to outscale Schalke and get this poke composition online?
Schalke historically have been a team that tends to play a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical. Here they need to keep that pace of the game up. Abadage has Ignite in the middle lane. He's taking the wrong side of a trade here with Jizuke early on, but we'll see how effective that Qiyana can be, not coming out of the jungle, but instead being played in mid.
Do want to point out the jungle pathing. It was Trick starting towards the top side. Now, usually you can see Gragas go either Raptor Red into early Krug and then a full reset. He was spotted out by the ward on the Raptor camp and is now looking to cross for his blue. Maybe he's afraid that with the priority that Jizuke has, that Mowgli could actually contest him for his bot side camps, and he doesn't want to get a potential 3-buff.
Look at how many of those minions Abadage is actually being kept away from, though. He's only just hit 3 CS, now onto 4, but Jizuke already an entire wave ahead of his mid lane counterpart.
But what Trick's pathing tells me is that there's not going to be a lot of attention given to Odo. Because he didn't take an early Krug camp clear, it means that Krugs won't respawn between 4 to 5 minutes, which means there's not a lot of value for Trick to be up there to offer a gank towards the top side, which is usually when junglers look for that on second rotation of Krug camp. So, as per usual, Odo, I'm sorry, mate, you're probably on an island.
Left alone, as usual in Schalke games. Trick here, maybe looking down towards the bottom lane. We talk about it so often, you have to shut the Garen Yuumi down early on, and they're pushed up. Maybe thinking that they're safe, but Trick is waiting in this bush. Schalke going in, Ignar looking for the engage, maybe overstep just a little bit. Trick has the body slam, will land it onto Attila, but that courage will keep the Garen safe. They take a trade. Attila forced back, but no summoners burnt there from Jack Troll or Attila.
They do manage to get a pot out of Attila, but because he is running the Relic Shield into double pot, it's not as effective as if he was running a traditional marksman that would only have access to a single pot. So if Trick wants to make this stick, he might have to repeat gank here.
You got to just keep going over and over again if you ever want to shut down a Garen lane. Cabochard aggressively trading here onto Odo. He has had his enemy top laner's number this entire game. Now Jizuke maybe overstepped. Abadage jumping in with the root. Valkyrie up here, but Jizuke's ticking down with the Ignite. Trick on his way. Jizuke still has the flash in from Trick, but now look at the damage coming down onto Abadage. He's got to try and dodge away. He's still got the flash. He uses the stealth, doesn't even burn. The flash eventually goes away. Odo chasing onto Jizuke, and with the boomerang, he'll get first blood. Mowgli's forced down towards the bottom side of this fight. He still has his flash, though, but Cabochard's coming down to join the fight, and Mowgli maybe looking for the fracture. The stun comes out. Odo, of course, flashless, lifeless, and Vitality answer back.
Odo may not have his team helping him out, but he will play for the team. He makes the rotation down. He's able to pick up the first blood in favor for Schalke, but loses his life in the end.
I mean, the big thing there, though, is you're losing CS in the mid lane as Abadage without teleport, not getting the kill. Actually forced quite far behind in terms of experience and in terms of CS. We'll see this trade once again as Abadage goes in.
And I frankly think that Trick is a bit greedy here with the flash. He's just used the belly bop, so he doesn't have the cooldown, because obviously normally with the Gragas, you want the belly bop flash to make sure that you connect with that CC. So this is multiple flashes being expended to try to get Jizuke.
Now Odo, Cabo still has flash, knocked back, the trade continues, looking to get underneath the tower. One more auto from Odo would be enough, but he can't quite get there in time. Attila trading onto upset, and they get the 2v2 kill! Garen, Yuumi, and Jack Troll!
Give him the book!
Slams the book in his face there. Ignar stays around to clear out the wave, but that is unexpected from the Vitality bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't know why Attila and Jack Troll still have this reputation that they constantly lose 2v2s. They've been actually pretty solid since week number 5. Yeah, it started out pretty sketch in Summer Split. I'll hold the thought, though, because maybe spoke too soon.
So Abadage doesn't have 6. Doesn't have flash.
They don't have a wave. I think he's just...
Doesn't have a wave.
He's just burning time here.
Doesn't have Ignite.
Back to complimenting Attila and Jack Troll. They are not the pushovers that we constantly think about them. They can find these 2v2 kills. And in here, it's just Upset and Ignar not respecting the potential poke damage, as well as the double combat summoners that come out of a Yuumi lane.
Yep, just a little bit greedy there from Upset, staying around, and
Yeah, give him the dance.
Jackdraw gives him the dance.
I don't know if it's a dance or laugh.
It's one of them, and that's all that really matters. However you can BM.
Give him the wiggle.
Definitely gave him a wiggle first. Jizuke now level 6 will be looking towards making some of those plays down towards the bottom lane. Already they are ahead in terms of damage and kills. They have a 2,000 gold lead, and now Trick perhaps looking down towards the bottom lane. We talked about how he'd have to repeat gank. There's no sums left for the Vitality bot lane, but very hard for Trick to get in there. Mowgli on the top side of the map is helping Jizuke force Abadage away, and perhaps even look for a gank towards top, because there's a 20 CS differential in that top lane. Cabochard is really taking Odoamne to the cleaners.
You don't necessarily need to gank it, and it's dangerous against a Gnar, just because A form with Mega Gnar, there's a lot of CC. I'll hold it though, Jizuke.
I would like it trading in. Mowgli's on his way, still has the flash, has the smite. Here comes Trick. Jizuke bopped up, Trick looking for the damage. Mowgli turns around onto Trick, and Trick doesn't have it just in time, gets the damage out. Abadage looking for the root, but can't quite land it, and now Mowgli's 6. Abadage has to try and knock him away, but he doesn't land the stun. Mowgli still has the flash. Flash, chase, put the stinger in his back and look for the kill, but he can't land a fracture. Abadage dodged away from it and able to escape for the moment. Mowgli just needs one more auto. He's ignited. Mowgli, you dive too deep. That was greedy!
It was on the edge of a mechanical mishap there. Not hitting the skill shot with the Skarner means that Abba gets to walk it out, and then Mowgli over chases. But Mowgli looked a little bit confused in that skirmish to begin with. He started chasing Abba, he turned too late to Jizuke. Think of how much cleaner this could have been if he actually just stood strong with his mid lane from the beginning here. So Mowgli comes in, Abba's been zoned from the fight, and look at Mowgli. He's like eyes on Abba. He takes just a couple of clicks too far, eventually does turn around, does clean up the kill with Trick. He's like, okay, it's fine. He got level 6 off the Gragas kill. He can use the Impale. He can go the distance. And then disaster strikes.
Yeah, gets the Impale down, but then just misses the fracture. You hit that, you probably get the kill, gets the smite down. Abadage does a really good job of dodging around this as much as he can, puts the ignite down, and Mowgli's like, oops. Well, Vitality were in a commanding position. Mowgli's actually going to chase out Trick here. Trick's still not level 6. Mowgli has total control of this topside jungle because of the pressure that Cabochard puts down. About 1,000 gold lead here for Vitality early on, and we talked about how their composition only gets stronger with time. Garen, Yuumi, Corki, Jace, so much damage when we get towards the 20-25 minute mark. Schalke really need to pick up the pace if they're going to win this game.
They really need to get Trick to level 6. He's put himself on a back foot here in terms of experience because he has given so much to his lanes. Should get it pretty soon off of a couple of these camps, though.
He needs to get there pretty quickly. Abadage has actually gone for the mobility boots in the mid lane. He's going to be trying to roam around and help out his team as much as possible, but with Jizuke continuing to force him back, it's going to be quite hard. Look at the damage down onto Igna. He jumps away. Upset has hit level 6. Attila and Jackdraw still yet to ping across towards that level 6 mark, but they'll be very happy with how this laning phase has gone so far. Perhaps a little bit behind in terms of CS, but you add on how much Jackdraw's picked up, and it's about even in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and again, to echo the analyst desk, it's about getting Garen and Yuumi out of the lane phase into that scaling potential where Garen's basically like the delivery service for Yuumi. He's the unkillable carpool that she needs.
Put her in the back seat and let her just rat-a-tat-tat machine gun out the damage with the prowling projectile. I think the question becomes, we haven't seen a huge amount of Yuumi on 916. Will she still have as much impact in the late game when she builds up AP as she had in the past? I think the answer is probably yes.
I mean, Rogue, I think, proved that that was yes, definitely. And I feel like on 916, Garen and Yuumi have become the old Sonateric. Sonateric so many patches ago, and now it's...
you can tell that to Team Liquid.
Well... We don't talk about LCS here.
Unless we're talking about mid lane.
Treat them with respect.
Okay.
You
got nothing
me.
to say?
You can put me... I have... If you don't have something nice to say, don't say it at all, Medic.
Yes, Mom. Vitality going to start up the Rift Herald here as Schalke don't have any control of this top side of the map. It's all of Vitality's. They brought up the Garen Yuumi to try and just get a little bit more pressure, but you can see Schalke have to be so tentative approaching this, and the rest of them are coming up to try and help this out, but Vitality were here first and will get the Rift Herald without really too much contest.
And unfortunately, Schalke aren't trading anything at all. They're taking the team fight. They have to win this.
Ignar goes in with the charm. They only catch out Mowgli. Vitality continuing to trade in. Upset is here in time. Jumps in with the killer instinct. They're knocked back onto Attila, but he's going to spin to win his way away. Abbedagge looking for some more damage, but Caboshot on his way down. Now Odo trying to build up that Mega Gnar. Catches out Attila, slows him up, but it's too easy for Vitality to escape.
And obviously, you want to win every single fight that you approach here, but it was especially important for Schalke to win that fight because they weren't in a position anywhere else on the map to trade something for the time that Vitality had used to take the Rift Herald. They didn't get plates. They didn't pick up waves. They didn't even get the Dragon. It was literally walking there, praying that the team fight would work, and because Vitality successfully disengaged, that was a huge waste of Schalke's time, and they are falling very far behind in gold this early on.
I think it kind of portrays the understanding that Schalke had and that we had on the analyst desk when we discussed the game earlier, that they need to get ahead early on, that they need to find picks, they need to find catches, because otherwise they are just going to get outscaled and out-poked really by this Vitality lineup. Schalke may be a little bit desperate to make those plays. Now Ignar trying to catch out Mowgli. Upset here as well. The knockup will land. Mowgli's going to try and escape, but there's not really many places for him to go, and Schalke do find a pretty effective pick.
And it's always going to be worthwhile playing around the Kiana CC, especially when you use the Rakan CC in tandem with that. So I like that Schalke recognize one of the areas on the map that they can execute on, now looking for a dive.
This is a dangerous dive, though. I think they're just trying to force Jizuke away because they don't have quickness, they don't have the Kiana ultimate either. It would have been very hard to lock up something like a Corki who has Valkyrie. They force him away, he loses about half away.
But they don't get another run at that play because the reason why they had it is they had an inside track for Ignar to make the roam, but Ignar now needs to respond back to his bot lane, and Vitality have moved Jack Troll and Attila.
Yeah. But
Hello.
Caboshot's dead. So that's super interesting. Like, Caboshot was coming across.
Is it because he just walked down the lane and died?
But it's like you have vision. It just felt a little bit greedy from Caboshot to be staying around there. We'll see if we do catch a replay of that one to see exactly what went down. Jizuke hit. Oh, Ignar tried to flash in with the quickness, couldn't quite land it. Teleport coming in here from Upset as they go for a little bit more of the fight, but couldn't find any connections, and Jizuke uses his flash to get away. Does give Odoamne a little bit of free time with this tower up in the top lane. Caboshot has teleport. He's going to use it to a minion, and Odoamne is like, okay, I'm out of here, but Mowgli's on the chase, on the prowl. The Scorpion is on his way. Has the Impale. There's the smite for the slow, and they pull back Odo. Didn't want to flash. Odo knocked back and really just locked in place. Not much he can do. Vitality will get another kill, or a first kill, on towards Caboshot.
Yeah, but Odo had flash. Just flashing.
Didn't want to. Did not want to. Let's have a look at what Caboshot does here. So here's the thing, right? If we look up towards River, Caboshot has vision on the Gragas, right? He knows that Trick is around here.
I think the idea was Vitality were actually trying to play for the Rift Herald by funneling all of the people mid, because if they have numbers advantage mid lane, and if Skarner waddles over there and places the Herald, then maybe you get good damage on that mid lane tower, but because Caboshot was picked off warding, it now transitions to this play where Vitality used the Herald top.
Okay, so double TP's coming in here from Vitality. They've used the Herald. Ignar and Abbedagge is like, okay, I'm out of here, because Attila and Jack Troll are here to join the fight. Rift Herald's fallen, the tower's almost gone down as well. It's like 2 auto attacks away from dead. Odoamne is going to leap away, and it's Vitality who make the play, but the tower's still surviving. Trick going in. Final chapter popped here. Caboshot has Jack Troll on him. Abbedagge trying to jump up towards the backline. Caboshot ticking down with the Ignite. Mowgli will be the first to fall. He's still alive for the moment. He runs towards the backside of the fight. Now Jack Troll caught out with the wallop. Mowgli ignited once again. Attila pulls down Demacian Justice, but it's not enough to take down Trick, and Vitality will lose 3 here. You have to feel maybe even 4. Caboshot goes down to Upset, who got behind the towers. 4 kills down. Schalke find a perfect fight in the top lane.
And it was a 4v4, 4v5 at the very end as soon as Upset joined it, but Schalke are able to turn that play around, and the tower is still standing. A stiff breeze would push over that top tower for Vitality, but again, they greeted. They tried to go for the trades. No one was focusing on shoving down the objective, so they lose their lives, lose a lot of the gold power that they had, as it's a completely even game now where Vitality did have a 1.5k advantage.
And Abbedagge is sitting at 5-0-4 on that Kiana. The assassin potential is well and truly there. Let's have another look at this. As you can see, it's such a messy engage from both teams.
I think the issue is that the Yuumi ultimate was used on non-squishy targets. You basically hit 2 tanks, so the CC did delay the engage from Schalke, but it didn't help you set up any kills, so we're right back in it.
Yeah, Odoamne stepped up way too far here. Doesn't have the flash, going to try and jump towards the bottom side of the fight, but Jizuke's on the chase. Nah, into the wall. Odo maybe looking for the leap across here. Still being chased out. One more auto would be enough. Jack Troll just snipes him from the side.
But this time around, there is a response from Schalke, and it's happening on the bottom side of the map. It's the Dragon that's being taken down by Trick, and it's this tower that's being taken down by Abadage. So Schalke in a much better position to respond to Vitality's aggression this time around.
And that's what they need to be doing. They need to find more fights like that one in the top lane if they're going to continue their playoff hopes here. 2-1 at the moment for Schalke in this series, but Vitality have looked a much different team than their first 2 games, you have to feel. They've come back fighting in this series.
But we've taken virtually every outer tower save for those mid ones. So now it's about how do we start attacking this mid game. We'll hold it as we look at the replay.
I think it's just Odo being greedy, right? Like, you don't need to be pushing for that tower. Everyone else is left, and you know there are teleports on the side of Vitality. So as soon as Mowgli gets here, Odo's pretty much doomed.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty fair. We'll watch it play out anyway.
Jacktraw's like me in my ranked games. Just takes the kill at the end. It's like, you've done all the work, I'm just going to take that one away from you.
As long as he then gets into all chat, he's like, all me.
Yeah. Better jungler wins.
But talking about how we are on an open map right now, you're in a position for Schalke where your Kiana is now 5-0-4. Now, Schalke have been in this position before where they have a high mobility assassin target who gets very fed. And now I want to see Schalke actually double down and use it correctly. Put Abba into the side lanes, leverage the pressure and the kill that he can create, and then either play 1-4 and constantly bounce down to him, or stack him as 5 and fight in the river over a big monster objective like the Dragon that will be spawning in 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
So in the past, when we've seen Schalke like play around Abba being big, he's had teleport. Here he's got the Ignite. How much does that actually change the Schalke game plan?
It means that as soon as the Baron is relevant, obviously you can't play the bot side of the map as the Kiana, but it also means that his kill pressure on the side lane is that much stronger. So we have a bit of a setup here.
Yeah, you can see how safe Cabochard's playing. He's underneath the tower. He realizes that you can't see any of Schalke. He's like, okay, I'm not going anywhere at the moment, but Schalke are going to invest into this dive. The quickness comes up. Cabo gets the knockback with an arm into the wall, and the CC chain is good. Schalke set it up perfectly. They get the kill, but meanwhile, what are they losing in the mid lane? Only Upset here to defend, and the rest of Vitality are just going to push in.
Yeah, the concern was that Cabo was able to trim the wave enough that there wasn't a lot for Schalke to work with as soon as they did pick up the kill. And not only that, they used key ultimates like the Rakan ultimate to pick it up there. So it is a win cross map, in my opinion, for Vitality in terms of taking down that mid tower. It gives you so much more access into placing deep wards into either side of the jungle and setting up for monster objectives.
I guess the benefit for Schalke is that Odo gets a little bit more time to farm himself up on this Gnar. He's only got the Black Cleaver so far. You got Manamune stacking up on Upset. Let's have a look on the other side of the map. Attila, he's got a Phage, he's got a Ruby, Kindle Jam. He gets towards his Black Cleaver. You've got a Trinity Force on Jizuke, and he's got a little bit of armor underneath his belt with the chain vest. So trying to be a little bit more defensive against what is, at the moment, predominantly a physical damage Schalke.
I want to pay attention to what Ignar is doing, however. He's going really deep and clearing out this jungle, as well as placing down a massive safety net of vision underneath the Kiana. So again, we're starting to play around Abba for Schalke in one of these side lanes. Hopefully Upset doesn't die. I think he's being dove.
Yes, right now, he manages to survive.
But in this situation where you're waiting on your one to take advantage, Vitality then recognize, okay, we can't deal with Kiana unless we put multiple members into her. So what we try to do instead is we run face first and try to see if we can catch out the other unit of Schalke on the map. So good job from Upset to disengage and not burn his flash. But this is what Vitality will be looking for every single time that happens, is Zoom Cat on the Scorpion, Scorpion Cat, and they'll just zip at you.
It's how you play against people who play through 1-3-1. What beats 1-3-1? Team fight and hard engage. Go all in. Usually you look at things like a Sejuani or a Gragas who can catch out people and make for a big play. Here, Mowgli and Attila. They're the ones that should be running at the enemy, and Jacktroll is just along for the ride. Has himself an Athene's Unholy Grail, building up a little bit more AEP just to try and get as much magic damage out of the cat as possible. As we get towards the 20-minute mark, you say the major objective is the Mountain Drake, and then alongside that, the Nasher coming up. You have to expect both these teams to try and start setting up some vision control around it and looking to see, we're looking to see exactly how Schalke is set up, because we always talk about Abadage being big and you playing around him in the side lane, but they haven't actually done that as much as I would like.
We are still waiting for a couple of item breakpoints. We talk about this all the time, but it's usually why you see teams slow down a little bit, because you don't want to try to force a fight when you're so close to key items. The key item that we were waiting for has now just come in. It is that Rage Blade for Upset. So as soon as he has positioning back into the mid lane, they force that through. Now they'll feel confident approaching this dragon and looking for more of these 5v5 fights.
Maybe looking to force it as they know Jizuke's off towards the top side of the map.
They have to because Odo's that much closer to Meganar.
Odo building up that Gnar bar. Attila and Mowgli off towards the top side. Kabashard and Jizuke going to join this fight. Abadage able to escape for the moment. It was a QSS burnt, I believe.
The extra gold that Abba's been able to pick up means that he has 2 kill items in the Ghost Blade as well as the Dust Blade, and then access to the QSS.
Abadage's behind them here. He's on a control ward. Vitality may be flanked. Ignar going in, catches out one. Upset jumps forward as well, and it's Mowgli the target. And now Abadage going in, looking for Attila, knocks him into the wall. Jack Troll there along for the fight at the moment as Jizuke gets onto the backline. Trick has to jump away with the body slam. The chase continues, and this is where Vitality start to thrive. They can just continue to poke, continue to chase down Schalke, but Trick is off towards the side, going in, misses Cabo shot, goes golden. Oh, Cabo with a perfect flash away from the Gnar. Almost got knocked into the wall, and now Attila going in. Demacian Justice strikes down Trick where he stands, but Cabo shot will fall, and Jack Troll will follow shortly after. Vitality 2 men strong as Schalke continue to look for these fights, but the poke from Jizuke could be impactful.
Corki is such a disgusting champion. He's actually going to possibly dissuade this. I think the numbers advantage means that Schalke will brute force this, but if this is something like a Baron, Corki can actually stall and hold off teams from taking things like the Baron because of how much damage his rockets do.
Game still finally in the balance at the 22-minute mark. There's only 100 gold between these two teams, and you can see if fights extend, if Schalke can't find that pick at the start, Vitality can come out on top.
I think one of the issues, though, is in the initial setup for Vitality here, that they're setting up like they have a big 5v5 comp instead of a poke composition. Vitality should actually just sit back and wait for that damage that Jizuke is doing there before they start to 5-man stack and look for a big fight. And you are right. Usually the longer fights go on for, the higher the percentage chance that Vitality will win it because they'll get off multiple rotations of pick. The problem is that Trick makes an incredible play for Schalke, gets behind Vitality, splits them apart, and allows Schalke to actually get the hard engage on this poke range composition.
And now Schalke are playing up towards that Baron. Mowgli maybe not realizing Abadage is there, he's locked out, and that could be the pick that changes this series. Schalke looking for it, they continue to go in. Odo's going to lock Attila into the wall. Final chapter used by Jack Troll, teleport coming out from the rest of, from Kabashard. Schalke going to turn towards the Baron, but they can't do it with Jizuke still alive.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Because it's the Jace and the Yuumi and the Corki, even though Schalke have the jungler advantage, they cannot approach that Baron, because if you just funnel in, it's fish in a barrel, and Vitality will just continue to take pop shots.
So Abadage is looking for a flank here. The Dustblade helping him out, showing him that he's on a ward. He's going to jump across the wall here. Attila still on the chase. Prowling projectile. Just short. Doesn't land the slow, and Vitality back away because of it.
So the big thing that I want to look at for the next big team fight, if you're a Schalke fan, is that you're missing a lot of key flashes on Odo, Upset, and Ignar. And we've seen from these team fights, because of the amount of poke damage that Vitality have, if Schalke want to get a hold of this Baron, they need to make sure that virtually everyone on Vitality is dead, because these champions' ability to stall out a Baron is exceptionally high. Without access to those flashes, it becomes increasingly hard to engage correctly on Vitality's composition. Now, Vitality then also need to play it correctly. They can't ARAM, get caught out like this. They need to stay back and let the poke work for them.
It does feel like we're getting to that point in the game where Vitality are online enough, right? They're 1.5, 2 items, and it becomes incredibly hard for Schalke to take fights because they don't have a substantial lead. They only have Abadage, really, who's fed, and if he's not making a couple of picks early on, if he's not taking out Jizuke and Kabashard, it becomes very easy for Vitality to just re-engage and poke you out.
I would also love to see Schalke decide not to look for the hard engage until the flashes are back up on guys like Ignar and Odo, and instead to actually play the side lane. Now, they can either do this by saying, okay, we'll just play side lane for farm, we'll just try to get more damage onto our carries. If it's a 5v5, we have trust in our members that we're the better team fighting team, or they could try to use this to leverage different pressure points around the map and start chipping away at some of these inner towers on top of bot.
But I do think we've seen throughout this series that Schalke do not have total faith in Abadage in a side lane, because whenever they put him there, they then bring him back to the team very quickly, or he cheats towards the team very quickly. And maybe it's because he's still in his rookie year, and maybe it's because he doesn't have a huge amount of experience in this sort of 1-3-1, but it is a weakness from Schalke.
And it also doesn't help when he doesn't have access to the TP, which means he can only theoretically play that top side of the map as long as Baron is in play. And it's not just Abba, it's also Odo.
Yeah.
You know, so many times Schalke will pull their side lanes to be that big team fighting 5v5 team. So you can see stylistically how interesting it is when a team like Vitality meets a team like Schalke, and why Schalke are also a poor stylistic matchup for our big two in Fnatic and G2, who are so comfortable playing those side lanes and ripping Schalke apart at the seams.
Has been a series of back and forth of Schalke taking an incredible early lead, you know, going up 2-0, and Vitality continuing to fight back, and now Vitality feel like they're in control of this game, feel like they're setting the pace. They're keeping Schalke pinned back, and part of that is Schalke being a little bit tentative, a little bit timid. Part of that is Vitality playing their composition well to this point, and now looking for when it comes online.
I mean, frankly, there was a window where Vitality weren't playing with their teleports. 2 TPs on Attila and Jizuke are about to come back up, but they've had TP on Odo the entire time.
Jizuke uses the package to get away. Doesn't really care too much about that. It's a all-out brawl in the mid lane as both teams just very, very scared about playing around that Baron. Now, Attila's going in the final chapter. Hasn't connected enough to root. I believe it only hit twice there. Odo has a flank position. Abadage coming in from the side as well, but it's Ignar who's caught out by Caboshot. He goes in with a charm. Abadage is going to root him in place for the moment. Mowgli chasing in, but there's a QSS on Upset, Ignar, and Abadage. It makes it very hard for Mowgli to pick his target in these fights.
But it's the supports who have the key ultimates down, so Rakan, no access to his ultimate, Yuumi, no access to hers, and a very deep flank being set up by Abba.
He can't get in position for it. That control ward in the bush makes it very hard for him. Now Odo is up towards Meganar. Trick down towards the bottom side. He goes gold, and Vitality have the inward path on this, but Abadage is looking for it. They catch out only Attila. Oh, Jacktroll stunned up as well, and here comes Abadage looking for the supreme display of talent. They land the stun. Jizuke falls to Upset, who dives onto the backline, and now it's all on Caboshard. He has to do something. He has to turn this fight around. Jacktroll trying to get there in time. He's being fought off by Odo. Ignar just about survives, but Caboshard takes down one. Upset's picked up a triple, and the Void Seeker will find its mark. One more shot, one more auto will be enough to dent Vitality's hopes of winning this finals. But can Caboshard get away? He changes form. The boomerang is just short. He gets through the acceleration gate, and perhaps Cabo can survive. Upset's still on the chase. He won't let his man out of this alive. And Cabo has nowhere to go. In the end, Upset will find his mark. Shut down, and Schalke win out.
And Schalke brute force the fight there. It was Odo who said, I have had enough of this. His team got caught out in the jungle, but he forces it with the Meganar. Now that said, because of how long Caboshard survived, because of the damage that Cabo did before he finally went down, it does stall out the Baron. So Vitality lived to fight another day on a composition that, again, scales so exceptionally well. But you don't want to fight in the jungle like this against the likes of a Meganar and a Kiana. The key rule of Gnar is when he's in Meganar form, don't fight him. Just wait out the timer. But Vitality, they can't help themselves.
Jacktroll just caught out at the start of that fight as well. You can see Upset here chases Mowgli. Perhaps a little bit greedy, looking for the jungle kill. It gives Caboshard the time to get this damage down onto Ignar and Abadage. And it means that this chase continues for a very long time. As you say, because it went on so long, Schalke really didn't get too much out of it. They still only have about 1,000 gold lead. Another Mountain Drake is great for them. It makes taking the Baron a lot easier. But the question still remains, can they actually take full-on fights versus Vitality as Vitality continue to scale through the game?
It also will help them push down this mid tower, which is definitely a thorn in their side in terms of getting access away from this mid lane and securing the mid lane priority there. Feels like a trap's about to be set up.
Teleport coming in, Ignar trying to get on towards that backline, but the rest of Schalke aren't here. Killer Instinct in from Upset, he's trying to take out Caboshard, but he gets out with the GA, and now Upset on the backline, chased away by Attila. Caboshard gets onto Abadage, pushed back with the Kiana ultimate. One down already, and Schalke maybe just turn their eyes straight towards the Baron. They can pull Vitality in, but we talked about it before. That Corki can do immense work if allowed to rain hell upon Schalke.
And reminder that Cabo still has access to his TP.
Oh, Jizuke with a perfect Valkyrie. Ignar going in, trying to catch him. Schalke realize they cannot just do this straight away.
Okay, so they're going to force onto the Baron. I like the fact that they're actually splitting up the members, letting that double Mountain do work for them. There's the TP from Caboshard. He's now full health. The poke should approach.
Trick has no HP. Odo Wame caught out with the Impale. The Baron already going down, and Schalke able to sneak it away. Vitality, Jizuke flashing forward, looking for Ignar. Maybe looking for the flank here. Caboshard facing up against Abadage, but he's now in a 2v1, and it's not the best of shapes for the top laner from Vitality. He's already done. Jizuke fighting up towards the top side. He's trying to take down Ignar. He'll take one. Attila spinning in. Trick there in front of him. Abadage and Upset jumping forward. Odo almost with the Mega Knight. It's a double for Jizuke, but Odo now finds his man. It's only Mowgli that he catches out. Upset getting onto the back line. Jizuke shut down. It's Jacktroll that takes down Odo, but Jacktroll will fall. Upset goes godlike, and in the end. Upset's going to keep going in. He chases onto Mowgli. One more auto's enough. Attila will run away, but Schalke take 4, lose 3, and get the Baron.
And in the end, it's Upset who plants his feet, now 9-1-6 on this Kai'Sa. It was the extended team fight. Schalke were able to win it. Very messy team fight, a lot of different layers to it. But in the end, it is the Baron, multiple Barons escaping for Schalke, as well as that mid tower.
They open up that mid tower, they'll take down top as well. Abadage having that Baron left up on him is so important for Schalke. A 4,000 gold lead. And these fights, although messy, both teams are playing on a knife's edge.
But you understand why Vitality look for a play like this. They recognize that if they just let this Baron go, that this could be the end for them. So they decide to try to pick up as many Barons as possible, and Jizuke is so strong at this point in the game.
And you can see, like, Schalke gets separated a little bit. Odo only catches out Mowgli. Upset realizes he can try and get onto that back line. And it's just one by one that Vitality end up falling. Upset even just deciding to dive in at the end. Attila's able to run away. Now let's go back into this picture because Abadarge's been caught out just a little. Trick going in with the bop onto Mowgli, knocks him back, and Abadarge's taking out Mowgli down towards the bottom side of this. Jizuke's dead as well, and that is the shot that Schalke wanted.
It was Trick who basically ended the team fight on the top side, and it was Ignar and Upset who ended the team fight on the bottom side. Really well executed from multiple points of Schalke there.
It has been a messy, messy series, full of skirmishes, full of team fights, but Schalke look like they are within reaching distance of the second round of playoffs, within reaching distance of a matchup versus Rogue. And Vitality look like they might be falling out of world's contention here, Frosk. Inhibitor tower the target here for Schalke as they open it up down towards the bottom side. They take the inhib as well and maybe even look for the win. 15 seconds still on Jizuke. Instead, they say, no, we'll do this one by the numbers. We'll go mid, we'll help out Abadarge, we'll take that inhib as well. And it makes it so much harder for Vitality to defend, but maybe they're looking for an engage as the damage comes out from the shock blast. Mowgli has the flash, has not got the ultimate, which is why he didn't flash in. And Schalke able to disengage. They'll go back, they'll reset, and they'll look for that final tower in the top lane.
But you can see that there's still a lot of fight left for Vitality here. They do decent damage still at this point in the game. They have ample amounts of wave clear between the likes of the Jace and the Corki. So while it is a double inhib down, and it means that Vitality are playing at the whims of Schalke because they're locked into their base, there is this tiny glimmer of hope still for Vitality fans. Otherwise, on the side of Schalke, you have everything you want. You have a massive gold lead, you have all of the key items, you have all of your ultimates back up. And I think they're just actually going to try to force for these fights because they recognize how strong they are. As soon as they get a hold of Vitality, they rip them open, they take the game.
Ignar also has his flash quickness available. Jizuke no flash on the Corki. Makes it very hard for him to get away from that Rakan engage.
It also means that Schalke now can just 5-man stack into the top lane. Odo is preparing the wave for the rest of his team to join him, and you just let the super minions do their work in the mid and bot waves.
Last stand here for Vitality. Have to defend if you want to keep your playoff hopes alive. Schalke just pushing in 3 mid, 2 top. Now the inhibitor tower, the target. Upset off towards the bottom side of this fight. Vitality looking for the engage. Mowgli going in, but he backs away straight away.
That was
Upset takes some damage.
Actually really unfortunate there for Schalke in terms of timing, because now they have to wait a pretty long time for the next wave to come in, and while that wave is coming in, Vitality are clearing out their mid lane wave. So Schalke actually aren't timing this correctly to have all 3 waves funneling simultaneously to rip Vitality around the map.
The Baron buff being off, of course, makes it a lot harder to keep his waves alive. Jizuke with incredible wave clear. Teams up with the Crown and Projectiles, with Cabo Shard. Double super minions stacked up here in the bottom lane, but Upset takes a little bit of a chunk. And now he is just pushed away. The wave's not in the place for Schalke. Vitality defending, holding on to their base for the moment. You can sense it that Schalke wants something out of this, but they can't find the engage they want.
So because we're not fighting in the jungle, your eyes are on Trick and Ignar. Obviously, you need to force the engage before too much poke lays down on you, so you're relying on your Rakan and your Gragas, as well as the Meganar that's stacking up. If they're in the jungle, then Abba becomes a much higher priority in terms of starting out fights for them because you can use the Qiyana ultimate. But because Schalke fumble their wave control, they're not able to make them all crash at the same time. I actually think we might have to wait for the second rotation of Baron.
Looks like that's what's going to happen. Schalke going to get their 3rd Mountain Dragon here as Vitality just play cleanup duty in their base, try and push out those waves.
Triple Mountain.
Yep, it's very difficult for Vitality to do anything about this Baron. It will go down in a heartbeat.
It means that when the Baron spawns, Vitality have to be in position. Otherwise, they say, they're going to get the Baron anyway. It's Triple Mountain. They'll probably get there before we have an opportunity, and there's so many pick tools with the Rakan, with the Kiana, that maybe they just sit back and just wait for Schalke to come charging into the base with the Baron.
Seems like that might be the case. Vitality, no vision around it at all. As expected, they have been pinned back, hemmed back in their base. The package has just been picked up by Jizuke, and maybe Vitality will use that as the ghost signal. The starter's gun for this fight. The Baron up, 1 second left on it, and Vitality left barreling down mid. Kerbashar down towards the bottom lane, has the teleport. The Scryer's alteration comes out, but already the Baron has fallen. Vitality back away. They know they have to defend. Abadage has the flank.
But they were split on the call. They're caught out of their base. Look at the TPs.
But Vitality could still fight. This TP's going in. Abadage there. The package choose by Chizuke to get away. Upset jumps in. Straight onto Mowgli. Straight onto Attila. But Upset has the QSS. The charm coming out from Ignar is perfect. He distracts all of Vitality. And already Upset goes legendary. Attila goes golden. But he will go down in just a second's time. Upset takes 2. And Vitality only had 3 left to defend versus the entire squad of Schalke.
Vitality couldn't decide. Were they going to check for the Baron? They decided against it, but they were caught outside of their base. The TPs were used to get behind them. And now Odo looking to land it.
Jizuke flashes away. Odo goes in with the wallop, but he's going to fall pretty quickly. Jacktro stunned up for the second. Jizuke's gone down. The GA popped on Cabochon, and there is no hope left. There is not a man that can survive that. Vitality fall. Schalke clean them, and Schalke book their spot against Rogue next week.
And a much cleaner game this time around in game number 4. Schalke take what feels like kind of a long-awaited revenge.
Yep.
Vitality have been a thorn in their side before, and this time around they leapfrog over them and go towards second round of playoffs.
Vitality were the team that first denied Schalke a spot in the LCS in 2018. Schalke then had to play NIP to get through. And then they denied them a spot at Worlds last year on championship points. And now Schalke, as you say, able to fight back, able to take their revenge over this Vitality squad. It wasn't the best League of Legends I've ever seen. A little bit skirmish heavy, a little bit messy at times. There are signs in there that Schalke can take and think about how they will adapt and respond to Rogue next week.
But you got the consistency from Schalke's 2 carries. It felt like every single game, Upset and Abo were having good games. Yep. They were able to funnel a lot of the gold onto them. So while it got a little bit messy in there in game number 3, maybe a little bit in game number 2. At the end of the day, you had that stability of knowing that your AP carry and your AD carry are very consistent, very stable players.
And of course, commiserations to Vitality. They're not only out of playoffs, but out of Worlds contention with this loss as well. They do not have the championship points needed to get through. It's with a heavy heart we see them go, but I'm sure they will return in 2020 stronger than ever.
Yeah, it's always a heartbreaker when you see a crowd favorite like Vitality go out. It just feels like there's so much emotion and attachment to this team in terms of sentiment. Unfortunately, their problems seem pretty glaring, and there's a lot of holes to patch up. Yep. They've got a lot of time to do so, and I just hope that we continue to see this roster stick together and see these, what were the 5 rookies, now 4 rookies, go the distance.
There's lobby again. Oh, okay, sure, I can go. Yeah.
I hope so too, Fosk. It's always disheartening to see such a team fall out, but Schalke on the day were the better team, of course. They have been the better team throughout the split as well, I think we can say. Vitality, of course, only making it into playoffs through a tiebreaker over SK, where Schalke have only gone from strength to strength, I think. Seeing how well they performed coming into the second half of the split, a lot of their fans will be pretty confident with them playing up against Rogue next week.
Yeah, crash course with Rogue. Now, the thing is, I do want to talk about this guy on your screen right now in Odo. Odo is a great job at playing weak side. We don't see him get a lot of resources from Schalke. Trick usually spends his team playing through mid lane, and then they use that power with Abadage to rotate into bottom lane, which means that Odo gets the short end of the stick, not only in draft phase, but usually in execution. And against Rogue, he's going to be playing against a guy like Finn. Yeah. And Finn sometimes gets a lot of resources, likes to play those carries. So I'm curious what type of game plan that Schalke have, or if Odo's just strong enough that he can absorb the pressure from Finn.
It's interesting with Finn because we do talk about how he gets a lot of time from his jungler, but he actually tends to be behind in CS and behind in terms of gold at the 15-minute mark. So maybe someone like Odo who can absorb that pressure will actually be able to come out ahead in that 1v1 match.
I mean, that's what we thought about Chachi, but
Yeah. Didn't go too well for Chachi yesterday. However, today it went okay for Odo. He lost out on every lane. Cabochard was pretty dominant in some of those matchups, even without too much jungle pressure, but Odo was still able to have the impact in the later game team fights, which is just the way, the bread and butter of Schalke at the moment. Their team fighting seems strong still. I'm slightly concerned if they play up against someone like Fnatic or G2 that they'll just get beaten through side lane pressure.
Yes, but you know, it's always going to be a question that maybe Schalke opted into that idea because you're against a team like Vitality. They're going to force you to fight anyway, and when Vitality say go, you like have to be reactionary to them.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So I'm curious what type of form we'll see from Schalke on Rogue. I still feel that I need more tape to judge from this team, but today was a little bit Wild West for me.
Yeah, just a tiny bit. If you want to get involved in Kia Player of the Series, you can go on over to Twitter at LOL Esports and vote for Abadage, Upset, or Ignar. That's actually a super tough one.
I do want to give a shout out to the two players not on that list in Trick and Odo. Like I said, I think Odo does a phenomenal job sacrificing a lot for his team in draft phase as well as on the Rift. And Trick is everything in this early game and how he sets up Abba for success.
So we're giving it to Abadage, is that what you're saying? I'm pretty sure that's what you're saying.
Justice for
He's also
supports.
sitting over there ready for an interview with Law, so I think you have to say. We're going to give it to Abadage. Law, we're going to hand it over to you with Abadage and Ignar.
Thank you very much, guys. And you too, congrats on making it through round 2. I'm reading my notes right now, and I started writing this interview during the previous game, so I wanted to open on, well, that was an easy series, but then everything changed. So can you explain the shift in the series from game 1 and 2 to the last two, Abadage?
After game 2, we felt pretty confident that we were going to take the series, and then pretty easy. And then in third game, we kind of just saw that we can still lose and they're not bad. And then they played that late game comp and we choked a bit, I think. So we lost game 3 and then into game 4 we just went with a bit of a risky plan, but it worked out.
So I want to follow up on this. You came in today thinking Vitality was bad?
They just didn't have that good performances in the past weeks. So that's the where I'm taking it from.
I'm joking mostly, but thank you for answering this one. Ignar, now, I want to run a few questions about picks during this series. In the last game, you left Yuumi open. I guess you knew that they were going to pick Garen with Yuumi, so were you okay laning against that?
We had to choose between Volibear or Rakan, because Volibear is obviously good against Yuumi, so if they go Yuumi with normal AD, then I go Volibear and just try to kill them. But I watched the playoff yesterday, and against Garen Yuumi, Volibear looks really bad, so I just choose to go Rakan and just roaming play, you know, so it was work, yeah.
What do you think about the Garen Yuumi bot lane? Because to be fair, from a viewer's perspective, I think it's boring.
You mean, what do you think me about Garen Yuumi? I don't think it's good, to be honest, but I don't think it's kind of hard to punish. So if they make a lot of mistake bot player, then maybe Garen Yuumi is more safety because he's really tanky, so it's really hard to kill them.
All right, well, thank you for these insights. Now, moving back to game 1. They went for a double smite mid and jungle. Is this something you were expecting from them?
I mean, it's Vitality, so you can expect some kind of unconventional cheese split strategy or something. So we weren't too surprised that they're doing something like this. But yeah, we just came into the game with a clear mind and played against it.
But then the game after this one, you see, was it Alistar, I think? So I guess you knew they wanted to pair the Alistar with the Swain because you insta-ban Swain when we never see the champion. So did you know this was coming as well?
I mean, we knew that Attila is also kind of a mage player, or he tries, or he also likes to play stuff like that. So we thought it can be good into what we had.
Right. As Abadage said, it's hard to prep against Vitality because they cheese sometimes, especially in game, level 1 and stuff like that. So tell me about the preparation you guys went through this week to be ready today.
I mean, obviously, what our prepare was if they don't try cheese pick or cheese plan, then they can't win. It was our plan, so people first game, we just said oh, they will cheese. So we just had perfect plan, kind of, where do I ward, where do you ward, like this. So just, I mean,
And playing by the books, as you guys usually do.
Easy to predict. Yeah.
All right. Now, I wonder, because we didn't see many games on this new patch, especially competitively. So how do you prep based on a patch you never saw on stage?
I mean, you just read the patch and start playing and look at other regions. And wait, maybe I misunderstood the question.
No, it's exactly what I meant. I mean, taking examples
there wasn't too
from
much
other
changes,
regions.
like just nerfs on like Azir Corki, so you're not sure like going into, we didn't know like how good they were now, and we didn't play too much Corki, for example, before, so we weren't sure like, is it worth to even pick it up now? And then we just went on stage and drafted.
Well, sounds easy. I mean, we should all do that, I guess. Moving to the new series now, you will be facing Rogue. I want to know, what did you think about this series yesterday? Everybody was expecting Splice to take it, so Ignore, what did you think about Rogue taking it 3-0 yesterday?
Everyone said like Splice will just crush them, but I knew Rogue will play good, because when we play against them in like practice game or something, they playing really good, kind of. So, and then they have their play style, and they are kind of aggressive. So, I mean, just Rogue is good team, but if he prepare draft well, then I think we can easily beat them.
All right. Did you learn anything from the series you saw yesterday, even though it was a massive stomp?
I don't think so.
No?
I mean, I just learned...
Usually watching a team is...
I don't know, like, just being like, not too nervous in a series, like stuff like that, but not really in-game anything, I think.
All right. Well, final question then. I guess you'll be ready to face Rogue last week.
Yeah, I think we have a pretty good matchup against them. Like the last game we had against them in regular split, we kind of entered it.
That's a tendency we have in Europe.
So I think that doesn't show like the exact like strength level between us and Rogue. So I think we have a good shot.
Ignar, any predictions on your game against Rogue next week?
You mean like prediction? Like how we win like 3v1?
How strong are you going to beat them?
How strong?
Yeah. Are you going to beat them? Yeah.
3-0? 3-1? 3-1?
3-1?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a confident 3-1. Then I guess we can head over to post-game lobby to wrap up the week. Take it away, Shocks.
Thank you very much, Laura, and welcome to the post-game lobby. I'm Shox, and I'm joined here by Ender, by Upset, and by Odowamne after being victorious over Vitality, and now they're qualified for the second round of the playoffs. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And welcome to PGL. Upset, we know that you were a bit sick this week, so yeah, how are you feeling today, and how do you feel about the series overall?
Yeah, I was feeling good going into the series because our team has been playing really well in practice, and I felt really confident in all of my teammates that they will perform well today. So I didn't feel too much pressure on me that I had to like carry the games or something. And even though I was sick when I was on stage, actually I just played through it, even though it was a bit more exhausting than usual, and I wanted to end the series as fast as possible.
I was really sweating.
We kind of failed to do that in game 3. So yeah, I mean, I was okay.
I've always been interested, yeah.
This guy, he's like, just like after the game, he's like, guys, I feel like I can't talk anymore soon because I'm sick, so let's just end it now. And then we lose. And I'm like,
oh no.
I hope we can keep going.
I've always wondered about that because when it comes to kind of being on air, if you feel like a bit ill or something's not completely right, once you get in the zone, that kind of falls away from you. Is that also the case for you guys? Except maybe when your voice disappears, you can't really stop that.
Yeah, I think it really depends how sick you are because, for example, last Summer Split, when we played the finals, afterwards Nukta got really sick, and he was like so sick that he couldn't even talk on stage for the game that would give us the Worlds. So it just depends how sick you are, I guess. But yeah, with the adrenaline, you don't feel it like during the game, but after the game, you feel like really exhausted and you have to like fuel up on energy again.
Yeah, and then they ask you to be on PGL, and you're like, oh, God, I need to do that. So thank you
sure.
so much for that. Odowamne, can you give me your TLDR of the series? Why were you stronger than Vitality today?
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I just think our mid jungle were really smurfing this series, and they have better AD carry player for sure. And they kind of
talk me through this.
Okay, I mean,
Okay,
so trolling.
we scrimmed a team. I can't reveal who, but every game was like actually 50% of games were decided like level 1. So we had so much practice. Like we knew if they come, we just play on our range. And luckily, I got a triple kill. So
You were Caitlyn too.
Thanks to the team. Yeah, I mean it didn't end so well for them, but I couldn't like play as aggressive as I wanted for most of the laning because they actually needed 2 junglers to keep us down. but it didn't really help in the end if I got a triple kill level 1.
Yeah, they kept bringing like Jizuke down to the bottom lane trying to make a play happen. And then you guys just counter ganks like every single.
Yeah, or kill them 2v3 under their tower. Was nice.
It seemed pretty rough because this is a strategy I think where you're supposed to be ahead in experience, and Jizuke was just like permanently down 2 levels the entire game. So it was a rough way to start it off for Vitality.
Yeah, definitely the first one was kind of. Yeah, is there a danger when the first game goes so easy, Odo, that you kind of get out of your rhythm and think you have it before you do? Because I feel like the series got more difficult progressively.
Yeah, well, it's easy to be like, oh, they gave us a free win, so it's going to be super easy. But we told each other that they just gave us 3 kills at level 1 for free, and we shouldn't get complacent and think that it's going to be an easy series, because they kind of proved it to us. The series got like harder and harder as the games went on. But I think we kept into it pretty well.
How did you like Mordekaiser duty?
Well, I did get like 8 top laners removed every game, so I kind of had to dig deep into what I want to play.
But we are kind of lucky because Odo's actually the best Mordekaiser in the world, so maybe they should ban this instead.
And the only one, yeah.
That's true.
Well, I think it's an okay pick. Obviously game 3 didn't go as well because I played against Olaf sometimes in this matchup, but I kind of forgot that he's like an Olaf one-trick in the sense that he can just pick it up out of nowhere. So yeah, I think that's something I didn't keep track of, and I think if it was a different matchup, it would have been okay.
Well, were you? This is funny because in the skit we recorded about the therapy and stuff. You guys had the fake discussion about the resources and Upset needing all the resources.
Wait, I thought that was real.
It wasn't really fake.
I just didn't want to give anyone insight into your team issues, but Upset getting all the resources and you having
we solve it now. Like now, all the resources go into mid.
Yeah, it's just, so none of us win.
Now me and Odo are friends because our jungle is only going mid.
Yeah. Talk to me about Abadaga this series. He played so well.
Yeah, I think like what he has been showing us in scrims for a long time was basically this Abadaga, and I think now that it's the best of 5, he maybe feels less pressure to perform. Because in the best of 1 there's a lot more pressure, like what if you just misplay one thing, then the whole game can snowball. But he's actually like super good on all the flex OP assassin champs like Akali, Sylas, Kiana, and today I think he really showed it and pulled his weight like a lot.
Yeah, do you think the meta shift is working out really well for him? Is that giving your team a boost?
Yeah, sure. I think so. But he was actually like quite good Azir as well. So I think he's just like developing into a versatile. Oh, don't show this.
Okay.
This is a bit tragic.
Into a versatile mid laner, yeah.
This is tragic.
Actually, let's see what Kiana does. Let's see what Kiana does.
Oh, there was actually.
Okay, let's look
I
at
think
Kiana.
I
now they're all dead, but they're not anymore.
Why ult to the right there? They're right against the wall.
But I called here take the wave, but I'm like trolling myself. I should have just taken the wave.
This was slick though.
Yeah, I mean now Jizuka is like calculating my crit percentage, so he knows he can like just walk up here. Because he should die here, I think. Like I played so well, like.
No, it's actually like
I sidestep everything. I have PD up still. But, okay.
That never happened.
Yeah,
you were
good.
alive. That's what happened.
Lived. And this is the series in a nutshell, kind of like we just go mid with our champs and they like kind of outplay it. Actually, this one was really close.
Actually, this one was pretty sick.
Oh no.
Oh, close.
Yeah. He should have stunned him maybe.
No, watch it. He splashes the wall and then misses the E.
Look.
Oh!
I felt like they took Mowgli kind of off his comfort champs. I feel like they tried to like play more like we do.
I like how Abe queued the other way.
Oh,
for sure.
Oh,
I mean, remember Abe did this against them in Split?
Yeah, but usually isn't Abe doesn't he have a reputation of dying under the enemy's tower? So now this he's like.
Yeah, but that was Abe in Memento. It was like a synergy buff, you know?
Yeah. Brother Mowgli paid us back this game. Actually, I should probably go on the Jace too.
I thought Jace would just die here, so I just go for the cat.
I thought so too.
Like, I don't get to kill the cat.
The flash was so bad, actually. Oh no.
This is great because usually we just play this as kind of like, you know,
okay, we don't want to talk about this.
This is awesome. No, it's perfect. Keep talking about it.
Yeah, I'm sweating at this. Pressing A. Oh, shut up.
So hard. There we go.
So much damage, actually.
Well, that's his last game, so you actually already won it at this point. You're just going to go in for the final.
Yeah, you're level 18, Kai, so no one can stop you now.
Yeah, the Garen Yumi got outscaled.
I'm level 17, so I guess therapy worked. He got more than me.
Upset, you've been playing out of your mind. I mean, the Caitlyn game notwithstanding, but things are going well. How do you feel about your form for the rest of playoffs?
I think this meta is like perfect for me actually. I have many champs I can always pick and I'm always really comfortable on. And I think the support meta is something I'm really comfortable on too, because it's like a lot of engage melee champs that I just know how to play with really well, and Igna knows how to play them really well too. So yeah, I'm definitely really confident going into playoffs, being able to play all these fun champs.
You're also the Kia player of the game series. There were 4 games. Upset 50% of the votes. Not great, not terrible. 50%, it's not like the highest we've ever seen, but you know, congratulations.
I guess, yeah.
I guess, no, completely deserved, of course. Ender, do you want to talk us through what is at the end of the season for Vitality? They cannot make it to the regional qualifier, are now out of playoffs. Where did they falter?
I mean, I think this team, like, they got off to a rough start, right?
Yeah.
0-4 start to the summer split after, even spring disappointing for them too. It was overall a very disappointing year for a team that had made it to Worlds last year and put on a good performance there, taking down RNG. I think this team fixed a lot of their problems throughout the split. I was impressed to see a lot of their growth on it. But for a team that I think is very momentum-based, to have that slide the last couple weeks during the season, I think we saw that again here today where, it started off poorly. Yes, they won that one game, but this could have easily been a series that ended 3-0, and I think that they're going to want to do some changes and try to figure things out for 2020.
Odo, what do you think? Why didn't it work?
I mean, it's rough. They just have this specific playstyle that they had since like last year, and they bought Mowgli in, and it was an improvement at first, but then their old flow just kind of came back, and I don't know. I just think they're skipping a lot of steps with the way they want to play. They were really linear, at least in spring, because they were just doing the top play over and over and over again. And it just never felt like they knew all the steps to play like clean macro and stuff like that. And they were just relying on this specific play working every time. And once you didn't give them the play, they kind of struggled to find alternatives. So I think that's kind of what happened this split as well. They never really found something that works for them consistently.
And now I feel like they shifted their play style more to the more standard play style where you try to just play a more slow game with scaling champs, but maybe their players are not that good for it. I think the strengths of somebody like Attila maybe is the first 7 minutes of the game, but after this I think most ADs in the league will outscale him kind of. So maybe they went away from what made them really strong, but also the stuff they play now, they don't play it bad. It was kind of a close series, but they're just not the best at it.
Yeah, it's almost like there was a band-aid because the rest wasn't working anymore as it was, and it wasn't enough.
I mean, the team play didn't seem like it was all the way there for this squad. It's a lot of individuals, players really trying to step up in a lot of their games. Sometimes that would bite them because you'd have players like Jack, Troll, Mowgli going too far forward when the rest of the team can't hope to follow them up. So it's plays like that where they're really trying hard individually to make it happen, but it has to be cohesive in order to work.
Yeah, as we move on, we're going to take a look up at the playoff bracket. With Schalke 04's win, of course, Splice are locked into the regional qualifiers. So you actually made, by knocking out Vitality, that Splice gets a chance at the regional qualifiers, which they will thank you for, hopefully. But it also means that you guys go to the second round. You'll be playing Rogue, and then G2 versus Fnatic is also next week. So let's start with Schalke 04 versus Rogue. First off, I guess you didn't expect to be playing Rogue, or did you?
To be honest, I kind of was expecting it because I think Splice was on a downward trend in the past 2 weeks even. I think they lost to teams like Misfits and they went even 0-2 in the last week. So I wasn't too confident in Splice being strong when playoff starts. But on the other hand, I saw Rogue, especially their solo lanes, getting much more into their form maybe. And they're quite good on the meta champs, I think. So I was thinking Rogue was going to be a stronger team going into the series, actually.
Is it a dangerous opponent because they've been ramping up, and we were surprised already by the level they showed versus Splice, even though Splice made a lot of mistakes, but it seems to me it's quite tricky to kind of think what they're going to show versus you in that best of 5.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think they're a weak team, but I think Splice wasn't that strong and they underperformed, and Rogue played decent, but it wasn't like a super dominant showing where we're like really scared not to play Rogue. I think it will be a good series versus them. But if we get what we want, I think we will do really well.
Odo?
Yeah, it's like Elias said, just Splice was on a downward spiral, and I still thought that Splice would win, but Rogue just kind of stepped up, and they've been showing really consistent and good play over the past couple of weeks. So at the end, I think Rogue just really deserved it, and I'm not too scared. I mean, I'm not really scared of Rogue at all, pretty much.
It's just realistic, right?
Well, it's kind of realistic, but it was also realistic that Splice would beat Rogue. That's what everyone thought. So
yeah.
We're not disrespecting them. I think they're pretty good, but I'm just really confident that if our prep goes well and we get what we want, we can beat them pretty hard.
Yeah, it seems to me that you are a perfect best-of-5 team in terms of you put a lot of focus into preparation, into planning, and how to play the game. We always describe you as like a well-oiled machine, as a team that likes to play the game the correct way, but is still quite aggressive when needed. Would you say how good do you think you are at team fighting when you compare yourself to the other teams in the league? I only say this because some of our analysts think you may be the best.
I think our team fights are really good right now. We stopped taking bad fights a really long time ago, ever since Trick kind of joined in. Before that, we would fight for random reason, for objectives we didn't really need to, or just, fight just for the sake of fighting. So I think now we are at the point where we recognize good fights really, really well, and we just avoid the bad fights. So that's why you see us most of the time taking good fights. But yeah, sometimes teams find a good engage against us, like we saw in Game 3 against Vitality, the last fight of the game. But most of the time, our ideas for why we're fighting and where to fight are really good thanks to the coming of Trick.
And I think also that in this meta, like in the past, we have been playing more to, like especially in the first few weeks, much more to like scale up more and play these safe champs that are good like at all stages of the game. But in this meta, it seems to be more important to like be able to find a good fight with your champs at more points of the game. Because, like you saw in this game, for example, the last one, we had Kiana Gragas and they had so much playmaking, so we could like force so many fights. And I think what makes our team fighting really strong is that we have like Igna Trick, who are really good at finding engages. And I think Abe is playing team fight super well on these champs too. And Odo really understands well like when to go for the backline and when to like be the frontline for me. And I play team fights well too, so I think it's just well-oiled machine at this point, how we fight.
Yeah, exactly. The team fights look super slick.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because I feel like team fighting now is almost harder than it's ever been, like the last year or so, because of the meta. It's not like you have a tank front line and your AD carries, and it's just about like keeping those guys alive in order to win. It's a lot more with champions like Kai'Sa in the meta, like jumping into the enemy backlines, much more assassins. It's a lot harder, and you have the ability to be a lot more creative in how you approach team fights. So it's always interesting to see how like a player like Ignar comes around on a Rakan to make that happen, or Abadage on a Kiana or a Kali. There's all these new opportunities, I think, that really give you time to shine when the 5v5
Has it become, it's always difficult for a marksman or an AD carry because obviously you're always being singled out by the enemy team, but has it become even harder with the new champions and the things they do?
I mean, on one hand, for sure, because I felt like in the past, if you don't do a mistake, you will probably like not die if your teammates around you are not like inting, and it will much more depend like where you are on the map and how you are playing. For example, last Summer Split, where I was playing like with Cho'Gath, Braum, Sejuani every game, the game is much different, and I only die if I do a mistake. But now it feels like even if I do like not really a mistake, the enemy champ can kill me. So it's super important that like my solo lanes, or I mean right now mostly our mid laner, is playing these champs, that he like does the same thing to the enemy AD, because otherwise, you can't always survive as AD carry now. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah, no, fantastic point. So Andrew, what's your predictions for Schalke versus Rogue? It's so difficult. Like,
it's really hard. So here's the thing. I've been voting against Rogue for like the whole split, let's be honest. And I've got to finally give Rogue a chance. I was really impressed with how they played up against Splice. I'm going to give Rogue the edge. And I know as soon as I say that, Rogue are going to lose, because the second you believe in them...
I'm just going to tell you this, because I feel the same way. But when they played Splice, we said bot lane difference, right?
Sure.
Vander's amazing. Vander and Woolite together, not as good as Kabi, right? And Norscairn. Turned out that wasn't the case, and Norscairn didn't have a good series. Vander and Woolite both played amazing. Upset an Ignar versus Woolite and Vander.
I think definitely bot lane difference there. I'm going to give you guys a hint now. Probably ban the Garen or the Yuumi.
Wait, you mean bot lane difference in what way?
Oh, for you guys.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, ban like the anti-fun bot lane and probably going to have a good time.
I don't think it's that good, but yeah. Maybe we ban it.
Oh, that's dangerous thinking, Upset.
See, that's interesting because when I was watching this game, I was like, wow, you guys really aren't focusing that bottom lane. It seems like hard, like smash that bottom lane and do really well, and then you guys die 2v2 to the Garen.
I mean, this was like so tragic because I was like, Rakan landed his Q, and I was like running towards him, but he was running away from me. So Yuumi ate me one more time, and then he missed this ignite too. But I mean, maybe you guys like should think like, why would you put Garen with Yuumi? Because Garen is like super tanky and it's hard to make a play on him. So why would you try to focus the Garen if you can just pick a AD carry that outscales and have your support roaming the whole time? And our support was like such a broken champ too, right? So maybe you don't have to play to kill the Garen Yuumi, like a tip for other teams. And maybe just go mid and kill the mid laner, because most of the time the mid jungle that is getting kills will win the game. But yeah,
okay,
that's
so
just the idea.
Production, let's just... We're going to cut this piece of video. We're going to keep it next week when they pick Garen and Yuumi and perhaps they win a game versus Upset. We're just going to play that.
I mean, it still depends what happens in the mid lane, right?
Yeah, of course. And like,
blame the mid lane.
No, I give him praise if it went like my mid laner carried last game, for example.
it's also silly because that's the same thing people blame us for. They're like, oh, why would you say anything, right? Upset. So I respect you for coming out and saying we can beat it. We said Rogue was going to lose 3-0 to Splyce anyway.
Yeah, you know, I voted for that.
That's where it is. A question about kind of how the black bracket is playing out, because it's been 3-0 and it looked like it would be a pretty easy 3-0, but it was 3-1 in the end. And people are saying, okay, that could be an indication of the teams that are in the second round are really stacked, or it could be an indication of none of the playoff teams so far are looking good. Odo.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it like that, but you can also think there's like a stylistic mismatch between the teams. For example, I think we match against Rogue way better than we did against Vitality, because champion pools are kind of like similar, and I just think individually we just outclass them as players. But I mean, looking at Rogue and Splyce, I just think Splyce really dropped the ball, and I think they were a really good team, but maybe they just had a bad day and stuff like this. But if you look at the whole split as a whole, you would have said that there's a clear top 4 and everyone else is kind of middle of the pack and everyone can make playoffs. So you could argue that, you know, the middle of the pack teams like SK, Misfits, Vitality and Rogue are kind of like the same level. And I think that's fair. I think the top 4 were clearly better than the middle of the pack. I would have thought that Splyce was also better than Rogue, but Splyce dropped the ball. So I think the statement kind of still stands. I still think that we're a better team than Rogue and we're going to beat them next week.
When you look at G2 and Fnatic, how far do you think Schalke is away from G2 and from Fnatic?
I think we are pretty close to Fnatic, probably. But I think Rogue is like not necessarily far away from Fnatic too. I think Fnatic...
Are we overvaluing Fnatic?
No, I think they're a good team, but maybe us and Rogue are like just not bad, I think. But G2, but G2 is like probably like a step above. But I don't know like in what form they are in right now, because obviously in the last week of summer, like even we beat them, and it was like
hey, you guys aren't bad though.
Yeah, that's true. It was kind of a stop, but who knows how good G2 is right now, right? So if they will be in form, probably they will be a really dominant team again to face. But if they like, maybe something happened, then it could be worse. But I would still think G2 is the best team, and then Fnatic. But Rogue and Schalke can definitely like challenge Fnatic, I think.
Super exciting if it comes to that. Of course, we also have the Fnatic versus G2 matchup next week. We'll have Rogue playing Schalke 04. Just have to remember there, of course, Rogue not Splyce. The reality has still not set in. Rogue is up versus Schalke 04 next week, and Fnatic is up versus G2. Of course, in this new system, this is the first time they meet. They might end up meeting again in the finals. Can I get a quick prediction from Fnatic G2, Odo?
G2, oh, I would say 3-0, but it could also go 3-1. But I think G2 will win convincingly.
I think 3-1. as well.
Okay, Ender?
I'm going to go 3-0. G2 are the best team. Come on.
Okay, great. That's building absolute hype for that match. No, I would think you're kind of trolling if you don't think that G2 is the stronger team and if you don't think that they will show up very strong in a best of 5. However, I have hopes that Fnatic can make it a competitive best of 5, and if they meet again as well, or you can meet G2 or Fnatic in the final. This is now coming very close. If you win the next best of 5, you will be in the regional qualifier no matter what. So even if you then go out of the playoffs, you can play for Worlds. And I just wanted to gauge as to kind of how the hope is and kind of the want to get back to Worlds, because I know you for going back, that's been something you've been chasing for a while. And Upset, of course, you want to get there. So how's the stress levels pertaining to getting to Worlds?
Well, I'll start.
Okay.
Well, throughout the split, since I was playing not so great at some points and the morale of the team wasn't really that high, I wasn't really that hopeful that we can make it this year as well. Like, obviously, last year with Splyce, I failed, and I was really, really disappointed because it was the first time I missed Worlds. Actually, no, it was second time because you missed the HTK as well, so never mind that. But I think now, when the split is coming to an end, the pieces are kind of falling in together for us. We're kind of finding our groove and the way we want to play. And I think, as we pointed out earlier, we're kind of a well-oiled machine in the sense that we have a lot of synergy going on. So yeah, I think I'm really hopeful now. I think with this band of players that we have right now, we can make it really far, and I think we can challenge G2, and I think we can also just win the gauntlet.
Upset.
Yeah, I think definitely the past few weeks have been quite good for us, and also have been quite bad for other teams, because obviously it's like easier to think that you are going to qualify to Worlds if there's like not like a really strong Splyce and a really strong Origin. But Rogue is like looking not bad, so I wouldn't think like too far ahead. But obviously, I think our goal was always to go to Worlds. Like that should be the goal at least. We don't want to aim too low and then just like drop out. We all want to get to the highest level again, or not again, but. So yeah, I think right now we are like in a good state, and we will see versus Rogue next week, right? How good we actually are.
You corrected yourself, the highest level again. You played the final of the then EULCS last year, right? You're definitely at a high level. It's almost like you caught yourself. Do you mean like if you haven't performed at Worlds, you're not the highest level?
I just never played like international except like a random IEM when I was like 16. So I didn't really play versus like the best teams from other regions. But obviously being in Europe, I still get to face like a lot of good teams and like G2 or Fnatic and stuff. So I'm definitely playing at a high level, but
for sure.
I never played like internationally at
the
Worlds.
Odo isn't playing at a high level. Is that what you meant?
No, that's not.
Okay.
I feel like
there needs to be some counseling sessions again.
I'm kidding. Oh no, I'm gonna get the Shock Flames everyone again. But no, Odo. We're just joking around. We've known each other for a while.
Yeah, as long as we use I feel statements, everything's okay.
Okay, I feel like I'm sorry, and I shouldn't have said that. From my side, though, when I look at the teams, well, Upset, I would find it a shame if you don't get to play at Worlds or an international tournament in the next couple of years. I think you're playing so incredibly well. When I look at the playing field, Ender, Schalke would probably be a good representative for Europe at Worlds. Who would you say out of the pool you would see at Worlds?
I mean, I say definitely right now. I mean, the best news for Schalke that ever happened was to see the results yesterday when Splyce went out, because I think everyone sort of had this impression that it was going to be G2, Fnatic, Splyce pretty locked in for Worlds. That's how the regular season went. That's what everyone was expecting. Yep. So to see Splyce actually fall down and then Schalke also come in and play good League of Legends today, I think that gives you a lot of faith for this squad.
What about the EU tradition of rookies?
Yeah.
Rookie mids.
They're pretty good. It looks
rookie
like.
mids? No, I was talking about.
Oh, you're talking about.
But I also felt like, I mean, maybe that's like the broadcast perspective on Splyce, but I was like kind of hoping we would get 5th or 6th to play with Splyce, because I think we would like do quite well with them. And I was more worried about Origin getting their stuff together.
Yeah.
And being like strong for the gauntlet, which could still happen. But right now it looked like Origin, something is just like really broken inside of the team. So yeah, it looks kind of good for us. I think if we beat Rogue, we have like a really clear chance to go to Worlds.
Hey, I think it looks good for you as well. But the gauntlet, it's such a it's such a, everything's on the line, and things never go the way you think they should go, right? And remember also G2 just running the gauntlet in 2018 and then just making it somehow to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, because you remember G2 got 3-0'd by Misfits in the quarterfinals last summer.
Yeah.
And do you know what happened?
Splyce got 3-0'd by Rogue I'm just saying, don't let it happen again.
Yeah.
The mental.
But I mean, I also kind of hope that like Riot doesn't make a buff where suddenly like Aatrox and Irelia, Akali are like super OP. Like, because the buff, I think it helped G2 so much because their top side was already really strong, but their bot lane was kind of their weak point, and everyone was playing around bot in the like playoffs meta. But then if you like don't have enough time to prepare, and we pick like Maokai into Aatrox, it kind of caught off us guard.
I mean, your Kaisa and your Xayah are in a good place.
That's true.
That's good.
He's saying he doesn't want them to get nerfed.
Yeah,
okay.
it's a meta right now, can stay the same for now.
Okay, well, for the whole playoffs, at least it's the same. So
yeah.
I've got good news for you too. They did their big like Worlds patch, I think 9.15. So everything should be like smaller changes.
Actually, I saw Lucian is getting buffed too as well.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a good patch for me.
Yeah.
I think.
Fun. Okay, before we move on, we're going to take a look at the Alienware big plays of this weekend. Starting with yesterday, Rogue's mid laner Larson popped off in a huge upset. He's right here against Splice.
The fog of war, but enough vision there to stop this. Larson now going in fishing for the 1v1 against Humanoid. He's going to get it first blood. Mid lane, Vander gets hooked. Now the engage, Vander very much in trouble. A lot of damage goes down onto him, but once again, Larson the man you have to keep your eyes on, trying to chase down, looking for Xerxes, is going to get the kill. Finn now on the hunt, has the reset. Kabe is going to get pulled back. Infernal Chains will find him, but no, Kabe still trying to survive. It will not be enough. Larson on a rampage.
Wait. Do we start? I think started. Nar is far.
I can go flank.
I'm trying.
I have Packer, so if you go flank, I can go hard.
I mean, I'm behind them, look.
Hey, we can.
Hey, look, I can look.
Go here.
Look, trees.
Look here.
Follow wall.
I killed Gragas.
Akali is dying to package.
Akali, no. Hey, can we end mid?
Go mid.
Yes, 40 seconds.
Get the wave.
Yeah, we're mountain.
Oh, I love it. Inspired. Just yell. And remember, in the interview with Laurie, he was like so calm.
Yeah, I think that was actually Larson too.
Oh, was it?
No, it was Larson calling for support for Vander to actually get that recon flank at the end. So clutch, because that was like the team fight winner.
It's crazy. I don't know about you guys, but if it was me, I wouldn't want to be going up against those hungry rookies in a best of 5. Just kidding. Next up, continuing the trend of being the only major region to play Garen, we saw Rogue pull it off, showing us the speedy cat meow.
Finn, quick dash over the wall, buying as much time as he can. 3K and dropping. They're not going to be able to get to the pit. They have to pick one or the other. Xerxes, desperate, knows he needs to make his way into the pit now. 15K, getting lower and lower. Can he make
he blocked it!
Over. Woolite with the hero play to turn it. He denies entry into the pit. He takes Xerxes' life, and that's the Baron for Rogue.
Ranked on TP.
Should I flash through the wall?
Fine.
And the Nash. Look at Silas.
2.5.
Where is Silas?
Here.
I will silence him. Okay.
Then.
And then.
Nice.
Okay, we back now.
Back.
But we can help him.
We are fine.
We can run to Drake, okay? We'll run to Drake.
I can base have TP, okay?
We have TP right now, but we can just run.
Oh, I love it. He was so happy with himself, Woolite. The camera was just like, did you see that?
He's like, I did that. I did Garen mechanics.
I like it so hard. No, just kidding. Great job, Woolite, and great job, Rogue, overall. But an Alienware big play from today. Schalke 04's upset started the series off with a very difficult, very mechanical triple kill from the Sheriff of Piltover.
Schalke going low, Trick having to flash away, and now having to run away. Mowgli, oh, you see the damage coming down onto him already. Vitality looking for the traces, Jizuka hits level 2, but Jackron's so low. Adagi going in, Odo flashing forward. Cabo trying to bring the hammer down, but upset goes one more. It's a double for the Caitlyn, and Vitality are falling to pieces. This could be it. This could be the series defined at level 1.
Yeah, look at it. Scrapes. Nice. Keep going.
Let's go.
I'm in it. Yeah.
I hit him. Back. Slowly.
I'm chilling. I'm fine.
Look at Cartus.
Cartus.
Chase.
Nice.
Did he say I'm chilling?
Yeah, he said I'm chilling. He's chilling.
I'm chilling.
Because he had no E.
So how hard was it?
This triple kill?
Yeah.
Not that hard.
It was a timing game, right? Just get the last.
Yeah,
but it takes forever though that you can auto attack.
Yeah, it's really
like,
ballsy though. You flashed in 1v3 and you survived and you got the kill.
Yeah,
True.
That was sick. Great stuff. Yeah. Rome is going to sign off, but congratulations, of course, also on the great games. But coming up next, we'll have the LCS third place match from Detroit Clutch Gaming versus Counter Logic Gaming. Quick prediction from the panel, Ender?
It's Tanner time.
Who's CLG?
Versus Clutch
Gaming?
Yeah.
It's
I don't know. Whatever.
Okay.
One of them has an L in their name. That's not the one that's going to win.
3-2 CLG.
Are you saying Clutch Gaming does not have an L in there?
Actually, I don't know. CLG is going to take the L. CG isn't.
That's fair.
That's
okay,
high-quality
actually, I changed my
analysis.
prediction. Clutch Gaming 3-1.
There we go.
Because they don't have a...
Clutch Gaming 3-1, I guess.
Okay, there we go. Very excited here.
Hold on.
It's true. They have to ban us Rumble.
These are
Like
the
your Rumble.
least excited predictions I've ever seen. I'm hyped
I mean,
about
who
it.
watches NA?
It's NA. It's
A lot of people watch it. Plus, it's going to be hype. Plus, we still need to know who's going to Worlds from LCS. So I'm hyped. And on that note, we're going to sign off. Goodbye, everyone at home. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next
Thanks
week.
for having us.
Thanks
for
for
the
having
next
us.
best of 5. And Ender, yeah, you did well, I guess. Bye.
See you, nerds.
That's so toxic.
Schalke going low, Trick having to flash away, and now having to run away. Mowgli, oh, you see the damage coming down onto him already. Vitality looking for the traces, Jizuke hits level 2, but Jacktron's so low. Abnagi going in, Odo flashing forward. Camo trying to bring the hammer down, but Upset goes one more. It's a double for the Caitlyn, and Vitality are falling to pieces. This could be it. This could be the series defined at level 1. Trick down, 2 down, Vitality fighting back, it's 3! Vitality find it, all on the back of Jizuke. Attila still putting the damage out, oh, just give it to them, just take it all. Abnagi tries to trade in, Jizuke caught out, oh, Abnagi, is he going to be able to do it? Jizuke trying to take this one, oh, it's Abnagi! Vitality fought to the last man, but it was Abnagi and Schalke who stood up stronger. Upset there to follow as well, but already 2 more kills come out for Vitality, and now Upset has to run. He jumps onto the back line, he takes out Mowgli. That was beautiful from Upset. Way Vitality fighting back, their backs against the wall. They found the play, they found the picks, and Vitality will not go quietly into the night. Here comes Abnagi, looking for the supreme display of talent. They land the stun. Jizuke falls to Upset, who dives onto the back line, and now it's all on Camo Shard. He has to do something, he has to turn this fight around. Jacktron trying to get there in time, he's being fought off by Odo. Ignar just about survives, but Camo Shard takes down 1. Upset's picked up a triple, and the Void Seeker will find its mark. 1 more shot, 1 more auto will be enough on Camo Shard, and there is no hope left. There is not a man that can survive that. Vitality fall, Schalke clean them, and Schalke book their spot against Rogue next week.